देखिए, एक स्ट्रेंथ हुआ करती है सारी टीम्स के लिए, और वही स्ट्रेंथ हमें मेटा निंजा की तरफ से देखने को मिलता है। सर्कल का सेंटर होल्ड करना, वो ड्रैगन पता नहीं कैसे कर देते, बट आजकल वो थोड़ा मिसिंग है। वो रोटेशन, वो सेंटर आजकल दिख नहीं रहा है मेटा निंजा सर्कल के सेंटर में। इसके पीछे का कारण क्या है?
Actually, we are struggling quite a lot to get the zone, as you said, because a lot of teams have studied our gameplay and they are adapting to it. So it's been a little difficult getting the zone, and our fights as well. Our fight coordination is a little bit off, so we're not getting the points as we used to. And we are working on it, and hopefully in the upcoming matches we'll score more points.
देखिए, इंडिविजुअल फिनिशेस भी ना मेटा निंजा के बाकी सारे खिलाड़ी काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से निकालते थे, बट ड्रैगन की तरफ से वो फिनिशेस हमें आते हुए देखने को मिल रहे। एक वक्त हुआ करता था कि वो असॉल्टर थे, लेकिन अब वो आईजेल बन चुके हैं। लेकिन अब अगर वो फिनिशेस भी निकाल रहे हैं तो वो भार थोड़ा बढ़ते चला जा रहा है। उसके लिए क्या आप अलग करने वाले हो? क्योंकि रीपर और बाकी प्लेयर्स का चलना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी हो गया इस पॉइंट पे।
Actually, we are trying to suppress the assaulter part from Dragon because he is not letting us take any finishes. He's taking all the finishes to himself. But actually, that's a very good point because in other teams, only 3 players take finishes from the other teams. But in our team, all 4 of us can take more finishes, which is actually a good part. And hopefully, we can get the agile part out of him more other than the assaulting part. Let's see.
चलिए, वो तो वक्त ही बताएगा। बट 3 मैचेस में कहानी बहुत साधारण रही थी। 6 मैचेस में बेहतर हुई है, लेकिन टॉप 12 से अभी भी बहुत दूर चल रहे हो। आने वाले मैचेस के लिए क्या अलग हमें देखने को मिल सकता है मेटा निंजा की तरफ से?
We are just waiting for that one chicken dinner, that one momentum, because today 6 matches was a long stretch, so the momentum was slowly gaining, and the last match we ended on a good note, and we just need that one good momentum to carry us forward. I hope we get it. So.
होपफुली आने वाले समय में एक ऐसा मैच इन्हें मिल जाए जो इन्हें ज़रूरत है उस मोमेंटम के लिए। बट फिलहाल इन्हें आप सपोर्ट दिखाते रहिए, क्योंकि इन्हें अभी प्यार की बहुत ज़रूरत है उस ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में जम के लिए। बट एक्शन इसी तरीके से आप एंजॉय करते रहिए।
A dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dragon X suit. Get now.
सुबह सुबह चल
ध्रुव जी पैक्का होती है, डेडली डुओ तुम दोनों का।
अच्छा,
सही है।
हाँ, एक टाइम दो भाई।
आजा 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 आजा।
और ये हम लोग रश करने जा रहे हैं, देखते हैं कितने बंदे हैं रूम में। लेट्स सी कितने बंदे अटैक हो गया।
A few moments later.
लग रहा है कैंप कर रहा है।
पता चल गई स्ट्रेटजी लग रहा है।
किसी और के रूम में अटैक करके लग रहा कैम कर रहा है। शायद ना रहा होगा। और ये हम लोग दूसरे कंपाउंड पे आ चुके हैं। वाइट वॉकर्स पे अटैक करने वाले हैं हम लोग। लेट्स सी कितने ग्रेनेड कुक कर लो। फुट आ गया। आओ वाइट वॉकर्स पे अटैक करो। एक बंदे को नॉकआउट कर दिया, दूसरा खुद ही नॉकआउट है।
दूसरा कैंप कर रहे हैं गिली सूट पहन के।
एक टीम पे अटैक करने गए तो कैंप करके रूम ही नहीं खोला। एक फिनिश और मिला। वो ये तो डेंजर कैंप कर रहा है। आओ देखते हैं हमारे प्लेयर क्या कर रहे हैं। जल्दी आ जाओ। और ये देखो, ये तो अभी तक सोया हुआ है।
क्यों नहीं आ रहा गेम प्ले?
ये देखो, ये सीरियसनेस।
ऐसे बैठोगे प्लेन में?
ओए क्राफ्टिंग शुरू हो रहा है। ओए प्लेयर कट हो गया। कट। और चलो ये हम लोग नेक्स्ट टीम पे अटैक करते हुए। लेट्स सी फिनिक्स से कितने बंदे मिलते हैं हमें। आओ। शायद 2-2 का स्प्लिट है। और ये फिनिक्स के 2 बंदे पकड़ाते हुए 2 फिनिश मिल गया हमें। लेट्स सी।
क्या कर रहे हो विनोद?
नोटी हो रहा थे।
अरे यार
देखिए 4 चांद जब ओवरऑल स्टार्टिंग में लग जाते हैं ना तो कुछ इसी तरीके से स्माइल आपके चेहरे पे आती है। और क्यों ही ना हो, क्योंकि ओजी एक अलग ही पेस में चल रहे हैं सारे मैचेस में। एक कैसा लग रहा है, क्योंकि स्टार्टिंग के मैचेस मानो आपके अनुसार ही गया है, क्योंकि अभी आप बिल्कुल दूसरे दिन के बाद टॉप पे आ चुके हो।
मतलब वो तो पता था कि हम लोग अच्छा खेलने वाले, बट हमारा जो मेजर मिस्टेक्स होता था हमेशा कि मैचेस थ्रो करने वाला, जो हाथ के मैचेस हम थ्रो करे, जो कि इसमें भी इनिशियल फेजेस में हुआ है। कल भी हमने 2 मैचेस से थ्रो कर दिया और बस मतलब उस पर वर्क करना है। बाकी तो अपना गेम खेल रहे हैं, रिजल्ट का इतना सोचने क्योंकि क्वालिफाई स्टेज है, सबको पता है क्वालिफाई करना, तो हम भी हो ही जाएंगे
काफ़ी आराम से। अब आप तो मैं बोल सकता हूँ कि आप काफ़ी आसानी से हो जाने वाले हो, लेकिन उसके पीछे ना एक राज है। हम हमेशा एक लाइनअप पे देखते हैं डेडली डुओ, और वो डेडली डुओ हमें ओजी में काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से इस इवेंट में देखने को मिले। विज गॉड AKOP, इसके बारे में क्या कहना है?
विज और मैं बहुत टाइम से खेल रहे थे। इसका एक प्लस पॉइंट है कि मेरे को ज़्यादा कॉल नहीं देना पड़ता उसको कि करना क्या है, क्योंकि मैं एक हिंट भी दे दूंगा ना, वो रियलाइज़ कर जाएगा कि ये करने वाला है। तो बाकी बस हमको पीछे जो दोनों बंदे कभी अलाइव नहीं होते तो उनको शांत करना पड़ता है। तो हम लोग शांत, हमको पता है क्या करना है। तो हम लोग उस हिसाब से मतलब हमारा इतना बॉन्ड हो चुका है कि हमें पता है एक दूसरे बंदा वो क्या करने वाला, मैं क्या करना है। तो उससे बहुत मतलब फ़ायदा होता है। आजकल के टाइम पे बहुत सारी टीम्स टूट जाती है, बट वो एक मतलब लोगों को समझने चाहिए एक फेज़ होता है कि भाई अभी अच्छा नहीं खेले, क्वालिफाई नहीं है तो कोई बात नहीं, आगे हो जाएंगे। तो उससे क्या होता है, सिनर्जी बिल्ड होती है। सिनर्जी एक टाइम पे ऐसी बिल्ड हो जाती है कि तुमको कॉल देने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है कि भाई क्या करना है।
यस, वो टाइम के साथ मुझे लगता है बिल्ड होता है।
टाइम इज एवरीथिंग।
और वो फाइनली हमें AK और बाकी प्लेयर्स के बीच में भी देखने को मिला। बट एक ना सरप्राइज मैं आपको देता हूँ। सरप्राइज ये है, नहीं कुछ दे नहीं रहा, सवाल नहीं सरप्राइज है। सवाल ये रहने वाला है कि एक इंटरव्यू चल रहा था बैकएंड में अलग अलग प्लेयर्स के साथ, और उन सभी से पूछा गया कोई एक टीम बताओ जो आपके अनुसार इंटरनेशनल डिजर्व करते हैं, उनका परफॉर्मेंस उस तरीके से चल रहा है। मैक्सिमम टीम ने आपका नाम लिया है, इसके बारे में क्या कहना है?
मतलब सुन के तो बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है। बाकी वो लोग इसीलिए ये सब बोल रहे हैं क्योंकि हम अपना परफॉर्मेंस कंसिस्टेंटली दे रहे हैं, और ठीक है आगे भी ऐसा करेंगे, उनको सही प्रूफ करेंगे अगर वो ऐसा सोच रहे हैं तो।
मतलब थोड़ा अच्छा फील हुआ ये सुन के। बट देखिए अभी काम जो है आपका खत्म हुआ नहीं, अभी तो इनिशियल स्टेज चल रहा है और उसमें काम काफ़ी बेहतर हो चुका है। ये थे AKOP और इनका बहुत प्यारा आंसर हमने सुना। बट फिलहाल आप मैचेस एंजॉय करते रहिए। आज से ठीक 3 दिन पहले इस अपर ब्रैकेट की शुरुआत हुई थी। हमने सोचा था कंपटीशन कमाल का होगा, लेकिन यहां तो धमाल हो गया, क्योंकि वो टीम्स जिससे एक्सपेक्टेशन बहुत ज्यादा हाई थी वो अभी भी उस टॉप 12 के लिए मानो स्ट्रगल खत्म होने का नाम ही नहीं ले रहा है। अच्छी खबर यह है कि यहां से कोई एलिमिनेट नहीं होगा, लेकिन बुरी खबर यह है कि जो अपर ब्रैकेट की तरफ जाएंगे, जो कि हमारा क्वार्टर फाइनल होगा, क्वार्टर फाइनल में आने के बाद वो एलिमिनेशन का डर रहने वाला है, लेकिन जो सेमीफाइनल में जाएंगे उनके लिए वो एटलीस्ट एलिमिनेशन का डर नहीं है। हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का BGMI शोडाउन 2025, और आज रहने वाला है वो डे 4 जहां से डिसाइड होगा ये सारा माहौल। मैं रहने वाला आज के दिन में आपका होस्ट, और देखिए सिंपल सी कहानी है, एक दिन लास्ट बचा हुआ है, लेकिन 4 मौके मिलने वाले, और उन 4 मौकों को आप किस तरीके से इस्तेमाल करोगे, क्या एवरेजेस आप प्लान करके आ रहे हो, क्या डोमिनेशन आप इरादे करके आए हो, ये सारी चीज जानने के लिए आज का दिन करना होगा इंतजार, और ज्यादा इंतजार भी नहीं करना है, सीधा चलते हैं एनालिस्ट की तरफ, क्योंकि उनके पास बातचीत करने के लिए बहुत कुछ है। तो सीधा चलते हैं एनालिस्ट की तरफ।
थैंक यू सो मच रावण, एक बार फिर से देवी और सचिन स्वागत है आप सभी का। क्राफ्टन इंडिया ई स्पोर्ट्स प्रेजेंट्स बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया शोडाउन 2025। मेरा नाम है सॉल्टी, मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले मेरे प्रिय मित्र, मेरे बड़े भाई स्पीरो, जिनके साथ आज करने वाले हैं चर्चाएं, बिकॉज अपर ब्रैकेट्स का फाइनल डे आज आने वाला है। बहुत क्रूशियल डे रहने वाला है स्पीरो। सारी की सारी टीम्स अभी 4 मैच खेलने वाली है, एंड उनमें से टॉप 12 जाने वाले हैं सेमीफाइनल्स, एंड बॉटम 12 जाने वाले हैं क्वार्टर फाइनल्स। एक बार बिफोर वी जंप इनटू द कॉन्वर्सेशन स्पीरो, एक बार देख लेते हैं कि सारे के सारे बेहतरीन खिलाड़ी कौन है, टॉप 10 प्लेज जो हमारे हैं आपकी स्क्रीन के सामने। विक्टोरियस समस यहाँ पे आते हुए, गॉबलिन दिखे थे कल के दिन पे, बहुत ज्यादा उत्साहित। स्पीरो, क्या कहना है इस टीम के बारे में, क्या कहना है इस खिलाड़ी के बारे में?
ओह आई लव इट, जिस तरह से वो बिहेवियर वहां पे उनका देखने को मिला, और पूरे दिन में ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ क्लच के बाद, अगर वो जीत रहे हैं तब भी वो स्माइल है उनके चेहरे पे, वो हार रहे हैं तब भी वो स्माइल है उनके चेहरे पे। टीम सोल ने कल बहुत अच्छा खेला, और आज भी मुझे लगता है कि उसी एग्रेशन के साथ वो आगे बढ़ेंगे। बट कल एक कहते हैं ना ग्लिम्स थी ब्रिलियंस का, वो होप एक जो मिली है टीम गॉडलाइक को, वो भी काफी अच्छी थी। वो पंक ने जो 4 फ्रैग इस जगह पे निकाले, काफी बेहतरीन। खुद भी थोड़े से वो सिक चल रहे हैं, रिकवर कर रहे हैं, और अब उनकी टीम को रिकवरी की जरूरत है, बिकॉज आज के दिन में क्वालिफिकेशन दांव पे लगी हुई।
बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट रहने वाला है पहले की कुछ मुकाबले। ग्रुप सी आप बात कर रहे थे गॉडलाइक ईस्पोर्ट्स की, आज के दिन के आखिरी 4 मुकाबले खेलने वाले, तो उनके सामने टारगेट रहेगा सेट। बट टीम सोल की बात कर रहे थे तो जोकर का नाम लेना पड़ेगा, एंड इट्स वेरी सरप्राइजिंग स्पीरो जिस तरीके से टीम सोल खेल रहे हैं, बिकॉज इनके 3 जो असॉल्टर्स है 22-23 फ्रैग्स इंडिविजुअली इन्होंने अपने खाते में किया है। सो एवरी सिंगल प्लेयर इज परफॉर्मिंग टू देयर बेस्ट।
एब्सोल्युटली, एंड इवन आईजीएल नकुल के भी 14 फ्रैग्स हैं, तो सब अच्छा खेल रहे हैं कुल मिला के। फिर जोनाथन ने भी एक होप जरूर यहाँ पे बढ़ाई गॉडलाइक फैंस की, जिस तरह से उन्होंने ये क्लच करके दिखाया। नेट्स हमेशा ही कमाल रहते हैं जोनाथन के, बट विक्टोरियस समस सर्टेनली आउट ऑफ फॉर्म नजर आई कल के दिन में भी, और उनको भी वापसी करनी पड़ेगी आज के दिन में। बट चलिए, बातें बहुत हो चुकी हैं। निंजा बॉय का क्लच भी एक बार नजर देख लेते हैं, किस तरीके से उन्होंने यहाँ पे किया, एंड अब जो रिएक्शन स्पीड आपको पीछे ये शॉटगन का शॉट लगाते आएंगे, ओह ब्यूटीफुल। चलिए, निंजा बॉय ने तो अपना काम किया, अभी के लिए देखते हैं और स्टैंडिंग में उसका क्या नतीजा आता है। ट्रूरिपर्स ऑफ कोर्स नंबर 1 पे चल रहे हैं, 3 चिकन डिनर्स, बैलेंस बहुत अच्छा। बट सोल को देखिए, केवल 18 पोजीशन के पॉइंट्स हैं सॉल्टी, और वो सबको दिखा रहे हैं कि यार आप डोमिनेट करके सिर्फ फिनिशेस निकाल के भी क्वालिफाई हो सकते हो।
बैलेंस की जरूरत नहीं है, इम्बैलेंस के साथ भी आप उस जीत की दिशा में बढ़ सकते हो। और ओरंगुटान की अगर हम बात करें, 66 फिनिश पॉइंट्स इनके पास है, बट इनके तरफ से वो कंसिस्टेंसी नजर आ रही है। 35 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स, 101 इन टर्म्स ऑफ ओवरऑल। लॉस हर्मेनोस बहुत बढ़िया कर रहे हैं। फर्स्ट क्यूरियोसिटी, अनदर वन टीम जिन्होंने बहुत कमाल का कंसिस्टेंसी दिखाया है। बट ये दूसरे पन्ने पे गौर कीजिए स्पीरो, बिकॉज यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम्स बहुत ज्यादा आ जाती है। गैप की अगर हम बात करें, 15 अंक का जो ये डिफरेंस है एफएस ई स्पोर्ट्स और EVOX के बीच में, बहुत कुछ दाव में लगा हुआ है यहाँ पे, बिकॉज आपको टॉप 12 के अंदर आना है।
सबसे बड़ी बात जो आज के दिन में यही है कि कोई सानोक भी नहीं है, आपको एरांगल और मिरामार खेलने पड़ेंगे, और अगर आप उस मैप में अच्छे नहीं हैं तो फिर मुश्किलें आपकी थोड़ी और बढ़ सकती हैं। गॉसरिन फॉर एग्जांपल, आई थिंक उनका सबसे बेस्ट मैप अभी तक सानोक ही रहा है पोजीशन पॉइंट्स के हिसाब से देखा जाए। हालांकि मिरामार भी इतना बुरा नहीं है गॉसरिन का देखा जाए तो, बट टीम आर्यन के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि उनका तो फेवरेट मैप सानोक रहा है। अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स गोइंग ऑन, बहुत सारी सोच यहाँ पे आज रहेगी। बट इन टीम्स के लिए सॉल्टी जो थोड़ा सा ज्यादा नीचे हैं, आज शायद सिर्फ रिडेम्पशन आर्क है, जाइए अटैक कीजिए, फील कीजिए इस कंपटीशन को, बिकॉज आपको कल भी खेलना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि इतने अंक काफी नहीं।
डेफिनेटली, बट देवी और सज्जनों परफॉर्मेंस ग्राफ हमारे सामने आता हुआ जहां पे टॉप 4 या फिर शुरुआत की कुछ टीम्स के साथ हम कंपैरिजन यहां पे दिखा रहे। K9 Esports जो सबसे बड़ी डिफरेंस हमको नजर आ रही है कि लेट राइजर्स या फिर लेट ब्लूमर्स कह सकते हैं हम K9 Esports को। शुरुआत में परफॉर्मेंस उतना बढ़िया नहीं था, आप देखिए बहुत फ्लैट लाइन ग्राफ है, बट बाद में जाके वो राइज करता है। जबकि अगर आप बात करें TrueRippers का तो वो इनिशियली वो जंप हमको देखने को मिलता है, और जेली ने कह ही दिया था कि हम एक बार 100 पॉइंट का आंकड़ा टच कर जाते, उसके बाद तो हम अपने बस बाजुए खोलने वाले।
देखिए जेली की दुनिया है बहुत मस्त दुनिया, बट अभी के लिए एक बार अपर ब्रैकेट और लोअर ब्रैकेट के बीच में थोड़ा सा कंपैरिजन करते हुए देखते हैं कि वहां पे इस टाइम क्या चल रहा था और अभी इस टाइम क्या चल रहा है। अगर आप दोनों के बीच में कंपैरिजन देखेंगे ना तो ज्यादा कुछ डिफरेंस देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। डैमेज वाइज नेब्यूला का वो डैमेज ज्यादा है, 72 फिनिशेस हैं उनके पास, TrueRippers के पास 75 फिनिशेस। दोनों अपने अपनी जगह पे इस समय पे टेबल टॉपर्स हैं और काफी बेहतर प्रदर्शन भी किया है। TrueRippers ऑफ कोर्स 10 अंकों की लीड अभी है एंड दर्शाता है कि अपर ब्रैकेट के कंपटीशन में भी TrueRippers बहुत अच्छा खेल के गई।
डेफिनेटली कंपटीशन आगे बढ़ने के बावजूद TrueRippers जिस तरीके से अपना स्टेबिलिटी मेंटेन करते हैं वो सबसे लाजवाब। बिकॉज अगर आप देखिए तो बहुत सारी टीम्स जगह ढूंढने में तुली हुई है कि सर्कल के अंदर पहुंचा कैसे जाए। कुछ टीम्स अगर मैं नाम लूं उस प्रॉब्लम के साथ जूझ रही है। गॉड्स रेन विल बी वन ऑफ दोस प्रॉब्लम्स। अगर आप बात करो गॉड्स ओमेन भी कहीं ना कहीं वो जगह नहीं ढूंढ पा रहे, बट TrueRippers हमेशा अपने आप को सर्कल के बीच में प्राप्त करते हैं। ऑफ कोर्स जैसे कि जेली ने कहा था, ही वांट्स क्यूलमाओ, ही वांट्स हाइड्रो टू एक्चुअली गेट द MVP। मुझे लगता है कि ये शायद सच हो भी सकता है जिस हिसाब से हाइड्रो खेल रहा है।
आई थिंक बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं अभी तक तो, और आई डोंट वांट टू जिंक्स देम, इट्स टू सून टू से, बिकॉज़ अभी अपर ब्रैकेट ही चल रहा है, बहुत सारे स्टेजेस बाकी हैं। अभी के लिए शेड्यूल की तरफ चलते हैं और देखते हैं कि आज जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट दिन है अपर ब्रैकेट का वो कैसा खेला जाएगा। जैसा मैंने पहले बताया आज कोई स्टैंड ऑफ नहीं है, शुरुआत करेंगे हम मिरामार से।
जी हाँ, और ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर होने वाला है स्पीडो। सैनॉक का ना होना और इरांगल मिरामार 2 बार एक्स्ट्रा खेला जाना, इसका मतलब ये है कि आपको स्टेबिलिटी चाहिए, आपको कंसिस्टेंसी चाहिए, और वो 2 मैप्स जो BGMI के बेसिक मैप्स कहा जाता है उसमें आपको और बेहतर करके दिखाना पड़ेगा। ग्रुप इनिशियली हमने देखा था A और B खेलने वाले 2 मैच, फिर ग्रुप A थोड़ा सा विश्राम लेंगे, ग्रुप C उसके बाद 4 मुकाबले लगातार खेलने वाले। तो एक टीम रहेगी जिनके लिए ब्रेक्स रहेंगे, कुछ टीम्स रहेंगी जो टारगेट सेट करेंगे। ग्रुप ए की हम बात कर रहे थे, कुछ नाम यहाँ से है जो बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्म कर रहे, बीट जेनेसिस, बीट FSE स्पोर्ट्स। स्थिति इनके लिए थोड़ी सी सुधरती हुई, बट 8-bit आई थिंक वन ऑफ द टीम्स जहां से सिर्फ एक खिलाड़ी परफॉर्म करता हुआ जिनका नाम है एसपावर।
जी हाँ, बट देयर इज वन प्रॉब्लम देयर एज वेल, राइट, कि यहाँ पे ग्रुप ए में से सिर्फ 3 टीम्स हैं जो अभी के लिए काफी ऊपर देखने को मिलती हैं, बाकी टीम्स काफी पीछे हैं। तो ग्रुप ए थोड़ा स्ट्रगल तो कर रही है। और रही बात एसपावर की 52% कंट्रीब्यूशन अपनी टीम में, बाकी प्लेयर्स क्या कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, अभी वो भी एक सवाल उठता है। बिकॉज ना इक्वोनॉक्स वो फ्रैग्स निकाल पा रहे हैं, ना सोमराज फ्रैग्स निकाल पा रहे हैं। रेडन हमने चेंज भी देखा, बीस्ट को खेलते हुए भी देखा, तो देयर इज अ कंफ्यूजन गोइंग ऑन देयर एज वेल। सो बहुत कुछ दाव पे लगा हुआ है। और ग्रुप बी जैसा कि हमने अभी देखा, इन सारे प्लेयर्स को, इन सारी टीम्स को, उनके तो लगातार 4 मैचेस हैं, यानी कि उनको एक टारगेट सेट करके देना है अपने अपोजिशन को, बिकॉज वो पहले ही अपने 4 मैचेस यानी ओवरऑल अपने 16 मैचेस कंप्लीट कर लेंगे।
और कितना ब्लाइंड साइडेड रहेंगे आप सोचे, यहाँ पे कोई टारगेट्स उनके पास है नहीं। अभी अजम्पशंस पे जा रही कि शायद वो 100 मार्क हो सकता है, या फिर वो 95 हो सकता है, या फिर वो 90 हो सकता है। लो ब्रैकेट्स की कट ऑफ अगर हम देखें, स्टडी करें, 93 पॉइंट्स का कट ऑफ हुआ था टॉप 12 के लिए, बट अपर ब्रैकेट्स में कुछ भी हो सकता है। बिकॉज यहाँ पे हमने एक डिस्कशन भी किया था पहले, जहाँ पे ऊपर वाली टीम जो है अग्रेसिव जाएंगी, नीचे वाली टीम्स उनके लिए कुछ खोने के लिए है नहीं, और इन सब प्रॉब्लम्स के बीच में बीच वाली जो पैक है, मिडिल पैक है, उनके लिए स्ट्रगल्स बढ़ेंगे स्पीडो।
जी हाँ, बट प्रेडिक्शन आप देख ही सकते हैं नीचे, एंड काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है। आई सी अ लॉट ऑफ गॉड्स देयर, चाहे वो गॉड्स ओमन हो मेजी की तरफ से, या फिर गॉडलाइक हो एंकी बॉट की तरफ से, या फिर गॉड्स रेन हो मेरी तरफ से। तो आई सी अ लॉट ऑफ गॉड्स। इंजीनियर वाईटी गॉडलाइक के साथ हैं विपुल कुमार, जो हमारे रावण है, बता दूं उनका असली नाम है वो 8-bit के साथ जा रहे हैं। नीरज जो हमारे नेक्रो हैं, ये असली नाम लिखे हुए हैं यार, हमारे असली नाम नहीं लिखे हुए, बट नीरज सांगले यहाँ पे मेडल के साथ जा रहे हैं। जॉनी यहाँ पे K9 के साथ है, सॉल्टी और आईसी ऑफ कोर्स गॉडलाइक के साथ गए। कोई स्पेसिफिक कारण गॉडलाइक पिक करने का सॉल्टी?
मुझे लगता है गॉडलाइक हमेशा, स्पेशली पंक, आई थिंक एंडिंग स्टेजेस पे जब मुश्किल हालात हो जाते हैं ना, गॉडलाइक हमेशा कर दिखाते हैं कि हाँ देखो हम यहाँ पे मौजूद है। शुरुआत में शायद आपको डोमिनेट नहीं करते हुए देख सकते, बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे हमेशा उनको पता रहता है कि कैसे वो सिचुएशन उभरते हुए आगे बढ़ना है। जोनाथन अच्छा खेल रहे, दैट इज अ गुड न्यूज। पंक कल के दिन पे अच्छा चले, दैट इज ऑल्सो गुड न्यूज। सिम हैज बीन सॉलिडिफाइंग हिज पोजीशन इन द टॉप इन द प्लेइंग 4 एज वेल। तो शायद अगर ये प्लेइंग 4 सेट हो जाए, मे बी गॉडलाइक कर दिखाएंगे टॉप 12 में?
यार अभी तक जितना भी हमने देखा है ना, देयर इज वन प्रॉब्लम विद गॉडलाइक, एवरीवन प्लेड वेल इंडिविजुअली। एज अ टीम अभी तक वो गेम नहीं देखने को मिला। जब क्लच निकालने की बारी आई तो पक ने भी निकाला, जॉनथन ने भी निकाला, सिम्प ने भी वो करके दिखाया, देन सिम्प को बेंच कर दिया गया, गॉडजी को लाया गया। तो अभी भी बहुत कंफ्यूजन चल रही है टीम के अंदर। एडमिनो का चलना भी बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट वहां पे सॉल्टी। तो आई होप कि आज वो अपने सारी प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व करके वापस आए। सेम चीज गॉड्स रेन के लिए जी, इज दैट पैसिव अप्रोच गोना मेक देम द चैंपियंस दैट दे वांट टू बी और मेक देम क्वालिफाई फॉर सेमीज? दैट्स अ क्वेश्चन। तो गॉड्स रेन के साथ मेरे ख्याल से ये जो सारे क्वेश्चंस है ना, उसके जवाब पाने के लिए चलते हैं स्टेज पे, बिकॉज डेस्ट्रो इज देयर विद रावण।
थैंक यू सो मच एनालिस्ट। जी हाँ, मेरे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं डेस्ट्रो, द ट्रॉफी मैग्नेट। देखिए, ट्रॉफी मैग्नेट का जो खिताब है ना, वो बिना चिकन डिनर के साथ आपने प्राप्त किया था, डोमिनेट किया था। यहाँ पे चिकन डिनर आ रहा है, लेकिन वो फिनिशेस का तड़का नहीं लग रहा है डेस्ट्रो की तरफ से।
मतलब ऐसा कुछ हम ट्राई नहीं कर रहे कि फिनिशेस ना लें। वी हैव जस्ट प्लेड, आई वुड से बैड बीजीएमआई खेला है हमने पिछले कुछ दिनों में, एंड विल ट्राई आज हम बढ़िया करें।
खुश और उम्मीदें बहुत ज्यादा रहती है डेस्ट्रो जब भी आप लॉबी पे उतरते हो। बट अगेन 3 चिकन डिनर, उसके बाद भी 12वें स्थान पे, ये उम्मीद तो आपसे बिल्कुल नहीं थी, क्योंकि शुरुआत हुई थी 10वें स्थान, फिर 5वें स्थान पे आए और अब बिल्कुल बाउंड्री में जाके बैठे हो। आज क्या अलग करोगे?
नहीं, ऐसा जितना कुछ सोच के नहीं आते हैं, हमें अपना नेचुरल गेम ही खेलना है। जितना कम मिस्टेक्स हो सके वो हम ट्राई करेंगे करने की। रैंक से फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता, हम बुरा खेल के भी टॉप 12 में चल रहे हैं, अच्छा खेलेंगे तो ऊपर आ जाएंगे।
प्रेशर तो थोड़ा सा फील हो रहा होगा डेस्ट्रो, आप कैमरा में ज़रूर थोड़ा सा वो छुपा रहे, बट अंदर की भावनाएं तो थोड़ी सी बताइए कि क्या चल रहा है मन में, क्योंकि आज सिर्फ इरांगल मिरामार है। सैनहॉक में आप काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग थे, लेकिन उस मैप के बिना आज क्या अलग हम उम्मीद कर सकते हैं डेस्ट्रो से?
नहीं, आई डोंट थिंक सो। कोई प्रेशर नहीं है, प्रेशर नाम की चीज़ ही नहीं है। हमारी टीम का स्टार्टिंग से यही माइंडसेट रहता है, 4 मैचेस हो, 10 मैचेस हो, डज नॉट मैटर, हमें अपना बेस्ट देना है। हमारे 2 दिन अच्छे नहीं गए, बट डज नॉट मैटर, विल गिव अवर बेस्ट टुडे।
देखिए, डेस्ट्रो की यही तो खासियत है कि कितने भी प्रेशर में क्यों ना हो, इसी तरीके के रिप्लाईज आते हैं। आखिरी क्वेश्चन, रॉबिन कितना हेल्प करे, क्योंकि यहाँ से जो स्टेज है बहुत ऊपर तक आपको लेके जाने वाला है।
नहीं, बिकॉज अभी हम स्टेज पे होते हैं, हम मैचेस नहीं देख सकते, तो वो बाहर स्टडी कर रहा होता है, देख रहा होता है, तो वो छोटे छोटे इनपुट्स जो होते हैं वो आके दे देता है। दैट रियली हेल्प्स अस।
ओबियसली है, क्योंकि आप मैच खेल रहे होते हैं। बट देखिए, मैच अभी बहुत जल्दी स्टार्ट होने वाले थे। ये थे डेस्ट्रो, जो कि अभी बहुत ज़्यादा काम एंड कंपोज है, क्योंकि इनका मैच लगातार चले। फिर अभी करते हैं जर्नी की शुरुआत, सीधा चलते हैं हमारे कास्टर्स की तरफ, क्योंकि वो पूरी तरीके से तैयार है पहले मैच के लिए।
It's the final day for the upper brackets, and as we know, no Sanhawks will be played, which means all the teams that were doing pretty solid on the map of Sanhawk will start to struggle. But hey, for the day, I'm going to be your caster. John alongside with me on the panel. It's Icy Baby 1-2, and I see, as we know, no Sanhawks are now going to be played, which means for teams like God's Reign, AX, they're going to struggle quite a bit, maybe.
Well, as you can see as well here, you know, I think when it comes to the final map episode, when it comes to deciding whether or not it's a tactical gameplay or it's just leaving it at a game of chance, which in this case, a lot of people have been talking about Sanhawk being that particular wildcard factor here. I feel like it's fair enough to give everyone some sort of equal chance to actually fight for a little bit more macro or a little bit more strategically in terms of how they want to approach these fights here. But all things considered here, the teams look good. Most of the teams I've seen had a little bit of a side report here coming from some of the teams. But it feels like there are some teams that are intentionally not wanting to play well, so it might shake things up a little bit here. Maybe saving up a little bit of strats here. I'm talking about TrueRippers.
Interesting. I mean, for TrueRippers, they've already made the climb, so it makes a lot of sense. Why would you want to reveal your more tricks and trades? It's better to just keep things a little bit passive, a little bit mellow, just go with the flow. And I had a conversation with Keo too a while ago, and the man was mentioning, we're not even going to care about anything today. We're just going to try to go aggressive, and let's see how the lobby's going to be functioning.
Dude, we have the same source. Keo is the one that's telling me as well. He told me that today they want 0 points just because they're superstitious and they don't want to be on the #1 spot. They want to be at least on number 3 so that, you know, they somewhat win the entire tournament. That's what he was telling me. So I don't know where you're getting your info, but if Keo told you that and Keo told me that, who's lying?
Well, maybe that's one of the main things that Kyo's eyeing out for, right? If they're just going all guns blazing, if they're just showcasing blind aggression, maybe they will be eliminated with 0 points. Maybe that's one of the strategies that TrueRippers wants to have. But yeah, another team that we need to talk about is also going to be K9 Esports, right? Recently, we have been seeing a big up in their performance, and that was the K9 Esports we all wanted to see. And speaking of the teams on the latter half of the board, I see there's still so many big names like Metal Esports, Reckoning Esports, NINZA, and still the performance is lacking so much.
Yeah, and when it comes to performances like that here, I feel like when it comes to the point systems on whether or not how close the cutoff is going to be looking like in the top 12 here, lower brackets was somewhere around 87 points. But I feel like based on how close the teams can get, this 4 games is going to be very, very important for teams in particular who has the upper hand of playing the games first. So teams that is playing finishing their remaining 4 matches quicker will have the luxury of just sitting back, whereas the later stages is the one. I mean, like the 2 teams, the group that has to play the last 2 games later has a possibility of being sniped off. So that's going to be a little bit of a targeting things that may or may not happen here. But let's take a look at the 2 star players here. We have WizGod as well as Viper with some amazing stats. These are the 2 highest mechanically skilled players coming into this upper bracket.
Pretty much tied up in the stats as well, right? 24 finishes for Viper, 24 finishes for WizGod as well. For OG, it's a whole different thing. This team is on a consistent level, and OG knows how to perform no matter what sort of stage you put this banner in. And back towards the main conversation around the latter half of the board, right? We did see Marcos Gaming as well yesterday pull off that one decent game, but we all know, given the spot Marcos Gaming is in, just one single game's not going to make the difference.
Yeah.
I saw your prediction. You went with Hero Xtreme Godlike, and it seems like you are believing in them.
That's the thing about Hero Xtreme Godlike, right? Like, they are just in 2025 itself, besides BMPS not qualifying for grand finals or LAN event, every single time they play, they have always put on a show. They have always put on a journey where they will play as many matches as possible to get comfortable. And I feel like as much as I want to see them in semifinals, but my secondary feeling feels like they just want to play more games.
I mean, to be honest, if you're going to head on towards the quarterfinals, yes, you will get your hands on a few more games, but to be honest, we all know, usually the elimination stage is the most sweatiest stage, and you would not want to be part of it. And let's be honest, even from the elimination stage, which is going to be the quarterfinals, 12 teams will be eliminated too, so you would not want to be a part of that. But without wasting any more time, let's head on towards the first game.
Well, let us kick things off in the map of Miramar here for the final day of the upper bracket. Who is going to be heading into the semifinals and who is going to be heading into towards the quarterfinals and playing tomorrow? It all comes down to this final day itself here. Game 1, and right from the get-go, you can see the flight path is going to be coming in from the south side of the map itself and then ending on towards the northwest corner of the map. So that means a pretty southwestern shift here for all these teams, and it seems like we are going to be expecting some sort of rotations here coming in from God's Reign to head towards Los Leonas. I'm not exactly sure.
Now, God's Reign usually drops towards Impala, so for God's Reign, it's definitely going to be a tough stretch. Maybe get a bit of that stretch around Puerto Paraiso and Impala as well, get their hands on a few vehicles, take that pit stop. That's what the game plan's going to be. You've also got EVOX heading towards Puerto Paraiso. You can see the boys, PMWI, Jill, and even Omen is right over there. And even BotArmyEsports heading towards that military, or the prison island, that's what I mean to say. For BotArmyEsports, they've taken a bit of that pit stop, probably get their hands on the vehicles and the weaponry as well. For OG, they like to drop around the entirety of Chumacera, and you see OG once again around that same spot. But this time, OG's with a bit of that split. I think he's all the way up north. You've got Aru right next to him, and then WizGod and AKOP inside of Chumacera. But look at the circle. A complete southern tilted circle, which means we are up for a great start.
Wow, this is a very tricky situation to play in as well here, but of course, Partona is going to be in play in this zone as well, which again, I don't think a lot of teams are going to be heading towards Partona just because of the fact that the circle will most likely shift out of it. There is a small percentage that it will head down south, but the moment you commit into towards Partona, it's pretty much a death sentence just because of the fact that even to rotate back to Man Island, it's not going to give you a lot of options. So that is a good sign for any potential Reds looking to get some sort of position points and safety net. Persona is the way to go, which I don't think we are going to be seeing this solo gameplay rather early. But of course, when we talk about circles like this also indicates that Los Leones is going to be in play as well. We saw a couple of Los Leones finishes this upper brackets itself. And those mountain terrains on the southeast corner of Los Leones has proven to be a good success for EVOX yesterday as well. So I think after EVOX finished looting up on Puerto Paraíso, they might prioritize on those mountain terrains again.
Let's see, though. I mean, as of now, there's so many teams around them. There's also God's Reign, there's 4TR, even Genesis Esports around that same fray. And I'm pretty sure EVOX is one of those teams that's going to try to avoid the early game scuffle. And somewhere down the line, I do feel like the zone's going to be shifting around the southern side of Los Leones. That's where maybe the end is also going to be. OG towards the top left, off the circle. And for OG towards Chumacero, luckily enough, they're uncontested. And even in the nearby proximity, I do not see anyone. Things looking good in Tandy. For God's Reign, just barely hanging on the cliff on the 12th spot. God's Reign as well, they need a lot of those elimination points. And the placement points, they're doing pretty good, but the elimination points is where they're lacking.
Yeah, that's going to be a thing, right? Like, God's Reign, they have gotten a couple of chicken dinners here and there, which gets them in towards the top 7. But the problem is, their chicken dinners wasn't like super crazy impressive, right? Like, they get 10 points, you know, they got a few finishes here and there, it's great. But what about the games that they did not get the chicken dinners? Those were games that they were struggling the most. So I feel like God's Reign, they have had their baby steps of fixing the things that they need to be fixed. But now it's just being consistent, right? So when we talk about cutoffs, what's the potential number? 89 personally for me.
Okay.
I gave 89. Once you hit 89, you're pretty much safe. You're guaranteed. So I would say for God's Reign, at least one more good game, and they should be in the clear.
I personally think it's going to be around 94.
Oh, that's pretty hard.
That's what I think. Because in the lower brackets, we did see a bit of that vacuum just from the upper half of the board, right? And the lower half was struggling to get those points, and still we did see the cutoff head on 90+. And over here, we're not seeing that vacuum anymore from the top teams. Yeah, TrueRippers was doing fantastic, but we all know what exactly Keo mentioned. He does not want to be a part of the first spot anymore. He wants to give away a few points today.
He wants to be on top 3. I don't know why. He was just eyeing for it. You know what? I want TrueRippers to be on top 3. That's it. That's all I want. and in my mind, I was like, dude, he was praying. He was literally praying as well while making a vlog with Maisie.
So, history's been a testament. All the teams that have ruled the league stages, they've never been the one to win the grand finals.
Fair enough.
So maybe that's one of the superstitions the man's going with, I guess. And if that's the case, well, I guess it makes sense. He just wants to pretty much avoid all of the bad luck.
Yeah, he was saying as well today, I want 0 points. I was like, what? Okay, you know, you do realize like MVP is also in the play, even though it doesn't really count on towards your finish points, but
hey, it's all about that global championship slot, right?
Fair enough.
It's not like you're going to get the global championship slot by getting the MVP. Instead, you will get it by being the champions of the Showdown 2025. And that's what all these teams are eyeing out for as well.
Okay, see. Based on the finish feed, seems like we are going to be having a little bit of a rehost in this game. So it makes a lot of sense. Things was getting a little bit too slow and not much action happening. So I guess that's happening.
Every time, whenever we see a good zone, that's when the rehost happens. Even in the past, on one of the maps of Miramar, where we were almost on the verge of heading towards those 2 islands, the rehost happened. And right now as well, the zone was pretty much down south. The rehost just happens like that. This was probably one of the best games that we could have seen, but unfortunately, maybe a few issues going on in the back end.
Yeah, definitely. I think jitters definitely plays a factor as well in scenarios like this. And I think when it comes to a map like today itself, getting into the top 12, is it important?
Yeah.
Yes, because you definitely need a rest. Because in this entire format of BMSD, it is a very brutal format for all the teams if they play too many games, because they will get worn out. They are going to get fatigued as well. And I think especially this recent past 3 days where groups has been shuffling for between A, B, and C, where they have to play 6 games in a row. So it is going to burn them out. It is going to eventually wean on the mental aspect of the game. So this is an opportunity here for BMSD to train this kind of mentality. but not every single player is used to this kind of environment. It's a very, very harsh competitive environment here.
And that's the thing, right? The bottom 12 teams are going to be heading on towards the quarterfinals,
Yeah.
which means no breaks.
Which they have to play
continuously
tomorrow.
play games, exactly. Which also means it might just be a factor that they might just be worn out, as you mentioned, probably burnt out as well. But it's also a factor that a lot of these teams are also happy to play back-to-back games, and they say that we have a solid momentum if we keep on playing the games. We're also in touch, we're also in the practice. So a lot of these teams would like to play those extra games as well.
Yeah, I think it comes down to its representation of what momentum is, right? When we talk about sprinting and we're talking about a long marathon, sprinting means that you want to give your entire full focus of energy, you know, going all in for the first 100 meter for the fastest amount of time. But when a marathon, you can't really do that. So I would say not everybody is superhuman, but only time will tell. But for now, let us jump into an interview right now. Well, I thought we were going to have a little bit of interview here.
We got pranked by our producer.
Yeah, we got pranked for sure. But yeah, anyways, here you go. There's an interview right now on screen.
तो वक्त के साथ एक जगह फिर से वो एक साथ आ ही जाते हैं। ऐसी कुछ कहानी रही है जेनेसिस के लिए और ग्रेविटी मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके थे कि लाइनअप की थोड़ी स्टोरी बताइए। पहले आप अलग अलग रास्ते चले गए, फिर एकदम से इस इवेंट से ही कुछ समय पहले वो वापस से सारे भाई मिल चुके और काफ़ी अच्छा रन चल रहा है अभी तक आपका।
नहीं देखिए, ऐसा है कि मतलब मेरा तो ऐसा है वाइपर के साथ कि जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था वाइपर से, क्योंकि 3-3.5 साल हो रहा हूँ जब वाइपर के साथ खेल रहा हूँ, तो मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि जब भी मैं जीतूँ एटलीस्ट तो मैं उस टाइम वाइपर मेरे साथ ही हो।
ओके,
तो मैं ये एक चीज़ चाहता हूँ। बाकी वही है कि कुछ चीज़ें बीच में वर्क नहीं करी थी जिसकी वजह से हमें अलग होना पड़ा, बट वो भी पता था कि साथ में आना ही है। तो वही है कि बस बिछड़ेंगे अभी तो, लेकिन बाद में साथ में आ ही जाएंगे
क्योंकि मंजिल एक ही है, वो ट्रॉफी उठाना है। बट एट द सेम टाइम देखिए, डे 1 से डे 2 की जो कहानी रही है, ग्रेविटी से एक्सपेक्टेशन बहुत ज़्यादा है, स्पेशली हंटर जिस फॉर्म में चल रहे थे, वो स्पार्क थोड़ा ना मिसिंग लग रहा है अभी। इसके पीछे का कारण क्या है?
इसके पीछे कारण हम लोग ने थोड़ा प्ले स्टाइल फिर से चेंज करा है, क्योंकि आप लोग ने देखा होगा बीच में कि हम लोग बहुत ज़्यादा सेंट्रिक खेल रहे थे।
ओके,
तो अभी हम लोग ज़्यादा मारने फोकस कर रहे हैं और एज गेम पे फोकस कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि बहुत सारे गेम्स में ऐसा होता है कि हर मैच सेंटर तो मिलता नहीं। तो एज गेम पे ज़्यादा फोकस कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जब एज गेम से फिर गेम बनाना होता है ना, तो बहुत सारी कॉलिंग्स, बहुत सारी स्ट्रैटेजीज़, वो सब चीज़ें लगती हैं। तो उसको हम लोग अभी अच्छा कर रहे हैं। वो जब अच्छा हो जाएगा तो फिर वापस स्पार्क दिखने को मिलेगा आपको।
देखिए, ये कारण हो सकता है ना, क्योंकि एलिमिनेशन यहाँ से नहीं है, तो ये माइंड में तो आ रहा होगा ना कि जो एक्सपेरिमेंट करना इन्हीं फेजेस में कर ले, क्योंकि एलिमिनेट तो नहीं हो रहे। ऐसा चल ये थॉट आ रहा है आपको?
नहीं, ऐसा कोई थॉट नहीं है, क्योंकि हमें पता है कि हम चाहे जैसा खेलें, कि अगर हम लोग एच भी खेल रहे हैं तो इतने पॉइंट्स एटलीस्ट निकाल लेंगे तो यहाँ से क्वालिफाई हो जाए। तो इतना कुछ बीटी है नहीं अभी के लिए।
बट आने वाले मैचेस के लिए क्या उम्मीदें आपसे कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि अभी भी जो कट ऑफ की बात हो रही है उसके आसपास ही आप चल रहे हो और कुछ भी हो सकता है यहाँ से।
बस वही है, कल से अभी जितना एग्रेसिव खेलने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं वो चीज़ वर्क नहीं कर रही है, तो थोड़ा सा कम एग्रेशन करेंगे, थोड़ा जोन पे ज़्यादा फोकस करेंगे। लेकिन वही रहेगा कि जोन के आसपास जितने भी टीम्स रहेंगे उनको ऑब्वियसली मारने का भी ट्राई करेंगे।
देखिए, ध्यान से रहिए, क्योंकि ग्रेविटी हो सकता है कि आपको कुछ अलग देखने को मिले उन मैप्स में। एक्शन इसी तरीके से चलने वाले हैं, आप मैचेस एंजॉय करते रहिए।
ब्रेक के बाद आप सभी का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है। एंड मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि एक टेक्निकल इशू की वजह से थोड़ा सा डिले जरूर चल रहा है, एक रिहोस्ट हुआ है, बट अगला जो मुकाबला है काफी जल्दी शुरू होगा। मेरे साथ फिर से इस बार सॉल्टी जुड़ चुके हैं। सॉल्टी, हम पिछली बार जब आए थे तो बात करने का मौका थोड़ा सा कम मिला था, इस बार हमारे पास बहुत टाइम है, बात कर सकते हैं आराम से। एंड डेस्टो के इंटरव्यू के बारे में बात करते हैं। एंड ही इज लाइक के ठीक है यार, फिनिशेस भले ही हमारे कम आए हैं, लेकिन वी स्टिल गॉट सम चिकन डिनर्स, वी स्टिल फीलिंग गुड, टीम में मोटिवेशन है और वो अच्छा खेल रहे हैं।
आई थिंक डेस्ट्रो स्पेशली गॉड्सरेन एज एन ओवरऑल टीम अगर हम बात करें सबसे ज़्यादा कंट्रोल्ड नजर आई है जब उनके पास सर्कल है। हमेशा इंग्लिश टेस्ट में भी मैं ये चर्चा करता हूँ कि अगर डेस्ट्रो के पास सर्कल है वो हमेशा उस सर्कल को डिफेंड कर लेंगे। मुश्किल तब होती है जब सर्कल इनसे दूर चला जाता है और मुझे लगता है कि गॉड्सरेन एज एन असॉल्टर्स वो जगह पे नहीं पहुंच पाता। आई थिंक दोज आर द थिंग्स जो डेस्ट्रो को फिक्स करना पड़ेगा। बाकी तो इंटरव्यू में बहुत ज्यादा काम नजर आया। आई थिंक दैट कामनेस विल रिजल्ट टू परफॉर्मेंस टुडे।
देखिए, डेस्ट्रो हमेशा अंदर से काम होते हैं और थोड़ा सा एंगर भी उनके साथ साथ ही चलता है, बट अभी के लिए फेस ऑफ कराते हैं दो ऐसी टीम्स का जो अभी के लिए डिसेंट भी खेल रही है बट स्ट्रगल भी कर रही है एट द सेम टाइम। एक तरफ गॉड्सरेन, दूसरी तरफ 8-bit। फिनिशर्स के मामले में 8-bit ने ज्यादा फिनिशर्स निकाले हैं ऑफ कोर्स, बट मेजॉरिटी ऑफ देम इज एस पावर। यार 52% एस पावर के फिनिशर्स है 8-bit में। एक बार गॉड्सरेन की हाइलाइट्स की तरफ नजर डालते हैं। डेल्टा पीजी डिसेंट फॉर्म में चल रहे हैं ये सारे खिलाड़ी। जस्टिन ने ये जो मूवमेंट बनाया था ये काफी क्रेजी साबित हुआ था उनकी टीम के लिए। हालांकि ऐसे बहुत सारे और मूवमेंट्स हर एक प्लेयर को बनाने पड़ेंगे।
डेफिनेटली। और मुझे लगता है कि जिस हिसाब से चिकन डिनर्स आ रहे गॉड्स रेन का, वो 4 फिनिश 5 फिनिश के चिकन डिनर्स गॉड्स रेन को अभी स्टैक अप करना पड़ेगा। हमने देखा था सबसे ज्यादा चिकन डिनर शायद गॉड्स रेन के पास, ये 3 विनर विनर चिकन डिनर। आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ अपर ब्रैकेट में कोई और टीम है जिनके पास है, बट 8 बिट की अगर आप बात करें प्योरली फिनिश बेस्ड गेम प्ले, स्पेशली विद एस पावर, कल के दिन पे चलते दिखे, बट क्या आज पूरी टीम चल पाएगी, वो एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल। और मेजॉरिटी ऑफ दीज हाइलाइट्स आपको लगेगा कि शायद एस पावर का मोन्टाज चल रहा है यहाँ पे फिलहाल के लिए, तो बट ना, दिस इज टीम 8 बिट इन देयर एग्रेसिव फॉर्म। बहुत अच्छा कर सकते हैं, इनफैक्ट इससे भी और आगे जा सकते हैं, बट इट्स ऑल अबाउट कंपोजर।
एब्सोल्युटली। आई मीन टीम 8 बिट को भी चिकन डिनर चाहिए, जैसे गॉडसेन ने 3 निकाले, TrueRippers के पास 3 हैं, तो थोड़ा सा अगर वो अग्रेशन के साथ खेलेंगे या फिर अपना स्टेबिलिटी के साथ भी खेलेंगे तब भी और बेहतर ये टीम कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि पास में भी हमने इनको अच्छा करते देखा है। बट सॉल्टी टू बी ऑनेस्ट, कुछ तो गड़बड़ हुई है, मतलब देयर इज समथिंग रॉन्ग विद 8 बिट, क्योंकि जिस तरह से वो पहले खेलते थे, डोमिनेट करते थे लॉबीज के अंदर, मिरामार में तो कोई उनके पास भी नहीं आ पाता था, वैसा टूर्नामेंट अभी तक नहीं गया है। मे बी इट्स टू अर्ली, एडजस्ट अभी तक किया नहीं है उन्होंने इस टीम के साथ दोबारा से, क्योंकि पिछला टूर्नामेंट भी इतना कुछ खास नहीं था। बट फाइनली एक मौका मिला है, और सबसे बड़ा मौका है, ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप ऑन द लाइन। सोमराज को अपना साम्राज्य फिर से खड़ा करना पड़ेगा।
यू नो, बहुत एक सरप्राइजिंग फैक्ट है कि जब पिछली बार शोडाउन हुआ था उस टाइम पे सोमराज एक बहुत टॉप कंटेंडर थे। सोमराज इज स्टिल अ टॉप कंटेंडर इन 2025, बट नाउ उनके साथ जो खेल रहे थे अब वो कहीं दिखाई नहीं देते। देखना पड़ेगा क्या टीम 8 बिट को लेके एक बार फिर से वो जा पाएंगे। बट देवी और सज्जनों, कास्टर्स की तरफ बढ़ेंगे। मैच इज रेडी फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू गाइस।
It's quite a solid point brought up by the analyst, right? Inside of 8-bit, it's just S-Power who's currently fragging out with a finish contribution rate of 52%. Absolutely insane. And while you speak of Equinox, Somraj, none of these guys were able to pop off.
Yeah, and it is very, very unfortunate as well, but we did catch a glimpse onto a Z-God, and now from the perspective of Shoop from Reckoning, these are one of the star players coming in towards this upper bracket so far. They have been performing absolutely out of their minds, and I'm curious to see whether or not do they have what it takes to get themselves in towards the top 12, into the semi-finals here, because now we're officially going to be beginning the first game of today for the final days of the upper brackets in the map of Miramar.
Plane's now going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards the opposite side, which is Oasis. This plane flap had tilted towards the right side of the map, which means if the teams do want to move in towards left, for example, El Pozo, Chimacera, even La Trilliera, or even Montenuevo, now that's going to be a bit of a tough stretch. Back towards the conversation of 8-bit that I was having. As I mentioned, S-Power's just single-handedly carrying this team on the back, and a while ago you also brought up 4TR. And speaking of 4TR, man, this team is doing terrible. They need a lot of points on the board. Currently on the last page in the overall standings, that's got to sting.
Oh boy, it's just really unfortunate as well, because when Z-God was playing first day 1, day 2, he was popping off like he was ready to play with the best of the best, and then suddenly things just turned for south here for 4TR real quickly, and it's kind of weird, but it's kind of expected as well, considering that this is the upper brackets for a reason, right? It is one of the best in the countries all gathered here, and they do mean business a little bit. So now, seems like the flight path is going to be a little bit different compared to just now and before the rehost. It is going to be a little bit more balanced to actually shift for all the teams to hit the west as well as the east side. So I don't think we are going to be seeing any kind of drop clashes once more. I might be wrong though, because did I see Meta, NINZA, Likitha Esports, and Genesis heading down southwest?
Yeah.
So are we going to see a little bit of gunfight there? That's going to be the question.
Definitely a possibility, but luckily enough for Poco, he's got his hands on the vehicle already. And once again, the same pattern repeats itself. The plane fly path on the right side, the zone forming on the left. Genesis Esports, as of now, fourth him. Viper's found himself in such an awkward spot. But also keep this thing in mind, Viper's being the best performing player for Genesis Esports. Let's look at the Esports now. For them, XOXO needs to try and fight back. And how does this happen? XOXO was almost on the verge of shutting down those two players, but it's fine. They've got the cavalry, and this time it's quite quick. Likitha Esports, team play on point. The communication, it was on point as well.
My goodness, Viper tried to go for a super jump on towards the side, immediately got shut down. Very, very unfortunate. The idea was good. Unfortunately, Likitha Esports just had the manpower for that. So Genesis is going to be starting things off on a handicap right from the get-go. Meanwhile, Marcos Gaming going to be taking a couple shots on towards 8-bit, but no connection so far. As it seems like Marcos Gaming is going to be looking to try and ruin somebody's game just for today. Or are they going to play a little bit passive here? Because eventually, again, in the upper brackets, teams in the bottom half don't get eliminated. So we'll see how things go.
So let's be honest or realistic on one thing. The teams in the bottom four, they're going to move towards the quarterfinals no matter what.
Yeah.
And they're going to face off against the teams from the lower brackets who qualify towards the quarterfinals.
Well,
that's going to happen no matter what.
Well, mathematically, they're not out yet. So if we were to say the highest earn point in a single game with 4 matches remaining for Marcos Gaming, the highest so far currently is 31 points. So Chicken Dinner and 21 finishes currently held by Seoul. If they get 4 games of 31 points, well, technically they sneak into the upper bracket. So
4 games of 31 points?
Yeah, sure.
Now that's a different level of optimism, my friend.
Hey, man. Sometimes in life, you gotta dream big. You know? You gotta dream big.
Yeah, but that's the thing. In Marcos Gaming scenario, they can only dream, right? They cannot actually make it come through.
Hey, there is a possibility, man. We gotta be optimistic.
Cool, I guess.
Like, before we send the first man onto the moon, we once dreamed that we will walk on the moon. And guess who did that? Neil Armstrong.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I guess just for you, I will be optimistic and maybe change my statement a little bit. So I would say maybe the bottom 4 are going to head on towards the quarterfinals. And we all know, inside of quarterfinals, it's going to be extremely sweaty. The teams from the lower brackets, they've got a statement to make. And if they do dominate the teams from the upper brackets, it's just going to make them feel even better before moving towards the semifinals. But hold on to that thought. 4TR, they clashed their vehicles against the compounds of Likitha Esports. XOXO, the man sitting in the corner, just waiting for someone to walk in that doorway. And the moment that happens, maybe XOXO will find himself on the advantage, but his position's already revealed. And Likitha Esports, they do kick things off, but an instant trade follows up. 4TR, they're playing this game fantastically well and paying his life from the far fray. He finds the second knock as well. Likitha Esports, they were not really up close and personal, and that's why now they're getting systematically dismantled. As Payne is live, he finds the second finish, and the last man of Likitha, he needs to run away and play for safety.
Yeah, he's going to be on the run here. Phoenix Live is not too happy. The day was crashed. He almost gets the knock, but now he needs to go in for the reload magic. He's bobbing and weaving his way through. He needs to get out, and he's going to be A-OK. But Likitha Esports has pretty much lost their chance of trying to make it towards the top 2 in this scenario here. But all things considered, it's not the end of the world. They've got 2 finishers in the bag, and it seems like we have a rehost coming in. So Likitha Esports is gotta be very happy that they get a second chance in this game again.
I know, right? And 4TR, they were looking so good in that fight.
Oh, boy.
Somehow, they were on the verge of coming out on top, and this start could have actually gave them a massive boost in the overall standings. And not just that, even a boost in the confidence. But now, all the efforts down the drain because it's going to be rehost. Probably potential issues going on, and maybe that was one of the main reasons why 4TR just rolled Likitha Esports.
Hey, all things considered here, you know the 2 teams that has a little bit of a sigh of relief here? NoNx Esports and, of course, 4TR Official. This is 100%. 4TR Official, they still have a shot here to actually make it in the upper brackets. The semifinals, but for Genesis, I think they're already okay, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, before now, hey, we need to go back to the analysts and let's see what they've got to say. Maybe they've got a few insights on what exactly happened in that game.
इस बार देवी और सज्जनों एक बार फिर से कुछ तकनीकी डिफिकल्टीज के चलते मैच डेफिनेटली रीहोस्ट किया गया है, बट कोई दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं है बिकॉज ऑफ कोर्स हम यहाँ पे हमेशा रेडी रहते हैं स्टैट्स को लेके एंड स्टैट्स के ऊपर बात करते हुए फिलहाल मैच पे जाने के पहले हमने बात किया था 8-बिट के ऊपर जहाँ पे एस पावर अभी फिलहाल के लिए लग रहा है कि अपने इंडिविजुअल कंधों पे टीम को कैरी कर रहे हैं। आपका इस पे क्या ख्याल है? आपको क्या लगता है कि वो जो 22 फ्रैग उन्होंने निकाले 52% फिनिश कंट्रीब्यूशन, क्या टीम उनको सहायता कर सकती है उस चीज में, या फिर यू थिंक दैट इज द वे द टीम इज बिल्ट अराउंड?
देखिए कभी कभी होता है कि कोई एक प्लेयर होता है टीम में जो फॉर्म में होता है और बाकी सारे प्लेयर्स फॉर्म में नहीं होते, कुछ इस तरह का सिलसिला अभी के लिए ऐसा लगता है कि 8-बिट के साथ चल रहा है। बट यू नो 8-बिट एक चैंपियन टीम है। सोमराज को इसी साल में हमने ट्रॉफी उठाते देखा है, उनको पता है कि किस कंडीशन में से कैसे वापसी करनी है। एक नए लुक के साथ इस बार सोमराज आए हैं और मुझे लगता है कि ठीक है, शुरुआत में भी इस टूर्नामेंट की इतनी अच्छी नहीं हुई, इतनी वाव नहीं हुई, सोमराज स्टैंडर्ड वाली नहीं हुई, लेकिन जब कमबैक वो करेंगे तो वो अपने स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से ही करेंगे। बट उसके अलावा अगर देखते हैं, बहुत सारी टीम्स ऐसी भी हैं जो अभी तक स्ट्रगल करती नजर आई हैं। बॉट आर्मी ई स्पोर्ट्स की अगर चर्चा करें, लायन उसमें से सिर्फ अकेले एक ऐसे खिलाड़ी हैं जिनके पास 12 फ्रैग्स हैं, बाकी प्लेयर्स थोड़ा सा पीछे हैं। सबको एक साथ मिलकर अच्छा करना पड़ेगा, तब बॉट आर्मी ई स्पोर्ट्स भी आगे जा पाएगी। बट टॉकिंग अबाउट ऑल द सिनेरियोज, सोल्टी व्हाट इज योर कट ऑफ बाय द वे? 95-100 क्या आपने क्या सोच रखा है?
देखिए जब दिन के शुरुआत में मुझसे पूछा गया था, मैंने राइट ऑफ द गेट को मैंने दिल की बात सुनी। मैं हमेशा दिल की बात सुनता हूँ एंड मेरे दिल के अंदर से वो आवाज आ रही है कि शायद 95 हो सकता है कट ऑफ। बट अभी फिलहाल के लिए जो टीम्स खेल रही है उनके पास कोई भी बेंचमार्क है नहीं, वो भी अपने दिल की बात सुन के अभी फिलहाल के लिए मैचेस जरूर खेलेंगे और 4 मैच में शायद 20-25 पॉइंट्स निकालना मुश्किल हो सकता है। 95 के कट ऑफ के साथ अगर हम जाए स्पीरो, विक्टोरियस समस 59 पॉइंट्स पे करंटली है। क्या आपको लगता है कि 4 मैच में कमबैक कर पाएंगे या फिर ओवेस को एक बार फिर से वो क्वार्टर फाइनल्स का रास्ता देख के आना पड़ेगा?
देखिए ओवेस के पास वो एक्सपीरियंस पूरा है, उनकी टीम भी काफी अच्छी है और सबसे बढ़िया चीज जो ओवेस की देखने को मिली कि विक्टोरियस समस ने कल के दिन में फॉर्म दिखाई है। माफिया ने बहुत सारे फ्रैग्स निकाले, टीम की ओवरऑल रैंकिंग कल के दिन में बेटर हुई, वरना तो वो बहुत पीछे थे। 59 पॉइंट्स तक उनका काफिला पहुंच ही गया, तो विच इज अ वेरी गुड थिंग फॉर देम। बट एफएस ई स्पोर्ट्स भी एक ऐसी टीम है सॉल्टी जिन्होंने डिसेंट खेला है, बट उन्हें और अच्छा करना पड़ेगा एंड उन्होंने वैसा किया। कल के दिन में दे मेड श्योर कि उनके पास एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट्स आए एंड गॉडेक्स एक ऐसे प्लेयर हैं जिन्होंने काफी अच्छा खेला।
देखिए एक्सपेक्ट तो करते नहीं है यूजुअली बिकॉज लीवाई और लोविश हमेशा इनसे स्पॉटलाइट छीन लेते, बट अब इस बार हमने इंडिविजुअली स्पॉटलाइट डाला है गॉडेक्स के ऊपर। इस बार आप देखिए 18 फिनिशेस, 3644 पॉइंट्स ऑफ डैमेज एंड 7 असिस्ट। और आज के दिन में गॉडेक्स ने पर्सनली मुझे कहा है कि आज तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा मारने वाला हूं। तो मैं देखना चाहता हूं क्या एफएस ई स्पोर्ट्स स्पेशली रोमन क्या आज भी गुस्सा करेंगे, क्या आज भी अपने प्लेयर्स पे चिल्लाएंगे, या फिर आज वो खुश होकर बताएंगे कि शाबाश वेल प्लेड।
देखिए उस इंसिडेंट्स के बाद ना मैंने बात करी और उनके टीममेट से पूछा कि क्या सीन है, रोमन गुस्सा करते हैं? कहते वो ऐसे ही है, स्वभाव उनका ऐसे है, वो फ्लैम्बॉयंट है, उनको अग्रेशन दिखाना बहुत पसंद है और वो चीज़ होनी भी चाहिए एक आईजीएल के अंदर। आप अपने प्लेयर्स को किस तरह से कंट्रोल करते हो, उनको कैसे सिखाते हो, दैट डिफाइंस कि आप कितनी आगे जा पाओगे इस टूर्नामेंट के अंदर। एंड एफएस ने उसके बाद कितना अच्छा खेला, कितने सारे मैचेस बहुत अच्छा खेले और मुझे तो लगता है कि वो आराम से अब सेमीफाइनल्स की राह अपनी पकड़ेंगे। लेकिन उनके अलावा मजदार में फंसी हुई बहुत सारी टीम्स है। गॉड्स रेन, इतनी बातें करी हमने, गॉड्स रेन के बाद में अगर आप लाइन वाइज देखें, गॉड्स रेन, God's Omen, 8-bit, Godlike, all the gods are there and with Somraj there, he's also a very godly player. So, they are there ना, right? तो 12, 13, 14, 15 ये सारी टीम्स हैं और सारी फंसी हुई हैं। अगर सच में 94 जा रहा है, I don't think ये सारी टीम्स जा पाएंगी, मे भी 2 इनमें से 4 में से जो आगे शायद 94, 95 तक पहुंच पाएंगी।
देखिए इतने स्लॉट से नहीं है जितने आपने टीम्स के नाम बता दिए। फिलहाल के लिए जितना मुझे लगता है कि 1 या 2 मैक्स टू मैक्स स्टैंड आउट परफॉर्मेंसेस आज के दिन पे अपना जर्नी कंप्लीट कर लेंगे। 4 मैच स्पीडो उतना ज्यादा होता नहीं है टू बी ऑनेस्ट। अगर आप देखें दिन के पर्सपेक्टिव से, 4 मैच में आप 2 इरांगल खेलने वाले हो, 2 मिरामार खेलने वाले हो। गॉड्स रेन की अगर हम बात करें, ऑन एन एवरेज 4 मुकाबलों पे 20 अंक निकाले इरांगल पे, 4 मुकाबलों पे 21 अंक निकाले हैं ऑन द मैप ऑफ मिरामार। मतलब इट्स ऑलमोस्ट एवरेज परफॉर्मेंसेस। एक बार फिर से अगर 20 अंक आ गए फिर भी वो कट ऑफ नहीं टच होता है। यू अंडरस्टैंड द प्रॉब्लम वेयर इट लाइज फॉर गॉड्स रेन, राइट?
बट आज 2 इरांगल और 2 मिरामार हैं, तो वो मैचेस की संख्या थोड़ी सी इरांगल और मिरामार में भले ही ज्यादा है लेकिन है तो ज्यादा, तो उसका फायदा वो जरूर उठा सकते हैं। बट आर्यन के बारे में सोच रहा हूं मैं, बिकॉज आर्यन भी एक ऐसी टीम है जिनको थोड़े से और पॉइंट्स यहाँ पे निकालने पड़ेंगे। सैनोक उनका सबसे बढ़िया मैप अभी तक रहा है एंड आज सैनोक नहीं है। इरांगल में अच्छा करना पड़ेगा, मिरामार में और अच्छा करना पड़ेगा, विच इज रियली इंपॉर्टेंट। बट K9 Esports एक ऐसी टीम सॉल्टी जिन्होंने आई थिंक परसों अपना काम बहुत अच्छे से करके दिखाया। कल भी डिसेंट परफॉर्मेंस था, 80 की लाइन में वो पहुंच चुके हैं। लिखिता Esports एज वेल, कंसिस्टेंसी काफी अच्छी। एक बार इनका फेस ऑफ करा के देखते हैं कि क्या चल रहा है इन दोनों टीम्स के बीच में।
देखिए आपने K9 की चर्चा करी, ओमेगा काफ़ी करीबी मित्र है मेरे, और कल के दिन पे उन्होंने बताया था कि अभी एक बहुत अच्छे हेड स्पेस में है, और जब इनका हेड स्पेस क्लियर रहता है, माइंडसेट क्लियर रहती है, बहुत अच्छा करके जाते हैं, जैसा कि हमने देखा था। फेस ऑफ के बारे में अगर हम बात करें, फिनिशेस बहुत ज़्यादा K9 के खाते में, एंड ऑफ कोर्स व्हाई नॉट, बिकॉज आपके पास BGI's MVP निंजा बॉय है, आपके पास बीस्ट है हु इज करंटली इन अ बीस्ट लाइक फॉर्म, एंड ऑफ कोर्स स्लग द डायनामिक असॉल्टर। मुझे लगता है हमेशा फ्लैंक में जाके सक्सेस निकालना कोई स्लग से सीखे, एंड ये चीज सिमिलरली दर्शाती है डैमेज पॉइंट्स के अंदर भी। 4000 पॉइंट्स ऑफ डैमेज एक्स्ट्रा K9 की तरफ। आई फील लाइक एक बहुत ज्यादा अग्रेशन K9 और बहुत ज्यादा फायर पावर लेके आई है। मीनवाइल लिखिता ई-स्पोर्ट्स, आप देखना हमेशा अपने आप को पोडियम में नजर आएंगे, एंड आई फील लाइक दिस इज द स्टेबिलिटी दैट लिखिता ई-स्पोर्ट्स हैव।
देखिए वो दिन जब इनके 3 मैचेस थे, पहले मैच में चिकन निकाल के बाकी दोनों मैचेस में वो सेकंड या थर्ड आए थे, वहां पे ये लोग कह रहे थे यार हमने चोक कर दिया, वो दोनों चिकन भी हमारे होते, एक दिन में 3 चिकन निकाल सकती थी ये टीम। तो दर्शाता है कि टीम तो बहुत अच्छी है, और मुझे लगता है कि आज का दिन भी वो वैसा ही बनाना चाहेंगे। हालांकि K9 आप देख ही सकते हैं 19 फिनिशेस ज्यादा है उनके पास लिखिता ई-स्पोर्ट्स से, लेकिन पॉइंट्स में ज्यादा फर्क नहीं है, क्योंकि लिखिता ई-स्पोर्ट्स पोजीशन पे पूरी तरह से काम करते हैं, एक बैलेंस्ड अप्रोच के साथ खेलते हैं। वही K9 एक बहुत ही हाउ टू से इट, आई थिंक इट्स एन अग्रेसिव टीम व्हेन इट्स नीडेड। जब उन्हें अग्रेशन दिखाना होता है तब वो अग्रेसिव जाते हैं और फ्रैग्स बहुत निकालते हैं।
एंड आई फील लाइक कि ये अग्रेशन पे ऑफ करेगा। आज के दिन पे K9 ई-स्पोर्ट्स, उनको पता है कि 83 पॉइंट्स एक बहुत बढ़िया हेड स्टार्ट है। अगर आप बात करें फाइनल डे के पहले, उनको पता है कि अगर एक अच्छा गेम निकल गया तो शायद हम क्वालिफिकेशन बैरियर के उस पार पहुंच जाएंगे। उसके बाद मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि बाकी जो टीम्स है जो मिडिल पैक में अभी भी जूझ रही है दिक्कतों के साथ, उनका क्या प्रॉब्लम्स फेस करने पड़ेंगे। लीवाई को हमने देखा था, और ये एक मोमेंट था जो मैंने एक्सपेक्ट किया नहीं था। FSC स्पोर्ट्स की जब हम बात कर रहे थे तब मुझे एक्चुअली में ये चर्चा करनी थी कि प्रो सीरीज के MVP लीवाई अचानक से लग रहा है कि आउट ऑफ टच है यास्पिरो।
देखिए थोड़ा थोड़ा रहता है, कई मैचेस में वो आउट ऑफ टच नजर आए, लेकिन कई मैचेस के अंदर उन्होंने भी अपना फॉर्म जरूर दिखाया है। हालांकि अभी इट्स ऑल अबाउट निंजा बॉय, जिस तरह से वो खेल रहे हैं। बीस्ट ने काफी अच्छा किया, ओमेगा हिमसेल्फ गेटिंग ऑन दोस फ्रैग्स राइट नाउ। स्लग कुछ मूवमेंट्स थे जहां पे स्लग और बेटर कर सकते थे, बट ये वो मूवमेंट जहां पे सोल को हराया था, ब्यूटीफुली प्लेड बाय K9। पोजीशनिंग काफी कमाल की इनकी तरफ से देखने को मिली, और K9 ने जताया सबको कि वो तैयार हैं इस टूर्नामेंट के लिए।
अभी बहुत अच्छे से तैयारी करके भी आए। हाल फिलहाल में एक थर्ड पार्टी इवेंट हुआ था जहां पे इन्होंने जीत हासिल की थी। सो पहला ट्रॉफी का चस्का भी इनको लग चुका है। उनको पता है कि हाँ कैसे हमको गेम्स क्लोज आउट करने हैं, और वो मैच्योरिटी दिख रही है। पहले क्या होता था, निंजा बॉय, बीस्ट और स्लग, ऑफ कोर्स ओमेगा बहुत अच्छी तरीके से कंट्रोल करते हैं, बट ये आपके हैं असॉल्टर जो खुला भागना चाहते हैं। स्लग को आप छोड़ दो, वो कहीं ना कहीं फ्री रूम में चले जाएंगे, बट दैट इज ऑल्सो द पॉइंट कि जब ये असॉल्टर्स ओवर एक्सटेंड कर जाते हैं तब इनको पनिश करना भी और ज्यादा आसान हो जाता है बाकी टीम्स के तहत। अभी आप देखिए ओमेगा कैसे गेम्स क्लोज आउट करते हैं, अभी आप देखिए कैसे चारों खिलाड़ी को जिंदा रख के फाइनल सर्कल तक जाते हैं। आई फील बहुत ज्यादा काम किया है बिहाइंड द सीन्स, बट अब उस काम का अभी परफॉर्मेंस पे उनको ट्रांसलेट करना पड़ेगा। पोजीशन पॉइंट्स अभी भी कम है,
पोजीशन पॉइंट्स कम है जैसा आपने बताया, और मैं निंजा बॉय से अभी थोड़ी देर पहले बात भी कर रहा था। मैंने उनसे पूछा कि क्या सीन है आज का, क्या प्लानिंग है। आप तो क्वालिफाई हो गए, मैंने ऐसे बोला कि आप तो हो ही गए, कितने पॉइंट चाहिए, 10-15 पॉइंट चाहिए आपको क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए 4 मैचेस के अंदर। निंजा बॉय का जवाब आया, यार ऐसा नहीं है, हम क्वालिफाई हो गए, 4 मैचेस में 0 भी लेके आते हैं हम लोग। तो ऐसा वो बोल रहे थे, तो मतलब उनको भी पता है कि आज मैसअप नहीं करना, अच्छा खेलना है। बट मैसअप की बात की जाए, बहुत सारी टीम्स ने अभी तक मैसअप किया है, चाहे वो रेकनिंग हो, चाहे वो मार्कोस गेमिंग ही क्यों ना हो। कल आखिरी मैच भले ही अच्छा था उनका, लेकिन आई थिंक आज वो सरप्राइज कर सकते हैं, पूरी लॉबी को अटैक कर सकते हैं सबके ऊपर।
देखिए अटैक तो करना पड़ेगा फिलहाल के लिए। जितना हमारे कान में एक बहुत खुशखबरी आ रही है, इट सीम्स लाइक कि रावण ऑन द अदर साइड एट द टेसरैक्ट अरीना इज रेडी विद एन इंटरव्यू। देवीर सज्जनों चलेंगे उस इंटरव्यू पे, जानेंगे कुछ सवालों के जवाब, देखते क्या है आपके सामने।
देखिए डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाना ना कुछ टीम्स के लिए बस कहावत रह गई थी, और उसी तरीके से रोवन ने वादा किया था, वहां पे निभा नहीं पाए थे, लेकिन यहाँ पे शुरुआत काफ़ी अच्छी हुई है। रोवन आप समझ चुके हो कि मैं क्या कहना चाह रहा हूँ, बट आपकी जो जर्नी रही है इस पूरे इंटायर इवेंट पे, डे 1 बिल्कुल नहीं दिखी एफएस, लेकिन डे 2 की जब बारी आई तो सिर्फ एफएस ही दिखी है। क्या अलग किया आपने आज के दिन पे?
नहीं, आज हम उतना दिखे नहीं, हमने बहुत चोक्स किए। अगर हम वो चोक्स नहीं करते तो शायद और अच्छा दिख पाते और अच्छा कर पाते, पीटी में और ऊपर आ पाते। बाकी कुछ नहीं, हमने कंसिस्टेंट खेला। कल जो गलती करी थी वो आज नहीं करी, लेकिन डे एंड हमारा थोड़ा और मतलब जो कल हमने गलती करी थी वो सेम रिपीट होगी। डे 3 में हम ट्राई करेंगे वो गलती हमसे ना हो और हम ऐसे कंसिस्टेंट थोड़ा खेल लें अपनी परफॉर्मेंस को।
काफ़ी अच्छा आपने बताया, बट डे 2 में आपने मानो 6 मैचेस में हाफ सेंचुरी लगा दी। थोड़ी तो खुशी हुई होगी अंदर में कि फाइनली वो मेजर मिस्टेक्स नहीं किए गए।
हाँ, मतलब पास्ट टूर्नामेंट में जो हमारे साथ हुआ है उसमें तो हम थोड़ा बहुत ज़्यादा डाउन थे कॉन्फिडेंस में, लेकिन हम वो सब भूल भाल के आए थे कि अब ये नया इवेंट है, नए स्टार्ट करेंगे। कल उतना अच्छा नहीं किया, आज जो हमने कमबैक किया है, वो वापस फ्लो पकड़ा है, होपफुली हम वो मेंटेन करें।
देखिए डे 2 के जो मैचेस मैं देख रहा था ना, और इनफैक्ट जो मैं कास्ट भी कर रहा था, आपका रिएक्शन बहुत ज़्यादा आ रहा था आफ्टर मैच जब आप एलिमिनेट हो रहे थे। वो ऐसी क्या गलती थी जो मानो बाकी प्लेयर्स के साथ एकदम से आप बात करना स्टार्ट कर दी?
तो मतलब सेम ही गलती उनकी तरफ से भी हो रही थी कि बस नॉर्मल कॉल थी कि साथ जाना, साथ फाइट लेना, और वो साथ फाइट नहीं हो रही थी। एरेंगल में भी फर्स्ट मैच में भी साथ फाइट नहीं लिए, और जो सैनॉक थ्रो हुआ जो क्रिप्टो ने एंड में 1v2 मारा उसमें भी 7 पॉइंट लिए। तो बस उसी चीज़ का फ्रस्ट्रेशन था, उसमें उन पे निकला। वो 2-3 मिनट का रेस था, उन्होंने अपनी गलती समझी, फिर उन्होंने 4th मैच में गलती नहीं करी, बस रिपीट, और वो हमारे चिकन आ गए लकीली।
काफ़ी लकी, क्योंकि अब आप तो बहुत ज़्यादा सेफ हो चुके हैं। अब आने वाले मैचेस में क्या किसी के पास जाने वाले हो या बस अपने मैचेस पे ध्यान दोगे?
नहीं, हम अपने मैचेस से फोकस करेंगे। हम ट्राई करेंगे कि हम सेमीज़ में होपफुली जल्दी से क्वालिफाई हो, जिससे हम अपना मेन तो फाइनली गोल है कि फाइनल्स में अच्छा करना है, तो वो कंसिस्टेंट ही परफॉर्मेंस, कुछ हम किसी को कुछ नहीं करने वाले।
चलिए वो तो वक्त ही बताएगा, बट एक बहुत जल्दी से ना कट ऑफ आप बता दीजिए, क्योंकि हम कास्टर्स ने कट ऑफ के बारे में जिक्र किया। आईजीएल क्या सोच रहा है कट ऑफ के बारे में इस अपर ब्रैकेट में? 97 और 97, वो तो वक्त ही बताएगा। बट फिलहाल ये रोमन थे और इनका डोमिनेंस तो डे 2 में बहुत मजेदार था। क्या आने वाले मैचेस में और डोमिनेट करेंगे, जानने के लिए मैचेस एंजॉय करते रहिए।
वाह, अमन बहुत सिंपल सी बात उन्होंने कही कि जितनी जल्दी हो सके उतनी जल्दी सेमीफाइनल्स के लिए वो क्वालिफाई होना चाहते हैं और उसके बाद सेमीफाइनल्स पे फोकस वो करेंगे। रोमन एज एन आईजीएल, इनकी ग्रोथ पिछले कुछ सालों में हमने बहुत देखी है। बीजीएमआई के जितने भी ऑफिशियल इवेंट्स हमने देखे हैं, स्लोली स्टेडली वो बेहतर ही होते गए, और मे बी दिस इज द टूर्नामेंट जहाँ पे वो सबसे आगे निकलते नजर आए। और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट टूर्नामेंट अगर देखा जाए अभी के लिहाज से, ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप्स के लिहाज से, दिस इज द वन जहाँ पे आप मिस अप नहीं कर सकते।
डेफिनेटली। अभी अगर आप रोमन के करियर आर्क को देखो ना, तो सबसे पहले जब रोमन नोटिस हुए थे, ही वॉज इन ग्लिचेक्स रीबॉर्न, एंड आई स्टिल रिमेंबर दैट डे। BMPS 2023 का वो मुकाबला चल रहा था, एक फाइनल मैच बचा था स्पीडो, जहाँ पे ग्लिचेक्स रीबॉर्न को एक चिकन डिनर चाहिए था क्वालिफाई करने के लिए ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए, एंड मुझे लगा था कि शायद नहीं कर पाएंगे। मैं इंस्टाग्राम खोलता हूँ, मैं रोमन की स्टोरीज पे जाकर देखता हूँ, रोमन ने मैच के पहले एक स्टोरी डाला है दैट वी आर गोइंग टू मेक इट। उस मैच पे एक बहुत धमाकेदार चिकन डिनर निकाला जरूर ग्लिचेक्स रीबॉर्न ने। दे आल्सो बुक देयर टिकट्स टू द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स, एंड उस दिन मैं इस बंदे को जान गया कि ही हैज समथिंग क्रेजी एंड अ लॉट ऑफ पोटेंशियल इनसाइड हिम। बट अब देखना पड़ेगा कि क्या वो पोटेंशियल को आगे लीड कर पाते, बिकॉज ऑफ कोर्स बहुत बड़ी असॉल्टर्स है उनके पास। अभी के लिए फिलहाल अगर आप बात करें टीम्स जो सेमीफाइनल्स का दौर नहीं ले पा रही है, शायद क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में जाएंगे, उनके लिए फैटीग का बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होने वाला है, बैक टू बैक मैचेस का बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होने वाला है। मैं जानना चाहता हूं आपके हिसाब से क्या लगता है आपको, क्या क्वालिफाइंग टू द सेमीफाइनल्स इज अ गुड थिंग, या फिर एक ब्रेक आपका मोमेंटम ब्रेक कर सकता है?
आई थिंक मैं इस सवाल पे वापस आऊंगा। पहले एक बार स्पॉटलाइट पे नजर डालते हैं किस तरीके से हाइड्रो यहाँ पे खेले। अभी तक 22 फिनिश ये प्लेयर निकाल चुका है। डैमेज अगर आप देखें 4163 का डैमेज दिया उन्होंने, 12 असिस्ट निकाले, एंड ही इज द बेस्ट आउट ऑफ ट्रूरिपर्स। एंड जिस टीम में बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स ने बहुत अच्छा खेला है, उसमें सबसे बेस्ट बनना नेवर गोइंग टू बी इजी। ट्रूरिपर्स की हम बात करें, नॉट ओनली हाइड्रो, देयर इज वन मोर गाय जिन्होंने 22 फिनिशेस निकाले अपनी टीम के लिए, तो दर्शाता है कि ट्रूरिपर्स का फॉर्म वो सबसे बेहतर चलता हुआ अभी तक तो नजर आया है। माफ कीजिए 19 भी हैं, किसी के 18 भी हैं। ट्रूरिपर्स इज अ सॉलिड टीम सो फार, बट इट्स जस्ट अ बिगिनिंग, राइट? अभी यहाँ से सेमीफाइनल्स है, सेमीफाइनल्स में आपको अच्छा खेलना है, फिर वहां से फाइनल्स। अभी जर्नी बहुत बड़ी है, बट आई एम थिंकिंग अबाउट दोज टीम्स, राइट, जो अभी थोड़ा सा नीचे हैं। बट उसके आने से पहले लेट्स फोकस ऑन योर क्वेश्चन। सोल्टी, दोबारा पूछिए एक बार सवाल।
देखिए सवाल बहुत सिंपल है, आप जाना चाहते हो सेमीफाइनल्स या फिर आप अपना मोमेंटम कैरी फॉरवर्ड करना चाहते हो? क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के मैचेस खेलने चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए इफ यू आर एट द बॉर्डर लाइन?
बहुत सारे सवाल हमने पूछ लिए, मुझे लगता है ये सारे सवालों के जवाब अब कास्टर्स देंगे तो ज्यादा अच्छा लगेगा, बिकॉज वेट नहीं कराते, बिकॉज द मैच इज गोइंग टू स्टार्ट रियली सून। द प्लेयर्स आर रेडी, द मैच इज रेडी। तो चलते हैं हमारे कास्टर्स की तरफ। ओवर टू यू बॉयज।
Within the few moments, the first game is going to pop up on the screen. And yeah, to answer that question, in my opinion, going towards the quarterfinals, it's probably the worst possible thing you could do. You will be having that sort of elimination on top of your necks, and of course, the biggest threat to be eliminated from this tournament. And we all know, quarterfinals, they're going to be extremely sweaty. But without wasting any more time, we're going to head inside of the first game. And I want to know your prediction for this game.
Ooh, this is going to be a tough one here, but my money is on Genesis this game. Just
Okay.
because they get a second chance in life.
Looking at the way Genesis Esports was able to kick things off in the previous game before it was rehosted, things are not looking good, but let's hope this time Genesis Esports does good. Plane's going to be in the skies once again, this time starting all the way from southern side of Los Leones towards the northern side, which is going to be La Cabrera. This plane flight path once again tilted towards the left side of the map. If the teams want to head towards Impala, El Azhar, now that's going to be a bit of a tough stretch. Might just go for the pit stop, get your hands on the basic loot, and then move in towards your drop location.
Yeah, seems like a pretty balanced flight path so far. Nothing super crazy. I want to see how the zone actually shifts as well, because the first one was pretty much shifting down towards Los Leones, which is a pretty okay circle for everybody. Second one was all the way down El Pozo, but the flight path was a little bit too far off. And the remake actually kind of happened as well. So it is a little bit of a prank here, so they have to rethink their strategies a little bit more. And most of the teams, they do have something installed, so that's going to be something that I'm curious to see as well. But Genesis, looks like they are going to be dropping the same spots once more, but no company this time. Interesting.
You've got BotArmyEsports heading towards that same vicinity once again, getting their hands on the basic loot, getting their hands on the vehicles. OG dropping towards Chumacera, that's where they like to go. Genesis Esports on the southern side of Los Leones. And luckily enough, this time, Genesis Esports, they do not need to face with the players of another team that was right next to them in the previous game. For NINZA, even they've headed on towards Monte Nuevo, so things looking pretty good and dandy.
Ooh, speaking of dandy here, Circle is going to be shifting towards a northeast corner. So that means the mountain terrain somewhere around Truck Stock is going to be a very, very important spot to be in to actually zone people out. We saw moments of EVOX do that when it comes to Los Leones, but I don't think they are in distance to actually capitalize on that. So maybe K9 may consider that. Campo Militar is somewhat in play as well. Terra Bronca is kind of in play. I feel like El Azhar is a great spot to be in right now.
Yeah, of
in
course.
this particular zone.
It
Just
does
because
seem
you have
like it.
more options.
Pretty much isolated. There's no one really around that spot either. So yes, it does seem like one of the best spots to be in. You've also got Maiji Los Hermanos towards La Benedita. Truck stop is vacant. For God's Omen, they've dropped around the graveyard and Minas Generalis side. Things looking good and dandy for them as well. For K9 Esports, around the centric part of the circle, and they're looking fantastic in that spot. Marcos Gaming towards Hacienda del Patron and San Martin. Even for them, things are looking pretty okay. And you know what, speaking of some of the big names, and speaking of Genesis Esports, the previous start wasn't really too good before the map was rehosted. Genesis Esports lost out on 2 players off the rip, and it was quite a bad start. But luckily enough, this time, Genesis Esports, they're not being contested by anyone. But I also like that stubbornness from Genesis Esports, dropping in that same spot once again.
Yeah, that's the thing about Genesis Esports, right? Like, ever since their debut coming in here, they were already aggressive to begin with. So, and I really like how, despite everybody is still trying to get used to the current playstyle and the environment itself, Genesis has always been super aggressive right from the get-go, right? I think you made your point yesterday as well during your analysis about teams that have been doing well are teams that has been very, very active in the map rather than just playing very passively. So Genesis is one of those teams. They are not afraid to take up a challenge, which is nice. But there will be times that they will be tested in a way where they have to be a little bit more composed rather than just, you know, shoot anything that moves.
I guess. But as of now, the playstyle is simple. If you're proactive, you will be rewarded. And that's what the overall standings say. Even the team on top, they're extremely good, quite proactive. And as of now, speaking of another name, that's going to be the players of God's Omen. On day 1, God's Omen was doing fantastic. They started things off with a massive chicken dinner, but later on we saw that dip in the performance. And because of that, God's Omen, it does seem like they've sort of lost that momentum too. But luckily enough for them, they're in a decent spot. They can easily make that comeback.
Yeah, but speaking of comeback here, Likitha Esports now pretty early rotation to actually hit into a zone. I don't think they have enough loots here. Seems like they want to try and get some sort of zone control right from the get-go. Mets are pretty low, not exactly the greatest. Each has got about 2 first aid kits, 1 first aid kit. So Likitha Esports, they may consider going for a drive-by before they actually head inside the zone. I'm a little bit concerned, but I guess that's going to be the strategy they want to go for. A lot of UMPs this game, though, surprisingly. I was expecting more DMRs, maybe more rifles in this play, but okay, more UMPs this time.
Yeah, SMGs being prioritized by the players in the recent patch. They're liking it. SMGs and shotgun, of course, the main preference, but as of now for EVOX, they're on the verge of making a quick rotation inside of the circle, and they're also going to meet the players of God's Reign soon, probably, if they keep on moving up that same pathway. There's God's Reign just holding down the edge lines of the circle, and EVOX, they want to penetrate the same side.
Right now, based on how the zone is actually shifting as well, and how the terrain is going to be looking like, long-range warfare is going to be key component of just chipping away at utilities. And so far, teams that actually rotate early is going to struggle a little bit more, just because if they don't have the right DMR setups or even long-range weaponries to actually take those kind of fights, they are in a lot of pain. So eventually they need to start playing a little bit slower rather than rushing for the zone rather early. Like when we talk about the trend, especially when it comes towards new meta, which was introduced rather early this year, that rotating early does benefit a lot of the teams in terms of tendency to win. But in this particular round, in this particular situation, I feel like stocking up a little bit more weaponries and ammunition is going to help them a little bit more.
Of course. But a lot of these teams, they've got a simple mentality. They're going to get the basic loot and then go ahead and take a fight and then maybe loot the death crates.
Well, you're referring to Likitha Esports. They are pretty much on the hunt, but at the same time, they have been looting up on the sides themselves here. And so far, they haven't been contested yet. So that's, I would say, a small little saving grace that kind of paid off for Likitha Esports.
Yeah, but right now, against the players of K9 Esports, this one's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Likitha Esports, they want to bite on the shark. And they just seem like mere fish. NoNx on the screen too, and there's that one man of K9 Esports making the rotation away. For NoNx as well, the games haven't been looking that great. On the latter half of the board, on the 18th spot. For NoNx as well, they've got a lot to lose. But luckily enough for NoNx, if you look at the position in the overall standings, if they have 2 big games, they can make a comeback.
Hey man, everybody needs 2 big games and they will make a comeback. Mathematically possible for everybody, but realistically, well, we've got to finish. We'll see the reality of it by the end of the day. For now, do finally hear a couple of gunshots in, and that's going to be Neo taking some serious fire here by EVOX. He's going to try and re-rotate away, but EVOX says, you know what, we're going to give chase. Neo needs some sort of backup while he tries to make a mad dash for it. He runs into his Justin. He might be setting it up for Justin here. Justin holding in there. Now here comes the spray, and EVOX, they will crumble. What a scramble. And just like that, EVOX, they have messed up big time.
What a massive blunder that was from the side of EVOX. They were too blinded by that finish point in the front. And Justin, the man was set up for perfection. Eliminates those 2 players instantly. The players on the prowl, the players on the chase, not throwing the game anymore, and EVOX off to a bad start. And look at the horizon. It's Ultima IG Los Hermanos taking those shots against EVOX. Now the players, they've got nowhere to go. Just that one last man, PMW IGL, he's on the run. And he knows he's the only saving grace for EVOX. Needs to squeeze in as many points as possible. And for EVOX, making a comeback's not tough. They need one decent game.
Yeah, but all things considered here, Circle actually shifts on towards the west side, so we are going to be seeing the mountain terrain, long-range battles happening here. But EVOX definitely made a small little blunder with that play. Neo, well done, communicating with his teammates. Justin was able to save him. He was knocked eventually, but he is going to be picked up momentary. So that is going to be some sort of space relief here for God's Reign at least to go rotate in. But now on screen now, Marcos Gaming and 8-Bit have been stalking each other for quite some time here. But I don't think 8-Bit wants to go for hard commitment. And oh, okay, that's awkward. Marcos Gaming just probably lost one vehicle just like that.
Yeah, that's rough luck.
Oh my goodness.
Vehicle just flips over. Maybe they can try and ram the vehicles to get it back up, but it's also going to take a lot of time, so that's a different thing. Look at Equinox. The man's out in the open. It's such a bad spot to be in. Out in the open, middle of nowhere. There's the players of Marcos Gaming right on top as well, and they're taking those constant shots. And now Equinox is starting to get surrounded. There's another team in the sidelines in the name of FS Esports. What is this game plan for 8-Bit? I'm so confused.
Yeah, Equinox was forced to take a pit stop here. He was shot, and his buggy was about to explode, and that's probably why he actually had the pit stop. But fortunately for him, he has burned out a couple utilities. He needs to be picked up by his teammates before they disengage. And fortunately, Marcos Gaming decides to say, you know what, not worth it. FS also decided to say, nope, not worth it as well.
Marcos Gaming, they still do have the line of sight against that one man, which is Equinox. And 8-Bit, for some reason, not even providing the cover.
Wait, did they really leave him there?
Exactly.
Huh.
It seems like 8-Bit just does not really care. But in my opinion, they should just try to get that man back up. To get him inside of the game once again. He's trapped in between two teams. Got Omen on the screen. As I mentioned, day one was fantastic, but day two, we did not see the conversion.
Now, speaking of conversions here, this circle is going to be a little bit tricky. If the circle shifts down towards Minas, the mountain terrain is going to be up for grabs. But if it shifts onto Hacienda del Patron, then FS does have a lot of control. They've pretty much conquered everywhere from the north side. So that means the north side is going to be on hard lockdown, while everybody else is going to be stuck to be scrambling for some sort of cover here. And as soon as I say this, look at this, God's Element is just pretty much exposed as well, as they try to make a zone push, but NoNx from afar has been just keeping shots in, even God's Reign as well, just making sure that they do keep their distance.
K9 Esports on the move. Right now, just scouting out the surrounding lines. There's also Likitha Esports in the sidelines, and I'm pretty sure for Likitha, they just want to hold down that center spot. Just be there, sit down peacefully. iQOO Los Hermanos, after tasting that one elimination point, even they're feeling quite good. And they probably do want to hunt down that last man of EVOX as well. But look at Omen, that's a free opportunity right there. And Shadow maybe he wants to take an exit from the buggy and take those shots. But no, instead Shadow, it's better to just back away, and that's what he realizes. Omen, finally they get their eyes laid out on Shadow. It's Beast tapping away, gets rid of that buggy. So Shadow's got no escape option available now, and Mighty Los Hermanos, now they find themselves against the entirety of 4TR, as Morty's able to find that first knock, and that too, Zyrex is down.
Oh boy, not a great start here from IG Los Hermanos. But 4TR official, they're doing pretty okay. They were able to get a couple stragglers. That is some sort of space to push in, but they're not exactly in the clear. Because when it comes to information, you can see based on the map right now, they don't really know where the rest of the world are. We are hearing gunshots here, left, right, front, and center, but nobody's been hard committing yet. So everybody has been laying low to try and get some sort of information. And even for God's Omen, from the left side, you can see they are tapping away from like so far away. Just trying to get a couple of chip value damages, which is great. But like this is what I'm talking about as well. 4TR, they just have no clue where everybody else is. God's Reign was able to get the jump on them, and that's going to be a knock through onto his 4TR.
God's Reign, as Delta's down, things are looking a little bit dicey. 3 men still standing, looking pretty strong. 4TR right around the horizon. God's Reign, they managed to get those 2 early elimination points, and that's really giving them the confidence and the self-boost they needed. And look at the amount of shots they're taking as well against the players of BotArmyEsports. They were able to inflict a lot of pain and hurt, but BotArmyEsports, they replied back in a great style. God's Reign, a massive mistake as Delta, he moved up close and personal, but he did not check the surrounding lines, and that's where BotArmyEsports, they found themselves in the advantageous side. But even God's Omen, they're taking a few shots against BotArmyEsports, and BotArmyEsports, they're barely surviving on a sliver of HP.
Neo, he is not too happy that they've lost a member. They are going to try and go and close things up, but zone is there. It's going to be very tricky. But BotArmyEsports runs in towards Los Hermanos, and Spy, he whiffed the shot, and he got shut down by Lion.
This is so unfortunate. Mistakes after mistakes, comedy of errors, and BotArmyEsports right now, the fight's not done yet. It's the players of God's Reign constantly hunting them down, and that's going to be another man knocked out from BotArmyEsports. The final man right in front of God's Reign, they've got no clue where the guy is. But now with these utilities, God's Reign knows exactly where that player's positioned. Neo, man's trapped inside of the house. He needs to get the rest back up on the fallen comrade. Is it even possible? That's my question. But unfortunately for Neo, his fallen teammates taken out of the game. Los Hermanos still trying their best to fight back, but Shadow, the man's knocked out in the open. Not knocked out, but he's lying prone in the open. And soon will be knocked out. The nate's right next to him, and he gets knocked out. Los Hermanos, bad moves after bad moves.
Yeah, it's nothing much they could have done in that scenario here. 4TR official somehow gets a little bit of recovery plan, but they have to move fast. Circle is not in their favor. Stage 5 is about to begin. In this case, Stage 4 is about to move to blue circle into and out in the open. Hacienda del Patron circle means that I would say Hacienda is pretty safe itself. Like, it does have a decent amount of high ground. You can over super seer everything. And nobody is looking to try and defend this. But on screen now, Neo on the push, on the hunt to try and clean up BotArmyEsports. He's down to his last solo plays here. And he's going to get the connection. He gets the revenge for the team. The initial aggressors has been shut down, but at what cost?
Pretty much the entirety of your team. Neo was able to get a quick 3-piece against the players of BotArmyEsports, but as you mentioned, at the cost of what? 3 of your own teammates were eliminated in that fight. Even a third party from Los Hermanos came in. For God's Reign, this was such a scrappy fight they took. And somewhere down the line, we all knew it was not going to work out. God's Reign whipping that opportunity, and now looking at the players of 4TR. This vehicle's on the verge of being blown up completely, but still the players take an exit. They also do take a lot of damage from that blown up vehicle, but eventually it is completely fine as 4TR, they do lose out on 1 man, the sacrificial lamb, but 2 are still alive.
Yeah, 4TR official now. They've found their way inside the zone. Got a nice little shack to work with, but not a lot of space control to work with. So it will do, considering the lack of numbers, but for now, let's take a look at the major fight here. Genesis taking him some serious damage there. They've got the opening knock onto his God's Omen. Shogun is pretty much done and down here. Can go for the reset, but Genesis seems like they have bigger objectives. They are going to back off to try and rotate in the zone because their teammates are further inside as well. They can use this opportunity to try and gatekeep God's Omen from a different angle. It seems like Hunters, he is going to go for the push. He finds Lucifer. What? And look at all those vehicles running down the hill. Oh no.
Genesis Esports. Yeah. Position they've got, it definitely does seem quite tricky. What am I watching? Finally, he shuts him down. It was a little bit awkward. Eventually, he does find the confirmation. And yeah, Viper, he was making his life living hell. The way he was just getting back inside of the vehicle, constantly switching the seat, getting outside once again, and Max was whiffing those shots. But eventually, he does find the connection.
That was the definition of a whack-a-mole. But at the same time, Los Hermanos, they do clean out a couple of players on the sides themselves. Milan, now last man standing, but he gets sniped off by 4TR. The dynamic duo somehow able to rack up some serious points from the southeast corner. God's Omen now down towards Max as a solo warrior. He's got 5 finishes in the bag. He's been doing some serious heavy lifting for God's Omen. But there's only so much a solo warrior can do in an open field zone like this.
Hacienda del Patron still in contention. Looking at the players, Likitha Esports, that's going to be the nail in the coffin. As Ninja Boy's taken out of the game as well. K9 Esports, 5 finishes from this game. It's not a bad ending. And looking at the position of K9 Esports, it's looking good. They're in paradise. They're doing too good in the overall standings. But as of now, for God's Reign, problems, they once again knock on the doors. God's Reign's not looking too hot in this game. Just 4 finish points and no placement points to back it up. So at least the man needs to try and stay alive for as long as possible. But the moment I say so, he gets eliminated by the players of 4TR. And even 4TR, they've got 4 elimination points with only 2 players surviving.
Yeah, this is a massive game for 4TR official. Despite losing 2 players, they've found themselves in a lot of fights, which I feel like 4TR, this gives them an opportunity to maybe make that comeback here. If they make it to the top 8 with decent amount of points, they should be able to set up some sort of baseline for them to try and make an attempt. But eventually, they still need that massive chicken dinner if they want to stand a shot to make it to the top 12.
OG, as of now, making a rotation out in the open. Likitha Esports, even the players are crossing that road. And since they're out in the open as well, Starboy, he took a lot of damage. It's the players of 8-Bit in quite a decent spot. Equinox has lost out a while ago. Once again, has power left to do the heavy lifting. But look at the screen. NoNx within a blink of an eye. 4TR, they come crashing down. And it's NoNx who makes that happen.
Well, for a second, they were doing okay. But when you blink it and you miss it, you crash the wrong compound, they get shut down. So NoNx is just going to clean up the rest of the world. Meanwhile, FS Esports is pretty much stuck out in the open on the barn fields. As you can see, his buggy's exploded. He's got a small little corner to work with for Roman. Smokes has been set up. But the only thing Roman can do is just take a little bit of a chill pill. Nades are coming in, but no connections so far. They need a precise angle, and it looks good. Ooh, just right on the edge as well. The Barnes was able to block it for Roman.
Still on the other side. NoNx, all the 4 players standing with a decent spot inside of the circle. They're still around the edge though. And if the zone moves away from NoNx, they will be forced to move outside of their comfort zone. And that's where the real problems will start shaping in. 8-Bit as well on the northern side. 8-Bit's looking okay. They've got the line of sight on the entirety of the open field, and 8-Bit can't dominate. The moment they see anyone step out in the open or position themselves around the open field, 8-Bit will start taking those shots. While for NoNx, they're still not able to find a proper line of sight. NINZA in the Smack Center, Genesis Esports right next to NINZA, and Marcos Gaming, they finally took over Hacienda del Patron. But now they need to let it go. Move out in the open, contest that high ground.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit awkward here, but you see Hunter smack middle of the zone here, and Marcos Gaming in prime position to actually take the Mountains Reigns, try and zone them out, because there's not a lot of space to work with. There is a couple of silos down south, but aside from that, I'm surprised Hunters is able... Oh, okay, that's why. He's stuck in a shack. I was like, why is he in the middle all by himself? That's a death sentence waiting to happen eventually. But it seems like teams are slowly rotating in. Likitha Esports goes in for the crash. 8-Bit now forced to defend. Raiden with the opening defense knock here. Great nade. Gets the knock through on Smoker, but the rest of Likitha Esports, they're trying to regroup from the sides, trying to salvage the fight, but the rest of 8-Bit, they weren't prepared for this as well.
Starboy was down low, and now finally the man's looking safe. Behind the buggy, Starboy's looking pretty good and dandy. As the 3 men from 8-Bit, they at least found the equalizer. Smoker's knocked out, and 8-Bit needs to press upon the charge right now. It's a proper 3-3 fight. If 8-Bit lets the players of Likitha Esports reset, it will be an advantage in the hands of Likitha Esports, and that will be a massive stinger for 8-Bit. But look at NoNx, even they've crashed the same compound. 8-Bit, they're on the verge of being sandwiched between 2 teams, NoNx and Likitha. Someone needs to take the advantage. Someone needs to be the one to take the initiative. But the moment I say so, 8-Bit, they lose out on one crucial man, but S-Power's utility, it does find a return knock. And maybe Likitha Esports, they now will be pressed back up a little bit more. Starboy, he crosses on, but he gets knocked out by his own teammates Molotov. Blunders after blunders. Likitha Esports, they make a rookie mistake, and this might just be a second shot at life for 8-Bit.
Yeah, but at the same time, the reset comes through. NoNx coming in as well. It's getting a little bit crowded as well. They have to wrap this up quickly as well. The zone is still in play for all 3 teams, but this is not enough space for 3 of them, so they have no choice but to go in for the showdown. But 8-Bit, they do not have the numbers, and they are pinned between 2 teams. So as of yet, it's all about patience. And 8-Bit, look at this. Oh, even their exit strategy has been cut off by NoNx. Not a lot of options to work with. And S-Power trying to find a different off angle, but that vehicle may hinder their mobility a little bit while Raiden sneaks up onto his Likitha Esports. Seems like he is going to try and get a push, a jump on towards Likitha Esports. Great usage of all those Molotovs, but they need to clean them up is going to be the question. Can they do it is the problem here.
Yeah, it's 12K in the hand. The man gets the fresh magazine. Raiden, he's got the flashbang as well to play with, and the flashbang's tossed out. But no, instead, Raiden, he gets pushed and knocked out. Even the confirmation instantly follows up, so he now gets eliminated from the game. Likitha Esports still in the race, but against the players of 8-Bit, this fight is now being stretched too much. Now from the back, you've also got the players of NoNx closing up. The utilities, they're getting a bit too close. Somraj is going to decide to make that pounce. From the back, even Somraj gets eliminated by Marcos. Nowhere to go. 8-Bit, they've been eliminated completely from this game. But now as Likitha Esports, they're left to fend off against the entirety of NoNx. And for NoNx, this is going to be an easy piece of cake.
Yeah, they just had the numbers advantage here. NoNx just set up the perfect timing to actually clean up everybody. Mistakes were made, and even Marscos Gaming from on top of the hills on Hacienda was able to just pick them apart from afar. NoNx, they clean up the fight. Now, next strategy. How do they get out of those barns and into the zone? And as you can see, Meta NINZA, they've got a decent control on the east side, but it's not a lot of space, as the bigger threat is still going to be the guys on top of the mountains, which on the far horizon where Marcos Gaming is, as OG having 4 players alive, which is kind of scary, seeing how spread out they are on the south side.
OG's just playing for control, that's it. Thriving in this chaos, playing for control. And yeah, the spread that OG has, now it's giving them so much map control and so much intel to play with. This can be an OG game.
Yeah.
If the stars do align later on, and maybe even the zone is forming on top of them. But as of now, for NoNx, they're on the run, they're on the prowl. And this is probably the best possible decision NoNx could have came up with. They move a little bit closer to the place of Marcos Gaming, but unfortunately for NoNx, Anonymous is going to be the casualty. Now the Revival's being stuck, and NoNx, they found themselves a bit of that group of vehicles as a cover. It's not the best possible spot to be in, but Marcos Gaming, what was that disgusting nade? One nade finds a quick 2-piece, and NoNx once again in shambles. They're on the verge of being completely dismantled from this game. As Koyuk, the man's taken down to barely any sort of HP, and the nade's gonna find the knock. NoNx down to just this one last man, Kana, and I highly doubt he can do a lot. Marcos Gaming, this could have been a clean sweep. This could have been a systematic dismantle. But no, instead, Kana, he does get the rest back up on the fallen comrade. NoNx with still a chance to fight back in this fight, and that's what they exactly do. But Kana, he gets knocked out in the open by return nade that comes in from Marcos Gaming. But now Marcos Gaming, they're being pressured by OG.
Oh my goodness, OG waited for the right moment to strike. They know the king of the hill was MG, and the moment MG was knocked, they come in from behind and they are gonna take the spot away. And now, just like that, OG in prime position to close out the game, and NoNx is still stuck on those ditches. Meanwhile, the rest of the world have no choice but to let this happen because they have no resources to push through. WizGod from the outside flank, gonna try and get a pick on towards NoNx. NoNx, they are stuck. The monoliths are coming through. Viper trying to survive this, but he eventually gets rushed down, and that's gonna be OG playing cleanup. And we're down towards the final 3 teams. Meta NINZA, OG, and Genesis remain for this fight. And Hunters! He survives! He makes it to the top 2! He cleans up Meta NINZA, and he is the solo warrior. Gets cleaned up by OG, but the job has been done. OG takes game 1 for today.
One of the most clinical games coming in from OG. Had a massive spread, had a lot of control in the map, and also ended up wiping out Genesis Esports, NoNx, and Marcos Gaming in the process. An absolute cleanup crew that was dominating in the final few moments. But yeah, speaking for Meta NINZA, all that passive approach for what? Just to get eliminated like that by one single man. For Meta NINZA, firefights have once again been a concern, and that concern just rises up even higher.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of question marks here coming for Meta NINZA. But at the same time, Hunters, wow, that was insane. For a solo warrior to do what he did, cleaning out 2 players and also get a top 2, I would say Genesis Esports definitely had one of the sickest recovery despite having two rehosts.
Without a doubt, for Genesis Esports, this is what we expected, and that's what they bring on the table as well, and we love to see it, right? Genesis Esports is always one of those banners that showcases aggression to its prime. And yeah, this time around, Genesis Esports, unfortunately, the players got picked off slowly and steadily. We just saw one man surviving in the end. But even that one man put on an absolute show, right? Shutting down the two remaining players of NINZA. And as I mentioned, for NINZA, yes, they do have the placement points once again, but what about the elimination points? You're too far back in the overall standings, and you need a 25 bomber to bring yourself back in the race.
Well, it is going to be a little bit of a tough stretch here, at least for NINZA. But all things considered, what is wrong with Marcos Gaming, man? They had full control. They overcommitted the fight against NoNx, and they just got completely snuck up on OG. OG, like you said as well, playing for intel. They've got so much information. They were just waiting for the right moment to strike. And the moment they drop the ball, this is where OG swoops in, cleans out everybody, and says, you know what, we are winning this fight.
The presence of mind for Marcos Gaming was absolutely lacking in that fight. In my opinion, Marcos Gaming should have had a 2-2 split. Two players taking care of the players of OG, and two players maybe looking down on the players of NoNx. But for some reason, that one man from Marcos Gaming overstepped so much that he got return knocked. And that's why the entirety of that process of Marcos Gaming just came tumbling down. But hey, we've got the stats winner, winner, chicken dinner team on the screen. For OG, it was a well-balanced chicken dinner.
Yep. From OG, WizGod, AKOP, and Atenki has been doing some serious work here. And Aru, he's got 71 damage, but he's been doing a lot of shot calling, which is amazing as well, considering how much intel and information they have been working out throughout the entirety of the game. Like, it all kind of started from day one itself as well. You can see a lot of macro decisions coming from OG, and I like this disciplined play that they're doing.
I know, right? OG is so well coordinated. The communication inside of the fights as well is phenomenal. And especially speaking of the timings, right? Aru knows exactly when to strike and exactly when to third party, because we have seen a lot of those third party fails from some of the big banners. But Aru's third party, somehow they're always on point, and he does find the positive trades as well. We also did see, mind you, Los Hermanos trying to pretty much pull off that same thing, but they got absolutely shut down in that process. But hey, for now, let's move on to a short break. We'll be right back.
देवी और सज्जनों, स्वागत है आप सभी का। दिन का पहला मुकाबला खत्म हो चुका है और इस बार मेरे साथ एनालिस्ट डेस्क पे जुड़ने वाले हैं मेजी, जिन्होंने कास्ट किया था पहला मुकाबला। मीरामार के मैप पे हम जानते हैं गर्माहट बहुत ज्यादा होती है, बट पहले मैप पे जो 3 टीम टॉप करी उनमें से मेटा निंजा एक सरप्राइजिंग फैक्टर थी। मैं जानना चाहूंगा आपका क्या राय है उनके बारे में।
मेटा निंजा नो डाउट वो बढ़िया खेल कर गए, पर अभी भी बहुत दूर हैं, क्योंकि 40 के आसपास से उन्होंने दिन की शुरुआत करी थी और इस मैच में उनके पास वो फिनिशेस हैं, वो जो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट है 5 वो उनके पास मौजूद है, पर इतने से काम नहीं चलने वाला। वो चिकन डिनर उनको निकालना था। हम नॉनएक्स के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं कि उनको भी वो चिकन डिनर निकालना था। अगर वो चिकन डिनर उनके पास आया होता इसी पर्टिकुलर मैच में 80 का मार्क वो क्रॉस कर जाते।
देखिए जेनेसिस ने एक बहुत बढ़िया अटेम्प्ट लिया, बट देवियर सच नो अटेम्प्ट थोड़ा सा लक और थोड़ा सा स्किल बेस्ड होता है, बट अगर लक आपके पास है देन डेफिनेटली 10 यूसी के तहत आप एक स्पिन कीजिए। अगर आप लकी हुए तो फिर ये बहुत खूबसूरत निक्सन सिनिस्ट्रा सूट आपके लिए इंतजार कर रहा है उस पार। बट कमिंग बैक टू दैट कॉन्वर्सेशन एक बार फिर से, हंटर्स का 1v2 जेनेसिस का सर्वाइव करके जाना, आई थिंक जेनेसिस स्पोर्ट्स बार बार दिखा रही क्यों इस टूर्नामेंट के अंदर शायद फाइनलिस्ट का वो खिताब लेके जा सकते, इवन टॉप 3 का खिताब लेके जा सकते हैं।
अब तो बहुत आसान हो गया उनके लिए, सेमीफाइनल्स में वो पहुंच ही चुके हैं। पर जरा एमवीपी को देख लेते हैं। मैक्स, इस खिलाड़ी ने जो फिनिशेस उठाए हैं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है एक फिनिश इन्होंने एक्चुअली में निकाला है, बाकी दूसरे थे जिन्होंने नॉक किया था और उसके बाद ये प्लेयर वो लेकर गया। फिर भी 650 का डैमेज उन्होंने डील किया है। वो जो 3 नॉक्स थे वो भी निकाले। अपने नॉक्स को कंफर्म नहीं कर पाए, जो खिलाड़ी नॉक पड़ा हुआ था उसका फिनिश उन्होंने जरूर ले लिया। परवेज गॉड है जो 4 के साथ है, स्मोकर एक बफर से 4, निंजा बॉय 4 और नियो 3 के साथ।
देखिए यही तो होता है एक असॉल्टर का फुर्तीलापन। बट अगर हम यहाँ पे बात करें, निंजा बॉय नियो हमेशा से परफॉर्म करते हुए दिखे। मैच स्टैंडिंग्स की तरफ बढ़ेंगे जहां पे ओरंगुटान आपको दिखेंगे बिल्कुल टॉप पे, बिकॉज ये टीम ले गई थी चिकन डिनर। 10 पोजीशन पॉइंट्स, 10 फिनिश पॉइंट्स, अ टोटल ऑफ 20। बट नॉनएक्स की आप बात कर रहे थे, यहाँ पे नॉनएक्स सिर्फ और सिर्फ 10 अंक लेके जा पाए। जेनेसिस ई स्पोर्ट्स की बात करें 9 पॉइंट्स उनके पास है, मेटा निंजा 9 पॉइंट्स, लिखिता ई स्पोर्ट्स एक मोमेंट पे ऐसा लग रहा था कि शायद चिकन डिनर लेके जा सकते हैं, 7 पॉइंट उनके पास है। मार्कस गेमिंग 6। पन्ना पलटेंगे यहाँ पे कुछ नाम जो कि शायद दिक्कत में फंसती हुई एक बार फिर से 8-बिट ई स्पोर्ट्स 12वें पायदान पे 2 अंक उनके पास। एफएससी स्पोर्ट्स जिनको नंबर्स की बहुत ज्यादा दरकार थी, उनके पास भी सिर्फ 2।
अब चलते हैं सीधा ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग की तरफ और वहां पर देखते हैं किसको कितने पॉइंट्स की जरूरत है, क्योंकि ग्रुप ए और बी उन्होंने अपने 13 मैचेस कंप्लीट कर लिए। ओरंगुटान चिंता का विषय बिल्कुल भी नहीं है। लॉस हर्मानोस वो भी आगे बढ़ चुकी है, उनके साथ साथ जेनेसिस 92 के साथ मौजूद है। 8 और 100 का आंकड़ा उनके लिए भी क्रॉस होगा। K9 88 तक वो पहुंच गई, लिखिता 86 तक आ गई। 3 मैचेस अभी भी बचे हुए हैं। पर चलते हैं तुरंत के तुरंत दूसरे पेज पर, क्योंकि 12वीं टीम उनके पास कितने पॉइंट्स अभी भी मौजूद हैं, 71। और टीम आर्यन का तो अभी खेलना बाकी रहेगा, उनके नीचे सिंसिनाटी किड्स उनका खेलना बाकी रहेगा। यानी आप 73 ले सकते हैं जो कि गॉड्स ओमेन के पास है, गॉड्स रेन 74 के साथ।
बोथ गॉड्स रेन एंड गॉड्स ओमेन मुझे लगता है कि अभी भी फिलहाल के लिए तो खतरे से निकले नहीं है। मतलब अगर आप देखें तो 12वें पायदान से सिर्फ 2 अंक दूर है। अगर हम बात करें आखिरी पन्ने की, तो यहाँ पे आपको खतरा टहलता हुआ दिखेगा, बिकॉज विक्टोरिया समस 12 मैचेस इन लोगों ने खेल चुके हैं, 59 पॉइंट्स उनके पास है, तो एक बहुत बड़ी जंप दरकार। मेटा निंजा की अगर हम बात करें तो इनके पास भी सिर्फ 3 मुकाबले बचे, 48 पॉइंट्स, नॉट गोना बी इनफ मेजी।
यहाँ से तो बहुत मुश्किल है, आप नामुमकिन समझ सकते हैं उस चीज को, क्योंकि अगर अब उनको टॉप 12 में आना है तो फिर 2 चिकन डिनर निकालने होंगे। एक चिकन डिनर से भी काम नहीं चलेगा। अगर आप 25 भी निकालते हैं तो भी आप 70 के आसपास नहीं पहुंच सकते। उसके बाद थोड़े आपको और पॉइंट्स निकालने होंगे। पर मैं अभी भी सोच रहा हूं मार्कस गेमिंग के पास बढ़िया मौका था, शुरुआत वो करते एक्स्ट्रा फिनिशेस के साथ, और क्या पता आने वाले समय में और भी ज्यादा वो पॉइंट्स निकालते, अपने आप को टॉप 12 के अंदर रख पाते। पर अब यहां से लगभग नामुमकिन हो चुका है। क्वार्टर फाइनल जो कि कल से शुरू हो रहा है, ब्रेक आपको मिलेगा नहीं। अगेन आपको वो 16 मैचेस अपने कंप्लीट करने होंगे। कंपटीशन तो बढ़ेगा ही बढ़ेगा,
कंपटीशन बढ़ेगा, फटीग बढ़ेगा, और मुझे लगता है कि वहां पे परफॉर्म करना एक बहुत प्रेशर वाली सिचुएशन हो जाती है, जिसके चलते हम हमेशा से बात करते हुए आ रहे हैं कि जो टॉप 12 टीम्स है उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ी जंप होगी। 4 दिन का गैप, 4 दिन का प्रेपरेशन टाइम, और उसके साथ आप रिसर्च कर पा रहे हो कि टीम्स जो लोअर ब्रैकेट से आ रही है, आप समझिए आपके पास एक भी दिन का ब्रेक नहीं मिल रहा है। आपको इंस्टेंटली लॉबी स्विच के साथ जूझना पड़ेगा, उसके साथ साथ आपको प्रिपेयर करना पड़ेगा कि कैसे फाइट ले। दैट इज अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट टास्क इन माय ओपिनियन।
देखिए मुश्किलें हैं, पर वो ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर हैं। अब अगर वो ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर हैं तो इतनी तो मेहनत उनको करनी पड़ेगी, और मेहनत करते भी हैं वो सारे प्लेयर, और तभी तो हम कहते हैं ना कि लगातार वो अपने मैचेस कंप्लीट करते हैं। पर अब आज के दिन का दूसरा मुकाबला, एरांगल पूरी तरीके से तैयार है सॉल्टी।
देखिए एरांगल का मुकाबला थोड़ा सा ट्रिकी होने वाला है, बिकॉज जो भी बड़े नाम हैं वो हमने देखा कि एरांगल के मुकाबले में मैप पे उतना ज्यादा खास नहीं खेल के जाते। मौका रहेगा हमारे मिडिल पैक की तरफ, चलेंगे कास्टर्स के साथ ये कॉन्वर्सेशन कंटिन्यू करने के लिए।
Thank you so much, guys. And now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And Johnny, I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines looking at the game, and we saw massive fumbles from NINZA and even Marcos Gaming. And for Marcos Gaming especially, I thought this could have been their game, but just because the lack of self-awareness, that costed them the game.
I mean, but that has been the case for Marcos Gaming all this time around in the upper bracket. This team is struggling in terms of performance. We've constantly seen them be at the bottom of the leaderboard. So Marcos Gaming, I think today is one of those rare YOLO opportunities where you basically have nothing to lose. There's a massive difference that you have to cover up to get inside of the top 12, qualify for the semi-finals. But since that option is quite dire, just do whatever you want. And it seems like even in doing so, they aren't really doing that well.
I know, right?
On the other end of things, I mean, I think Genesis Esports with the top 2 finish, now they pretty much stabilized themselves inside of the top 12.
Yeah, for Genesis Esports, it was quite a solid game. Speaking of NoNx as well, it was a decent game coming in from NoNx. Knowing the fact that they've been struggling in the overall standings from the start till the end, at least that game is going to be a bit of that revival in the overall standings. Speaking of NINZA, I expected a lot more. Once again, we did see them in the final few moments, but they fumbled up that fight against just that one man from Genesis Esports. Hunter shutting them both down without any efforts. But hey, without wasting any more time, let's head on towards the upcoming map. As the Erangel boots upon the screen, the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Georgia Pool towards the opposite side, which will be Milta. This plane flat path once again, dividing the map into 2 equal halves. And speaking of this particular map, Johnny, Group A, they have been terrible on Erangel. We do not see anyone from Group A in the top 8, which is insane.
Man, that is very true. I mean, Erangel has not been the best for them, but on the other end, teams from Group B and C have been doing quite well. And when we talk about Group B in particular, OG, Omen, and these teams have been very consistent on the map of Erangel. I mean, OG, they've been dropping big bombs in terms of finish numbers on this map, and it seems like it is going to be a difficult challenge for everyone else. Los Hermanos is also another brilliant name to have good performances from the teams playing right now on this particular map. Let's see how things are going to turn out, though.
Yeah, exactly. And since we're not really going to see the map of Sanhok anymore, one thing is for sure, Group C and even Group A are going to be the most affected teams with this entire switch up in the schedule, right? Since Sanhok is not a part of it, and we know Group A is pretty bad on the map of Erangel. Even on the map of Sanhok, Group A was decent, but Sanhok is not being played, Johnny.
I mean, Sanhok not being there actually takes away the opportunity of a comeback from a lot of these names that are struggling, but right off the bat, we do have the flight path on our screens, and of course, from the teams playing, we can expect a few early drop clashes in this one. You look towards Georgia Pool, you have 4TR, NON, quite close to each other, and then that cluster towards Milta where Los Hermanos is going to be there. NINZA usually like to take that drop as well, but this time, considering they did expect a lot of teams towards Milta, they have gone for that standard query split drop. Omen in form. Shelter has a cluster as well, with Genesis being there, along with Reckoning in a weird split. 2 players south of Marcos, 2 players north of Marcos. Marcos Gaming smack in the center. And then FS towards school and school apartments.
EVOX heading towards Fair Pier. Even they've got a decent start. No one really around them. Things looking good and dandy. NINZA, look at that split they've got. Usually NINZA like to drop around that quarry vicinity, but this time you just see Dragon OP in that spot, while the remaining players of NINZA are trying to be proactive inside of the circle, which does make a lot of sense. For NINZA, they have been quite slothy. In the previous game, we did see them in the top 5, but to be honest, they're just not really able to back that position up with a lot of elimination points, and that's the only thing that costing NINZA the performance.
That is very true, and that has been the case for this team since the end of BMPS 2025. We don't know what happened. It seems like that switch in play style, that element of surprise did work out in their favor, but in the longer run, they aren't just able to keep up with everyone else. I want to say this is a very interesting start to these Erangels. This circle is going to make sure that there's going to be a lot of pressure on all of these teams that try to breach east to west on the southern edge of the circle, especially with OG already being in a perfect spot to gatekeep any early rotators, and it seems like Marcos Gaming might be one of those names that could get caught off guard. But we switch focus onto God's Reign. Destro, there was a very interesting interview to kick things off at the start of the day.
Yeah. For Destro, one thing is for sure, he did seem quite confident. For some reason, Destro knew that his team's anyways going to qualify in the top 12. which is a good mindset to have. But to be honest, with how things really kicked off for God's Reign, yeah, we all saw that greedy play from the boys as they wanted to shut down the players of EVOX, but for God's Reign, the tables were turned against him. They also got third party by Los Hermanos from the far fray, and things did not work out too well.
Yeah, things are not really looking good for God's Reign. And of course, that slip out of the top 12 as well is going to be very painful. God's Omen, as we mentioned at the start of this match, one of the best performing teams from this particular group on this map, in fact.
Yeah.
And this is their time to just grab all the attention that they can. This team had a great start to their journey. The first Erangel of the upper bracket, it was a God's Omen chicken dinner.
I know, right? And then later on, we saw a massive dip in the performance too. The consistency just completely lacking. At the start of the day, God's Omen was outside of the top 12. Not exactly sure what spot they are currently in. But yeah, one thing is for sure, as you mentioned, this map is their bread and butter. They like to play this map. They're pretty good on this map. But Johnny, what about Group A? They're terrible on this map. And since we know Erangel is one of the most classic maps, and if you're still bad on it, that's a major concern in my opinion.
I think if you are struggling on Erangel, you might as well go frag heavy, look for those early fights if your survival stats or your survival in general on Erangel isn't the greatest. But that sort of has been a problem for a lot of these Group A teams. Look at K9 Esports. I mean, we've seen them do extremely well in Erangel in terms of finishes, but this team just struggles to get those placement points.
Yeah, not even in top 8, by the way, on Erangel. But K9 Esports, they're exceptionally well on Miramar.
Yeah.
They are the best performing team on Miramar. And that's the only reason why K9 Esports is still there in quite a decent spot in the overall standings. And they're almost on the verge of making it too. In my opinion, the moment you cross that 100 points marker, you are literally safe. No one's going to steal that spot away from you.
So, K9 Esports, their goal at the start of the day was to cross that 100-point marker within the first 2 matches. The first match wasn't the best, just 5 points secured from that. And now in this game, sitting at 88 points, they need 12. If they can hit that 100-point marker within the first 2 games, then the last 2 matches, their plan is to just go berserk on anyone and everyone they see, gain that mental composure that they need. But Marcos Gaming put under pressure as 40R are going to be spotted out in Northern Georgia Pool City.
For 40R, another team that's extremely desperate on the board. Pin his life. This man needs to start popping off once again. We know this guy's got a lot of potential. The utilities from Pin his life, they're doing a lot of hurt, but eventually a return nade comes in from Stone BGMI, and this time it's not a stone, instead it's a frag grenade. It's gonna knock the player out, blows up right on his face, and Marcos Gaming, they find themselves on the advantageous side now. Stone BGMI, he was chipped up pretty low, but it's still good. Marcos Gaming with the man advantage inside of the fight. Pin his life, just backing away from that spot. And look at Marcos Gaming on the chase. They want to get the confirmation. Pin his life. He's found himself around the safety block. And I like that crossfire from Morty too. It's just waiting for someone to be over-aggressive. And the moment he crosses that wall, Morty will strike him down.
Yeah, but Pain is live. There's a very baity position. Either he gets taken out of Marcos Gaming in the attempt of making that push, as you mentioned, all thanks to the crossfire from Morty, and one more player just hiding in the corner. Marcos Gaming are going to walk into a trap. But if they have nades, if they have utility, they could have found that finish without committing. But as they charge forward, Wizard, he fails the magic trick, gets knocked out. And now Marcos Gaming, they've been handed reset. How do you deal with this?
Once again, a massive rookie mistake by Marcos Gaming. How does this happen over and over again?
Yeah.
Marcos Gaming, how can you make so many mistakes in back-to-back games? And this might just cost you the entire game now. I do understand Marcos Gaming is far back in the overall standings, but at least they still have a fighting chance mathematically, and you might as well take the odds. Utilities constantly tossed out from 4TR. And at this point in time for Marcos Gaming, they know they're getting overwhelmed, so they're just going to back away from this spot.
Quite lucky that Wizard did not get finished off. Stone BGMI, he kicks things off again. That's Z-God falling, and Pain is live in the backlines, falls to Naughty. The flank works out. Marcos Gaming, now this might be the first squad wipe of the game.
This is massive for Marcos Gaming. Exactly what they needed to spring themselves back to life, and that's going to be another confirmation that follows up. Marcos Gaming, they momently know, instantly, it's a surge of boost they've got in the confidence, and they want to shut down the remaining soft players of 4TR. But even 4TR, they're playing this pretty tactically well. But the moment I say so, they will be, or on the verge of being eliminated. There's just God barely surviving on a sliver of HP. And he's got 8 bullets in the shotgun. Falls back a little bit more, tosses out a flash nade. So at least it's going to delay the push from Marcos Gaming for a bit longer.
Yeah, but it might not change the endgame result. It's still a 4 versus 1 situation after the revive comes through from the side of Marcos Gaming. And there it is. Goes for an aggressive fight, gets finished off. 4 players wrapped in a nice little packet and sent back to the lobby packing. Marcos Gaming. Now this is the Marcos Gaming that we wanted to see, but unfortunately they've showed up to this competition very late, at least in the first round.
I know, right? Naughty, Stone, BGMI, Wizard. Everyone from this banner with so much potential. And the funny part is, this team used to play under God's Omen in the past. And we all know they played exceptionally well. And that's the reason why they got signed by Marcos Gaming. But as of now for OG, the previous game was fantastic. We saw a perfect game coming in from OG where they personified what exactly the other teams need to do in order to have that solid game. OG played for map control, they had the intel and waited for the right opportunity and the timings, and they found those every single time. But as of now for K9 Esports, this fight, it's filled with a lot of risk. But the players of Reckoning Esports, they're not doing too hot or looking too hot in the overall standings, and that's going to be the first knock by Beast. What a way to threat the needle. Reckoning Esports already struggling with confidence and Beast. He finds 3 knockouts all by himself, and just one man, the Remnants. It's not there in the game anymore for Reckoning Esports.
What an impressive play coming from K9. I mean, towards the initial stages of this fight, I thought Beast, he might have messed up, gone for the exit of the vehicle a little bit early, but no. That hip fire, too accurate. And Reckoning Esports, well, no one's feeling the Reckoning right now, but God's Omen. Mid-rotation, Los Hermanos put under pressure. God's Omen looking for that first knock, but they failed to find one. Although they might have just sent a prepped Los Hermanos into the hands of FS Esports. 2 players fall, 1 finished off. Finished stolen by God's Omen. Evil though, he wants to re-engage into a 1v3. This could be a big mistake. He kicks things off with a brilliant knock. The finish converted, runs into it, finds the second, looking for the third, spots the man, goes for the finish instead of the knock. And Shogun retaliates, but God's Omen, they've lost a lot in this fight.
Before getting taken out, he gets both the confirmations. Now we know why his name is Evil. Actually, demonic plays coming through from that guy. And imagine a player, when he knows his team's getting absolutely messed up by another team, he actually makes a pounce all by himself, and he finds those 2 frags. That is insane!
Hey, but while that was the good kind of insane, you want to hear about a bad kind of insane play?
What?
Lucifer ran into the odds of God's Reign and gave them their frag. For some reason, his teammates were fighting. He chose to just run into the opposite direction.
Well, sometimes sacrificial lambs are necessary, I guess. And right now for K9 Esports, what just happened? Beast is still knocked out. Maybe they did not really have enough time to get the rest back up. But now finally they've found a bit of that vacant time. Maybe they can get the revival. Genesis Esports in the midst of all the action between the players of 8-Bit. It's such an awkward spot to be in. S-Power, he switches the seat, but the shot, it's not connected. Genesis Esports looking good and dandy. These shots from Zap, they were quite stable, but still S-Power, he's looking good. 8-Bit, now they're going to make that pounce against just this one man of Genesis Esports. And Zap, luckily enough, he's got the smoke. That's providing him the cover. But this cover is not going to stop the bullets from penetrating. Instead, Zap was still able to find that one crucial knock, but he instantly falls apart himself too. 8-Bit, yes, there was a knock, but he will be brought back up.
But the backup has arrived from the side of Genesis as well. Look at the radar. And Genesis looking to retaliate. They do make that bounce, causing some chaos for S-Power and Somraj, but it is going to be important for them to find the knock, or maybe not. Hunters gets taken out, and 8-Bit, they're doing well in this fight. Genesis down to the last man, can't really make a comeback over here.
8-Bit at this point in time, just looking at the way they are positioning around the edges, 8-Bit, they need to keep on fighting through. That's the only possible way 8-Bit's going to have a decent spot inside of the circle. They need to be the cleanup crew. And 8-Bit has been struggling with their fights, but as of now, they're definitely manhandling the entirety of Genesis Esports as another frag is being found. While as we move on towards the players of K9 Esports and BotArmy, For BotArmy, they've lost out and won it. The man gets confirmed too, but you've still got Lion. Is he really going to be the king of the jungle? That's my question. One man from K9 Esports trapped in a corner. This Molotov, it might just be it, but no, Slug, too quick on the trigger.
They have been surviving by the skin of their teeth this whole time, K9 Esports and Necro. I think it is all just because they want to cross that 100-point mark as quickly as possible. They've gotten 8 finishes in the game. They just need a few more points, and it's going to be a job well done. But it is a king of the hill situation. A fight for the control of the summit of Everest. FS going up against OG, and it's going to be WizGod with the opener. Roman knocked out, Lovish and Godx in the back lines. The nade goes flying, Lovish spotted out. Roman gets finished off by WizGod. The point confirmed by the players of Orangutan. And OG, they look very comfortable just charging forward into the players of FS.
Yeah.
But Godx damage just out. He's still looking for the trade.
OG's got no fear. They've anyways qualified. That's why OG's playing with a free mindset, and they're already finding those quick trades on the board too. For FS Esports, it's the worst possible way to get taken down. That's to face off against a team that is already qualified for FS Esports. It's a lose-lose situation. Another man down. It's down to just Lovish. And this time, the power of love, it might just fade away, and yes, it does.
The power of love against the power of friendship, and the pop-off from AKOP as well. After the fight is clutched, 4 finishers on the board for OG, and they find a decent position to work with for the late game stage as well, as we are heading towards Hospital Endgame. NINZA, Necro, we spoke about them at the start of this match. This has to be their game. They have been in Hospital since the start of the match.
Yeah, well, they were in a good spot in the previous game too, but they just bombed it.
And not this time. Hopefully, I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
Well, even if they do end up securing this game, I'm pretty sure they will not have a lot of elimination points. So let's imagine they get 6 elimination points and a chicken dinner. That's just going to be 16 points on the board. And Johnny, that's still not enough to put you in the top 12. You need another game just like that.
Yeah. I mean, for sure. At this point, they are way too far behind in the race. And it's going to be that ungodly heavy lifting that's going to be required in order to make the bounce inside of the top 12. God's Reign, they do spot out a few lads from the side of Likitha Esports, but shots not finding connection. Although Likitha Esports, this has me concerned a little bit for this team. They're too late with their rotation. All thanks to that 8-bit Genesis fiasco. And they're following the players of 8-bit, by the way. The same rotation part for both the teams. The problem is 8-bit has numbers. So if 8-bit gets stopped in their tracks, they can at least take a pause, start fighting, or at least look to find a knock or something. Not Likitha Esports. They lose one man, they're on the verge of elimination.
There's EVOX 2 nearby, and what a spray that was.
Yeah.
Beautiful tracing. Archit just finding that one man who was cruising past him. To be honest, that's kind of evil. He was having his time inside of the buggy, just cruising through the road. But then that beautiful spray comes through from Archit. And also free loot for Archit. That's going to be replenishments. Things looking good and dandy for EVOX. The position they've got, yes, it does seem quite uncontested, but we know somewhere down line, there's going to be a few fights brewing up around this spot. There might just be Likitha Esports looking to crush around that same vicinity too, and maybe EVOX will need to shut down Likitha, or vice versa.
A little bit of a recap. FS versus OG. It was a brilliant way to kick things off from the side of Orangutan, but the fight in the mid stages got extremely scrappy, and I think that is just props to FS. They were a man down as soon as OG came knocking, but still being able to bring it down to a 1v1. And Lovish so close to clutching it out, but not this time, says AKOP. God's Reign, I think finally realizing that the apes are knocking on their doors.
OG, all the players next to each other, playing in tandem. Then you've also got Aru, a little bit in the far fray. And now the players of EVOX, they're right in front. And look at the players of EVOX, even they're quite spread out. Look at the esports, these shots, these utilities that are being taken against him. That might just disrupt the flow soon. EVOX, they need to be careful too with how they're approaching this fight. And look at the esports on the receiving side of the spectrum. Few utilities tossed against EVOX too, and this nade is quite close. Oh my god! Archie was on the verge of being knocked out. He almost ran into that one.
Yeah. Stepped on a landmine, but still alive. And they have to be careful, the players of EVOX, by the way, because if you overextend for Likitha Esports, you risk falling into the line of fire of 8-bit as well. And that's going to be a much worse situation to be in. This ridge in front of XOXO and Magic, that slight curve of the land is what protects them and keeps them safe. But the circle, by the way, moves towards hospital completely. And that means God's Reign, Meta NINZA, they're going to be in a comfort zone right now. It's going to be a very open endgame situation for all of these sides when stage 7 hits. You better be prepared for with all of those smokes, but 8-bit, they find a nice little angle to work with to keep up the pressure on the players of Likitha Esports. While 8-bit has to charge forward, Likitha Esports, they get exposed, the spray down comes through. XOXO losing a big chunk of his HP, but he's still standing, finally knocked out as Reaper finds his spot, spots him out, and I think that might be the end for Likitha Esports. They are down to their last man.
Marcos Gaming in the smack center. They've got a solid hold. Meta NINZA, the players are just tapping away, and that's Magic on the verge of being faded away from this game. Luckily enough for Magic, that buggy is actually a saving grace. But look at Meta NINZA. The thing is, they've got the prime spot to play with too, but they're just not able to convert any sort of elimination points, which is not a good thing. Meta NINZA is taking those constant shots, but everyone is being careful from that compound, and that's why Meta NINZA, they're not able to funnel in those elimination points.
Hey, but brilliant move coming from EVOX. I mean, I don't know it's brilliant or not, if this is going to win them the chicken dinner or not, but what they did was they were towards the southwestern edge of the zone, even south of 8-bit, and they kind of rotated through 8-bit, controlling the western edge. It gives them some cover to keep 8-bit in a pin, but it seems like EVOX, they aren't done. They want to charge for the compound and control of NON. Although this might have been a mistake as they push forward, players lose their HP, and NON is still a 4-man strong roster. Here comes the push. Kaliog, he had a nade, so he fails to secure that opener.
A little bit of an awkward engagement. EVOX against the players of NoNx. And we all know building fights are always tough, especially the staircase fights. All it takes is one shotguns to create that difference maker. And as of now, it seems like Viper, he might just have the advantage. He's got the shotgun for up close and personal combats, and EVOX, they might just walk into that crossfire. Might just walk into his crosshair. All the 4 players from EVOX, they know they've got the comfort zone. They don't even need to push up against NoNx, but NoNx, they're getting too eager. They want to take this fight. They want to shut down the foes. NoNx, they're not happy to share this compound with EVOX. And somewhere down line, NoNx knows the more the time keeps on passing by, the threat just gets even bigger.
Plus, I think they might be upset about losing Anonymous. EVOX came knocking NoNx. The plan should have been to dish out some damage as soon as the players slam and then just instantly counter push for a finish, but a slight hesitation. Viper almost finding that knock. Awkward engagements through and through. 3 versus 4 though. EVOX, they have the upper hand. Although the situation has changed, the circle abandons this compound, and now about 20 seconds remain. Viper, he charges into the players. The opener is going to be secured. Finds the second as well. The counter push up the stairs, and EVOX, they do manage to turn things around. And there's the wipeout of NON. EVOX with a big play. 7 eliminations on the board. The squad wipe is there, but still the question remains, how far into the game will you make it? Because you look at the radar, there's Slug from the side of K9 that has the hill. Opportunity to shut down the players of EVOX as soon as they move out, and 8-bit is also waiting for them.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Slug is the only man. That can be a problem. Yeah, there are a few line of sights that can be formed against the players of EVOX, but once again, with a proper team play, those can be avoided. They need to toss out a few smokes. There's also 8-bit who wants to get the revenge, and look at 8-bit, all the players right next to each other. Just waiting for EVOX to step out in the open, and Speaker stepping out in the open. Right now it seems like God's Reign, they're done playing it passive. They want to take the aggression up close and personal as they do find that confirmation. For God's Reign, they got the confirmation against Aru, but still for OG, they've got 2 more men standing. The utilities, they're going to put in a lot of work, and this time it's hurting the players of God's Reign. WizGod, he wants to push up. He knows there's a man inside of the hovercraft. Shots were taken against it, wants to blow it up as well. Now for Destro. The man's taken down extremely low and eventually gets confirmed too from this game.
OG is doing very well for themselves. They find a break inside of the top 5. 8 finishes on the board. The only problem is they're down to their last 2 players. And 8-Bit, they've just played perfectly this match, all 4 players. Control of the hill, that high ground will work wonders. The only problem for them is going to be NINZA, who have concrete cover available, and we see NINZA kick things off with a knock onto S-Power. The main man from the side of 8-Bit down on his knees.
S-Power. He's been the one to support 8-Bit for the longest of the time. He's been the one contributing the most when it comes to the fragging department. 52% finish contribution from S-Power towards 8-Bit, which is insane. He's been carrying the team on the back. But as of now, for 8-Bit, if they do lose out on S-Power, that's going to be a major stinger. And 8-Bit knows they cannot afford it. And NINZA, 4 players next to each other. They have been playing it passive and finally getting those 2 elimination points. It's going to be a bit of a surge off the confidence. But the zone, it might just fade away soon. There's that one straggler from NoNx Esports, which is Gravity. And Gravity can definitely possess that anonymous aura.
Oh, man. I mean, for sure he's going to have the anonymity playing in his favor, but it's very impressive that he's managed to make it into the top 5 of this match, considering the fight between Genesis and 8-Bit was one of the first fights of this match. OG on the verge of getting wiped out. Wiz got knocked and finished off. Another point added into the total tally of 8-Bit. There's no one there, just a preemptive piece of util to make sure that no one steps out of that hovercraft. And now, switching focus to the players of Marcos Gaming. 8-Bit has to clean house. They have to make sure that they clean up everything in S-Power. My goodness, that is a perfect free throw. 2 points for 8-Bit. 8 finishes in total.
Disgusting stuff. S-Power once again the man to lead the pack, but this time even Equinox is contributing the same. This was the Equinox, this was the res that we were waiting for. This is the rise up off 8-Bit. NINZA, even they've got all the 4 players standing, but the individual men of OG and NoNx Esports can definitely be the disruptors. And as of now for AKOP, he's not revealing his position at all. Behind the tree, waiting for someone to step out in the open and make that rookie mistake, and both the teams are just waiting for the next zone to pop up. Gravity inside of the shack, waiting for NINZA to make a mistake, and AKOP waiting for 8-Bit to make a mistake. There are these loose stragglers for both of them that are going to be a threat.
I just want to see who wins the end game, NINZA or 8-Bit, because as you mentioned, it's these isolated players, one from the side of OG, one from the side of Genesis. If they shoot at 8-Bit, knock out even one man, then NINZA will have the upper hand. If they take out NINZA, they just make 8-Bit's job a whole lot easier. That nade goes up in the air, the Molotov burns him alive, and AKOP. That is it. It was his own Molotov, denies the point.
Yeah.
Man, such sweaty performance. They're getting extremely sweaty, and they're already, they're pretty much headed to the semifinals.
I'm enjoying it. Just give me my popcorns at this point. Evil guy. Denies the point. Even that one extra point denied to 8-Bit. Because he does not want to see them in the semifinals. But for 8-Bit, this was a performance desperately needed.
Yeah.
And they have gotten it finally. Game 1, not exactly the 8-Bit waste. But now, this one, they finally got it. The only team in the way is going to be the players of NINZA. And for NINZA, maybe now they need to leave that compound and get back inside of the circle. Luckily enough, there's still a bit of that piece of that compound inside of the zone, and maybe they can utilize it. For 8-Bit, that one loose straggler that could have been a threat for them has been eliminated already, which is a good thing.
Yeah, but Gravity will still have enough angles to put pressure on the players of 8-Bit and NINZA. I think this is the one man that decides or gets to decide who gets the chicken dinner for this game. He's looking up. He's not even looking at his device. He's just patient, waiting for both the teams to act. But anyways, I mean, NINZA, the only point of concern I have for them, Necro, is their 4v4s have been absolutely horrendous.
Yep.
This entire time. So, my money is going to be on 8-Bit winning this game.
Pretty much. Especially with Equinox and S-Power being in form.
Yeah.
It definitely does seem like they are supposed to be the one to come out on top. And did you see that spray?
Not great.
Yeah. In my opinion, at least should have chipped down the man extremely low, but instead, those shots were whiffed. And because of that, now 8-Bit, they've got a bit more control to play with. And for NINZA, once again, just isolated in that compound. All the 4 players next to each other. And for 8-Bit, they're forming those lines of sight. That might just give them the advantage and the edge inside of the fight.
Oh man, Gravity, he has a nade in his hands. And the players from NINZA show up knocking at his shack. The nade goes out. It knocks out one! And Gravity, he's looking good. A helping hand from the players of 8-Bit as they find Dragon OP. And as you mentioned, it is done and dusted. Reaper falls. Last man from NINZA left standing in the backlines. Beard Baba, he's still hiding. He's hoping for those extra points. But it is done and dusted. 8-Bit, they see those pixels as clear as light itself. And they are hoping for a big win. This might push them in a very decent spot inside of the top 12.
I hate to say this for a team, but yeah, there we go. Beard Baba just mauling himself, denying that 1 point. And for 8-Bit, once again, they're going to be unhappy. Those 2 elimination points could have been theirs, but they were denied by iQOO and now Beard Baba in the end from NINZA. And speaking of NINZA, yeah, they're terrible at their firefights. Once again, hence proved.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it as well. Those 4v4s aren't looking too good for NINZA, but hey, had they played like this, had this team played for survival from the start of our bracket round 1, maybe we would have seen them in the top 12.
Oh, a few disagreements from the side of NINZA. The players not really happy with the outcome. I'm pretty sure NINZA was hoping for a chicken dinner with the way the game really went in the final few moments, especially that one loose straggler from Genesis Esports, just spoiling the day with that one single nade. It all just came down to that.
You know what is surprising? That Somraj was sitting behind the rock. And I don't know if he was aware of Gravity's position or not, but his position, the way he was sitting, just blocked both the angles. Blocked the angle for NINZA and for Gravity as well. And that is such a brilliant move. I mean, if he did it out of just caution, it's amazing having that level of game sense, and it makes sense. He's one of the best IGLs in the country. But if they had the information, then the question is, why did NINZA not know where Gravity was? Because they were next to him for the longest period of time.
Yeah, it just felt like NINZA forgot what was exactly going on in the surrounding lines,
pretty much.
And that's what pretty much proves my point. NINZA, they also lack the surrounding awareness. The only reason in the past 2 games they're in the top 5, it's because the moment the circle pops up, they just push inside of the circle and find themselves in the advantageous spot and cross their fingers and hope that the zone's going to form on top of them, and that's what's been happening.
You know, but NINZA still actually, I mean, to be fair, they did decent in this game. They walk away with, what, 9 points in this match, right? 3 finishes, 6 for placement. On the other end, another big letdown. Boys, Reckoning Esports, man, what is going on with Reckoning Esports?
Yeah, for Reckoning Esports, it feels like they've just forgotten how to play the game. I'm going to be straight up. This is not the Reckoning Esports that we saw a year back. This is not the Reckoning Esports that we saw at the start of the year.
Yeah.
I do understand just 2 slots have been changed, just 2 faces have been changed, but is that really going to have such a massive impact on the lineup? I don't think so. These are still the young lads, and in my opinion, they're supposed to be mechanically skilled, but we're not even seeing those proper mechanical fights being won from the side of Reckoning Esports, which just rises up my concern even more. And yeah, speaking of NINZA, Johnny, the previous game they were there in the top 5 with not a lot of elimination points. Once again, the same storyline follows up, and these type of performances are not enough for NINZA to push up in the top 12.
But maybe if they start putting up these numbers on the board, things can change. 10 finishes for 8-Bit, along with a chicken dinner. 20-point match coming through. So overall, a very impressive game. I want to bring one more point to attention. I mean, we were looking at the player caps. We saw an argument between the players of Genesis Esports, and I think that is just them showcasing their urgency to do well every single game, because Genesis is actually in a decent spot, and this game, I have to say, no matter how bad it looks, a top 3 finish when you lose 3 players right off the rip in the first fight. One of the first fights of the game was 8-Bit versus Genesis.
Yeah.
And they lost 3 players, and from there, getting into the top 3, it's still okay.
I know, right? For Genesis Esports, I don't think they even need to care about qualification, right? They've already done it. They've got so many points on the board on the first half. We mentioned this. You just need to cross that 100 points marker with this sort of a performance. It's just going to put them even closer. For Genesis Esports, probably the upcoming games, that's going to be the deal sealed. Speaking of NINZA, once again, as I mentioned, they're just playing it too passive. I think they need to go aggressive, and that's the only thing that's going to give them the nuclear performance they need. For 8-Bit, I think so. They're currently inside of the top 12, but they still need a few more points. But for now, let's move on to a quick interview.
क्योंकि 2 मैचेस के बाद कुछ टीम्स ने तो वो कमबैक की झलकियां दिखा दी है। उनमें से एक रहने वाले 8-Bit। फिलहाल एस पावर में आपसे शुरू करना चाहूंगा। दिन की शुरुआत में ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग को हम देख रहे थे। 52% का वो फिनिश कंट्रीब्यूशन सिर्फ आपकी तरफ से आया। थोड़ा सा स्ट्रगल लग रहा है उसके कारण कि एक खिलाड़ी इतने फिनिशर्स, वो सपोर्ट जो आप डिमांड कर रहे हैं बाकी प्लेयर से वो अभी तक आया नहीं है?
ऐसा नहीं है। अभी जो भी सिचुएशन था अभी तक हम लोग का बहुत अनफॉर्चुनेट डेथ्स हो रहा था और अनलकी सिचुएशंस भी बहुत हम लोग ने फेस किए और साथ ही साथ हम लोग का कहीं ना कहीं टीम गेम लैग कर रहा था। तो कंट्रीब्यूशन का तो ऐसा कुछ है नहीं, क्योंकि एट द एंड मेरे भी जो 52 कंट्रीब्यूशन बने हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं बाकी 4 बंदों की वजह से ही बने हैं, जो मेरे बाकी 4 हैं। तो ऐसा तो कुछ मेरे को स्ट्रगल वगैरह लगा नहीं, बट होपफुली टाइम से हम लोग वापस से ट्रैक पे आ जाएंगे।
ऑलरेडी उसकी शुरुआत तो हो चुकी है, क्योंकि इस मैच के बाद सोमराज थोड़े से ही स्माइल किए, बट सोमराज देखिए इतने बड़े स्टेज में आए लेकिन स्टिल वो प्लेइंग 4 में हमें चेंजेस देखने को मिल रहा है। कल के दिन पे 20 थे, आज फिर से चेंजेस हुए। आपको लग रहा है कि ये थोड़ा सा वो प्रॉब्लम का कारण है, रनिंग इवेंट पे इतने चेंजेस?
नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता, ये कॉल मैं नहीं लेता हूँ, ये कॉल हमारा कोच एपेक्स लेता है।
बट अच्छा आईजीएल, आपको लगता है कि उस तरीके के जो गेम प्लान के साथ आप आ रहे हो, सपोज आप 20 के साथ कुछ और प्लान के साथ आते हो, एक्वा के साथ आप कुछ और प्लान के साथ आते हो और आपको लास्ट मोमेंट में ये चीज़ें पता चलती है, तो प्ले स्टाइल में कुछ फर्क आता है उसके कारण?
नहीं, मेरा काम है गेम खिलाना, बस मैं उसी पर स्टिक करता हूँ।
सोमराज फॉर द रीजन, बट एक्वानॉक्स जैसा हम समझ रहे थे पहले भी कि ओवरऑल जो फिटनेस की हम बात करते हैं, थोड़ा सा अभी भी उसके अराउंड बातचीत हो रही थी कि सर्जरी के बाद वापस आए हो, अभी पे कैसे हो आप और कैसा चल रहा है पूरा ये एटमॉस्फेयर?
अच्छा लगता है, टीममेट सपोर्ट करते हैं हर मोमेंट पे। एंड सर्जरी के बाद भी मेरे को बोला था कि तो ब्रेक ले, आराम से खेल, ऐसा गेम तेरा चल ही नहीं जाएगा कहीं। तो मैं ब्रेक लिया और अभी रिकवर करने में टाइम लग रहा है गेम मेरे को, सो इन लोग है तो हो जाएगा
100%, वो तो हो गई। बट रेडन, आखिरी सवाल, इस मैच के बाद देखिए मोमेंटम की जो हम बात कर रहे हैं, वो स्टार्टिंग में 8-बिट को हम स्ट्रगल करते हुए देखे, लेकिन इस मुकाबले के बाद लग तो रहा है कि वो क्वालिफिकेशन के रेस में टॉप 12 कितना ज़्यादा अब कॉन्फिडेंट हो आप?
देखो अभी हमारे पॉइंट्स तो काफ़ी हो चुके हैं, अभी अपन बेसिक खेलेंगे और अपन मोमेंटम है हमारे पास, तो अपन और अच्छा खेलने का ट्राई करेंगे
100%, क्योंकि अभी तो और भी मैचेस है उधर, और बेहतर मैचेस यहाँ पे दिखाने की जरूरत पड़ने वाली। केवल 2 ही मैचेस समाप्त हुए हैं और उसके बाद अभी तो ग्रुप में चेंजेस हमें होता हुआ देखने को मिल जाएगा। क्या यही ले बरकरार रख पाएंगे आने वाले मैच में, ये जानने के लिए एक छोटे से ब्रेक और उसके बाद आते हैं अगले मुकाबले के साथ।
dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian X suit. Get now.
ऐसा करना नहीं, तू सबकी सुनना मगर बिखरना नहीं। और 8 बिट की तरफ से वही कुछ देखने को मिलता हुआ नेक्रो। कितना बढ़िया वो चिकन, और अब ये टीम अपने आप को अराउंड वो 88-89 पॉइंटर्स पे लेकर आ चुकी है। क्या कहना चाहेंगे नेक्रो?
I mean, look, for 8-bit, pretty much this is what they needed, right? They needed a solid performance. They finally got one. In the game one, we did see 8-bit sort of get dismantled in quite a weird way, but now it's out of the game two. Finally, they get the pace back up, and we had a concern that it was just S-Power who was constantly performing, but now it's Equinox as well, putting up numbers on the board, and I'm personally happy with 8-bit's performance.
देखिए बेहतर खेलते हुए नजर आए नो डाउट, बट मेटा निंजा को लेकर भी चर्चाएं करनी होंगी, क्योंकि ये गेम उनका हो सकता था। बहुत देरी से वो स्क्वाड हाउस को होल्ड करके बैठे हुए थे और उन्होंने अलाउ किया 8 बिट को उस पत्थर के सॉफ्ट कवर पे आने के लिए, और उसके बाद वो चिकन वो मिस करते हुए नजर आए।
That was my whole point, right? Why did the players of Meta NINZA let Somraj get towards that rock in the first place? Because they all whiffed the shots, right? And then later on, we also did see the Meta NINZA just once again crumbling down inside of the firefights. For Meta NINZA, firefights have always been the problem.
बिल्कुल सही कहा। और देवियों सज्जनों, उसके साथ साथ अगर आप कुछ बेहतरीन लकी चीज अपने साथ लेकर जाना चाहते हैं तो 10 यूसी में आपके पास मौका है कि लकी स्पिन करें और एक बढ़िया ड्रेवियन एक्सूट आप जीत सकते हैं, उस स्पिन में निकाल सकते हैं। हम तो बहुत लकी हैं, हमें मिल चुका है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप भी वो ट्राई करके देख सकते हैं 10 यूसी में केवल। बट बैक टू द टॉपिक, हम दोबारा से इस टॉपिक पे आते हैं जहां पर 8 बिट की तरफ से वो कमबैक आ चुका है। मेटा निंजा 9 अंक 2 गेम में देखने को मिले, बट अभी भी एक बड़ा गेम चाहिए।
That's the whole point, right? Looking at the position Meta NINZA was at the start of the day, just getting these many amount of points is not enough. Meta NINZA needs 125-pointer, and that's the only saving grace that Meta NINZA has at this point in time. If they would have performed the same way in the first 2 days, maybe things would have been different. And the only reason why Meta NINZA is able to get these amount of points is because of the passive gameplay. They're just crossing their fingers and hoping that the zone's going to form up on top of them, and that's what happens. We also do have the MVP popping up on the screen. Equinox is the man with 5 finishes. Then you've also got EVOX, Archith right there with 4 finishes too. Wiz got from OG getting 3.
और आप देख भी सकते हैं 8 बिट एस पावर को देख सकते हैं, वो भी यहाँ पर 3 फिनिश के साथ हैं। AKOP उन्होंने वैल्यू निकाली है, वो एक बढ़िया 1v2 भी करते हुए नजर आए थे। एक बार नजर डालते हैं पूरी पॉइंट्स टेबल पर और वहां पर भी चर्चाएं करेंगे कि कौन सी वो टीम्स रही जो बेहतर खेलती हुई नजर आई। 8 बिट 20 अंक, OG की कंसिस्टेंसी बहुत बेहतर देखने को मिल रही है। हर एक गेम में 18 पॉइंट, पहले मैच में एक बढ़िया चिकन, दूसरे मैच में 12 अंक, आज के 2 मैचेस में 32 पॉइंट निकाल चुके हैं।
Yeah, but let's be honest, right? For OG, these performances don't even matter. They've already qualified. They're doing so good in the overall standings that OG can just sit back and relax. This day is all about the teams on the latter half of the board. For example, teams like Meta NINZA, who are desperate for the points, teams like EVOX as well. And I would like to speak a little bit more on EVOX. It does seem like EVOX, we are seeing those efforts from them. They're trying their best to get the consistent point flow. And if they keep on playing the same way, I do believe they can make it.
और आप NoNx को लेकर भी चर्चाएं कर सकते हैं। गॉड्स ओमेन, ये कुछ ऐसे नाम हैं जो क्वालिफिकेशन की बिल्कुल दहलीज पर बैठे हुए हैं। आप सोचिए कि 3 पॉइंट उन्होंने निकाले हैं, गॉड्स ओमेन ने 2 अंक, और ये वो टीम है जो 70 से लेकर 75 के आंकड़ों पे 70 to 75 पॉइंट्स के बीच में। हम ऑलरेडी चर्चाएं कर चुके हैं कि लोअर ब्रैकेट में हमने जेनेक्स FM जैसे एक नाम को देखा था जो 72 पॉइंट्स के साथ भी क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए थे लास्ट डे में। रैकनिंग 40R, मैं समझता हूं कि उनकी तरफ से वो 0 पॉइंट, शायद अब सेमीफाइनल्स में जाना बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल उनके लिए। बट सीधे चलते हैं ओवरऑल की तरफ और वहां पर चर्चाएं करेंगे।
Exactly. The overall standings, they pop up on the screen. OG once again on top. It's not even a question. As I mentioned, they have been the best performer for today's day. Then you've also got TrueRippers on the second, getting 117 points. Soul right there with 105 for MyG Los Hermanos. Yeah, the games have been a little bit rough in my opinion, but it's completely fine. MyG Los Hermanos, they've already qualified. And here's my opinion. The moment you cross that 100 points marker, you've already qualified. No one's going to stop you from being there in the semifinals.
देखिए यहाँ पर TrueRippers वो टीम है जिन्होंने 3 चिकन निकाले और 117 पॉइंट के साथ देखने को मिल रहे हैं, और एक और टीम है जिन्होंने 3 चिकन निकाले हैं, गॉड्स रेन 82 पॉइंट है। हाँ, हम कह सकते हैं कि थोड़ा करीब आए हैं, बट अब मैचेस ज्यादा नहीं बचे, केवल 2 मैचेस बचे हुए हैं, तो उन्हें भी वो 90 to 95 पॉइंट्स निकालने पड़ेंगे। बट EVOX, मैं इनके बारे में भी चर्चाएं करना चाहूंगा नेक्रो, क्योंकि ये एक ऐसी टीम थी, जब बैकएंड पे मेरी उनसे बात हो रही थी तो मैंने उनसे एक बात बोली थी कि अभी तक आपकी टीम ने वो 0 पॉइंटर नहीं निकाला है, और लीजिए आज के दिन ही उन्होंने वो 0 पॉइंटर निकाल दिया।
I mean, look, to be honest, for EVOX, it is understandable with how they've been playing. They're not too far away as well from the top 12. They can easily make that massive catapult towards the top 12. Just one decent game at EVOX can do it. But here's the point, right? As I mentioned, you need to cross that 100 points marker, and then only you can be around the safety cushion. We've got the last page once again popping up on the screen. And as I mentioned, here are a few concerning names. For Marcos Gaming, there were so many good opportunities, but Marcos Gaming, they've always choked.
अब केवल 2 मैच बचे हुए हैं और अब इन 2 मैचेस में 47 पॉइंट से वो 90 पॉइंटर तक आना बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल रहेगा। मेडल ई स्पोर्ट्स के लिए मैं अभी भी एक ऑप्शन खोल के रखता हूं क्योंकि अभी भी उनके मैचेस बचे हुए हैं, वो 4 मैचेस खेलते हुए नजर आएंगे। अब हमें ग्रुप चेंज भी देखने को मिलेगा और कुछ नई टीम्स भी हमारे साथ जुड़ती हुई नजर आएंगी और वहां पर भी देखेंगे कि वो कैसे परफॉर्म करते हुए नजर आते हैं। गॉडलाइक की चर्चाएं करें तो कल का दिन भी उतना बेहतर नहीं रहा और आज के दिन तो वापसी करना नेक्रो उनके लिए बनता है।
That is true. For Godlike, no matter what, they need to perform. That's pretty much the same thing. And if Godlike is not able to perform even in one single game, we know the slot's pretty much going to slip away from their hands and they're going to move on towards the quarterfinals. And I had a conversation even inside of the English panel saying that the quarterfinals are going to be extremely sweaty because the teams from the lower brackets, they're going to move there and they've got a point to prove. And they're going to do whatever it takes to shut down the teams in the upper bracket.
और नेक्रो उसके साथ साथ मैं आपसे ये भी पूछना चाहूंगा कि एक ऐसा ग्रुप जो अपने 2 मैचेस खेलने के बाद अब दोबारा से 2 मैचेस बाद में खेलता हुआ नजर आएगा, क्या ये एक बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस डालता है?
It's a good thing for the teams that were not really able to find the momentum, but it's a bad thing for the teams that have already found the momentum, right? And that's what it all comes down to. A big break can definitely hinder their performance. We've also got the playing teams for the upcoming game. It's also going to be Group B flashing upon the screen. We have seen this group in the past 2 games, but now Group C is going to be the one to chime inside of the action, which means Godlike, they're also going to be over here. We're also going to have Victorious Sumus, Team AX. You've also got TrueRippers, Cincinnati Kids, First Curiosity, and Metal Esports.
टीम वीएस 59 पॉइंट्स इनके देखने को मिलते हैं। मतलब आज के 4 मैचेस में चाहिए होंगे वो लगभग 40 से लेकर 45 अंक। टीम आर्यन की बात करते हैं तो वो 71 पॉइंट्स उनके पास, बट ट्रू रिपर्स ऑलरेडी बहुत बेहतर खेलते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। सोल की तरफ से हमने देखा कि कितना बेहतरीन उन्होंने गेम प्ले दिखाया, बट सिंसिनेटी किड्स कल के दिन एक बड़ा गेम निकाला गया, लास्ट मैच में वापसी हुई और अब वो भी एक उम्मीदवार बन चुके हैं सेमीफाइनल्स में जाने के लिए। 71 पॉइंट्स के साथ वो भी देखने को मिलते हैं। नेक्रो, क्या लगता है कि 4 मैचेस में कैसे खेलना होगा उन्हें?
At this point in time, I would just say get 10 points per game, and maybe that's going to be the thing that can save you. To be honest, even if you manage to get 30 points, if you're somewhere around 70, that's more than enough for you to pretty much get yourself around the safety block and push yourself around the semifinals. 70 points, as I mentioned, get 30 points in the 4 games. That should be easy for a team with that stature.
और वहीं पर जब मेडल ई स्पोर्ट्स की बात करते हैं तो उनके पास वो 42 पॉइंट्स हमें देखने को मिलते हैं। नेक्रो, मतलब अब इन 4 मैचेस में उन्हें पूरे तरीके से ऑल इन जाना चाहिए।
They need 60 points in 4 games. In my opinion, if you ask me realistically, that seems next to impossible. Mathematically, it's still possible if Metal Esports gets a 30 bomber and maybe a back-to-back 30 bomber, they can definitely make it.
और देखिए, मैं तो गणित पे विश्वास करता हूं, तो मैं तो अभी भी ये कहूंगा कि ये पॉसिबल है। 42 पॉइंट से आप जा सकते हैं, 90 पॉइंटर तक भी पहुंचा जा सकता है। कई बार ऐसी चीजें हमने देखी हैं। हमने लोअर ब्रैकेट में देखा है व्हाइट वॉकर्स को उस तरीके के परफॉर्मेंस के साथ 49 पॉइंट के साथ एक बड़ा कमबैक करके अपने आप को आगे लेकर जाते हुए नजर आए हैं। तो मैं समझता हूं कि मेडल ई स्पोर्ट्स या फिर वो सारे नाम जो अभी के लिए अपने आप को 45 से 55 पॉइंट के बीच में रखते हैं, उनके पास भी कमबैक करने का मौका रहेगा।
Maybe, I guess. I mean, speaking of 55 to 60 points, yes, there's a bit of that ray of hope of making a comeback. But if you're somewhere around 40 points, I don't think there's a hope. That's what I personally think. It's my personal opinion. People might differ with that. And in my opinion, getting 60 points in 4 games, that's too much to ask for. Just imagine when the intensity has risen up even more, it just gets even tougher.
चलिए चर्चाएं करते हैं कुछ टीम्स के बारे में, कुछ ऐसी टीम जो हाल फिलहाल में एक बेहतर नाम के साथ जानी जाती हैं। जी हाँ, हम चर्चाएं कर रहे हैं टीम आर्यन के बारे में और आप देख सकते हैं साइरेक्स ये वो प्लेयर देखने को मिलते हैं जिन्होंने 15 फिनिशेस निकाले हैं, 2906 का वो डैमेज उनकी तरफ से और 4 असिस्ट देखने को मिलते हैं। और जब टीम आर्यन की नेक्रो हम चर्चाएं करते हैं तो ये एक ऐसी टीम है जिसने सैनहॉक में बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्म किया है, बट एरेंगल, मीरामार, यहाँ पर वो स्किल मिसिंग देखने को मिली।
I know, right? 15 finishes from the guy from Cyrax. We expected a lot more from the entirety of Team X. At the start of the day, they were just barely hanging on the cliff. We expect a decent performance from them in the upcoming games. And speaking of X, it's not going to be tough for them to qualify, right? They need, what, 25 points in the 4 games, and maybe they can push themselves around the safety block. And especially knowing that it's Team X, it's easily doable for them. Let's be honest, the only team with a lot of experience over here, they can easily do it.
मैं आपसे कट ऑफ भी जानना चाहूंगा, क्या कट ऑफ आप एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि हमें देखने को मिलने वाली?
I personally think it's going to be around 94, but if you still want to be extremely safe, just cross that 100 points marker.
बिल्कुल सही कहा, अगर आप शतक लगाते हैं तो शायद आप सेमीफाइनल्स की तरफ अपने आप को बहुत ही आसानी से ले जाएं, बट अब ये वो चेहरे जो यहाँ पर हमें देखने को मिलते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं और इन सारे चेहरों को केवल और केवल खुशी की तलाश और वो तलाश अगले मैच में उन्हें पूरी करनी पड़ेगी। एफसी की चर्चाएं करें, 84 पॉइंट के साथ ये टीम देखने को मिलती हुई। अनुष्ट ओपी ऑलरेडी बोल रहे हैं कि थोड़ा सा सब्र करो, हम बेहतर करेंगे। और अब इस पूरे ग्रुप के, हमें ग्रुप सी के लगातार वो 4 मैचेस देखने को मिलने वाले हैं। और चर्चाएं करें उन सारी टीम्स के बारे में जिन्हें कमबैक करना है। गॉडलाइक हमें देखने को मिलती है, टीम आर्यन हमें देखने को मिलती है, सिंसिनेटी किड्स एंड ऑफ कोर्स टीम मेडल।
I mean, for NoNx Esports, as I mentioned, personally, I'm once again going to say that I don't think it's possible, but maybe if they do get 30 points back-to-back, then it's definitely possible. Speaking of Team Aryan, I think it's easy for them. I think they should be easily able to crack on. But once again, the moment Team AX makes that breach inside of the top 12, there will be someone who gets kicked out as well. So there will be that constant fluctuations happening around the second page.
और वहीं पर जब हम चर्चाएं करते हैं गॉड्स ओमेन की, जो लगातार अपने 4 मैचेस खेल रहे हैं, आप सोचिए कि गॉड्स ओमेन भी देखने को मिलती हुई नजर आ रही है। बट अब हम बढ़ते हुए नजर आएंगे थोड़ी सी देर में अगले मैच की तरफ, और वो मैच किस तरीके से जाता हुआ नजर आएगा। ग्रुप नंबर सी के लिए ये पहला गेम देखने को मिलता हुआ नजर आएगा, और उस गेम में चाहेगी हर एक टीम वापसी करना। देखते हैं वो कैसा मैच जाता है। बट अब समय हो चुका है सीधे कास्टर्स की तरफ मूव इन करने का, और हम उनसे जानेंगे कि वो क्या सोचते हैं।
All right. It is game time for the boys. Seems like we are having a little bit of a group shuffle this time, and from this point onwards, Group C will be playing each and every single match remaining for themselves here. They will be playing 4 games in a row, so that means group of destruction action all the way through.
Of course, and as soon as Group C... What is... Someone please tell him the matches are on. He's just getting in the zone, you know?
Well, at the start of the day, I had a chat with him in particular. He said that, you know what, the goal here for TrueRippers is 0 points. That's the goal. Like, he's very superstitious, so, you know, I don't know. It feels like things are getting a little bit spicy here, but for all things considered here, he's a little bit relaxed, focused. I want to see how TrueRippers is going to be doing okay here. And of course, you know, to give a little bit of a moral support here, we've got the Huskies in play.
Yeah, that's the best player in the arena right now, the cutest one of them all. But of course, in terms of skill, I think as you mentioned, Group C, they have been tough contenders. And because of that, every single team from Group C is struggling as of now. But all eyes will be on the names like Godlike, Team AX. Can they make that final push? 4 matches, 4 qualification into the semi-finals to decide whether you fight for your life in the quarters or just cruise through towards the grand finals. The action on Miramar is about to begin now.
Fun game. Well, let us begin and take off in towards the deserty plains of Miramar. And as of now, let's take a look at how things are going to be looking here as well here. Early today, I was able to have a little bit of chat here from TrueRippers, Hydro in particular. And he was a little bit worried as well because personally, he first thing he came out to me and said, he was part of Silly back in the days. And I was like, oh, you guys are the guys that made everybody look like absolute sillies. They make fool of themselves when they're playing with them. And he was like, he was laughing, he was chilling and everything. And I also asked him about the interview about what Jelly thought about him when nobody wanted to play with them just because Hydro was around. And now Hydro is like one of the top fraggers in this stage itself. So seems like he's definitely trying to step up out of his comfort zone this time.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of faces like that on the stage right now where there was a lot of criticism when they were playing for lesser known teams. But now since these players have gone and now playing for bigger names, while everyone's just praising them, you talk about Hydro, you talk about Legit there playing for Seoul. And of course, I mean, let's talk about the game as well. Southern Flight Path. I was expecting, once again, an off drop from OG towards Porto Paracio, but this time they head back to their home, Chumacera. And Los Leones, the usual suspects. Cincinnati Kids, 40-yard, a drop clash underway, and a Southern Circle towards Minas Del Valle and Chumacera. This is going to be spicy, icy.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tricky circle to play with as well, but OG's got to be very happy about this. But at the same time, they have to be very careful on how they want to dictate this fight in their favor, just because of the fact that it is going to be somewhere in down Minas' circle. Even Valdemar is in play. Need to remind you that this is the closest we can get that it will maybe, just maybe shift to prison, maybe to Persona. We haven't seen that in like forever.
Yeah. I mean, Partona, I don't know when was the last Partona game. I think it was BGIS this year. But Minas del Sur, that's one of the most ignored locations by the zone inside of this game. On the other side, look towards the north, look towards El Azhar. Yesterday, Likitha Esports had a wonderful game on Miramar. Started all the way from Torre Amuda and just stuck towards the eastern shorelines. This time, though, with the western circle. How do they counter this?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky as well, considering the terrains. It's pretty rough. And rotating into the circle itself here, a couple of entry points from the highway. It's a very, very long approach. They do need to stock up in terms of jerry cans as well, just to make sure that they make the trip worthwhile. But by doing so, you are going to be losing out a couple of utilities there. So it's either you go late or you go a little bit early. So as of yet, no teams making an early pounce here. Team AX, also a team that is very, very experienced in the map of Miramar itself. And interesting enough, Necro brought up a very interesting fact about Team AX in their overall performances in all three maps. Team AX is on last place in terms of performance when they are playing in Erangel, but they're somewhere in top 6 when it comes to map of Miramar. So I'm looking forward to see how AX actually approaches this game and their take on playing Miramar compared to Erangel.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they can find their way back into the top 12. Sitting at 71 points right now, AX not looking good. But again, 4 matches remain, so there's still hope. One chicken dinner. Well, one massive chicken dinner, and they are going to be through the finish line. But let's see how things turn out, especially with Godlike just being a little bit further north of them. And of course, their direct entry into the circle, at least as far as stage 1 is considered, blocked by 2 big giants in the form of NoNx and Los Hermanos.
Well, speaking of integration here, Seoul seems like the Thunder is going to be part of the playing forward this time, alongside with Joker. Well, Nicole has been subbed out for a bit, but considering the fact that Seoul is pretty much very comfortable in the top 3,
yeah,
it's good to give him some game time to actually warm up his fingers in case they are looking to try something new.
Oh, I thought you will. I mean, I'm just laughing. They gave their IGL a break.
Well, I've got a question. Is Peng ever going to take a break?
I think he should.
Wow. Straight to the point, huh?
Yeah, man. 66 points in 16 matches is not the godlike we want to see. Or not we, but I mean the fans want to see. And you look at the on-paper performance of these players in the past, man. This team should not be playing this bad.
Well, for all things considered here, it's a do-or-die situation. Hopefully their performance is going to be okay. Yesterday's performance was severely lackluster, but hopefully it is going to be enough here. The grind continues. But the cutoff from the lower brackets was somewhere around 87, 89, but based on their overall standings just now, it seems like it might be, like, as everyone's prediction here, somewhere in the 100 ballpark. So definitely they have to step up big time if they want to try and stand a chance, and it needs to start from this game. At least 10 points per game, for especially for Hero Xtreme Godlike, and they're safe into the semifinals. Same can be safe for the rest of the world as well, but as of now, everyone is trying to find a piece inside the zone. Even 4TR, very early rotations down to southeast corner. They've set up a very nice high ground to work with. They overseer everything in this spot here, so teams, especially from the east side, it has to run into its 4TR official. So that is going to be the biggest obstacle that some of these teams have to face on. And all 4TR official needs to do is to make sure that nobody tries to make an attempt to climb up to them. And they should be fine.
It's not going to be easy, though. I mean, there's going to be pressure from First Curiosity, as you mentioned, the pressure from the teams across the hill as well towards the northern side. It's going to be immense, but on our screen, Cincinnati Kids and Omen, there seems to be a clash building up. There's going to be the spray, and Anonymous is going to be the first man to hit the floor. Skips, brilliant cover fire provided to his teammate. And Cincinnati Kids do manage to hold on to their numbers. Zerif still alive. Juicy and Saume doing a brilliant job right now, just deterring the push from the players of NON. Kaliuk, though, with an 8 does dish out some damage. NON, they reset. Anonymous, he's back in play.
Yeah, speaking of the play here, seems like CK, they are in a little bit of scuffle, but they need to figure out a game plan here, because as of yet, playing absolutely out of his mind here is going to be Skips. He is the guy with the most amount of finish continuation, and in this case, the contribution for the team. He's actually holding 50% of the finish contribution for Cincinnati Kids all by himself. His cover fire has been spectacular here, coming from Cincinnati Kids. And instantly, even though NoNx was able to chip one guy all the way down low, but Skips was the guy that instantly knocked him off and forced the reset and the disengage here. But what a clutch coming from Skips, very nicely done. And NoNx immediately disengages from that fight as well. So he does give them a little bit of stat check from both sides, but we know for a fact that CK, if Skips is playing this well, that means that guy's got to go. If you don't take out Skips, taking down CK is going to be extremely difficult.
Oh, for sure. Right now, I think Cincinnati Kids, they have some breathing room to work with NON with the disengage. Not a lot of pressure. God's Reign moving along the southern highways. They finding or looking for a way to get to the top of the hill, but first Curiosity, few individuals spotted out, and God's Reign, they just stop in their tracks. A parallel climb coming through, but it is going to be a tough one. Neo already at the summit, a little bit of a run-in with the squad of First Curiosity, does spot out Dreams and Mercedes in the back lines, and, well, kicks things off with a brilliant knock. God's Reign, upper hand in this fight.
Yeah, they have to go in for the flush as well. That's the opener. FC wasn't prepared for that. Trying to go for a little bit of disengagement. Neo, quick fingers, instantly shuts him down, and the circle actually shifts up back north towards Chuma Serra. So Persona is not in play, and OG has been in there for the longest of time. OG now, they have to defend the turf. The question remains here is, where do they defend? Meanwhile, Los Hermanos is going to be playing on the outskirts as Kalan, he's pretty much stranded out in the open. He's able to find Viper out in the open, gets the knock through. Return fires are coming in, but NoNx, they're a little bit too far off. It's Kalan now forced to smoke up to try and protect his vehicle, to try and reset this fight, but there's only so much he can do. Spine finds confirmation for himself, as Viper will be completely secured in the hands of Los Hermanos. Taking a while, you know, it's taking a while, but eventually they get it. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, the man was bleeding out into the open. He's not going anywhere. Like the fact that Los Hermanos also instantly reset. Carlin falls back with the rest of his team. They have to be cautious at any time. NON can come knocking on their door, but OG, I believe the vehicles of God's Omen were heard. And now OG still deciding whether they want to be the aggressors or just patiently wait until God's Omen make a mistake, get one of their players knocked out, and then make a pounce. Lucifer spotted out by Atanki. He's dropped the man extremely low. Wizgod also providing some cover to his teammate, and there's the opener.
Wow.
Orangutan kicks things off. Lucifer from God's Omen hits the floor. Beast as well spotted out. Another knock secured by Wizgod. The precision of the spray, unreal. And Shogun left wondering, how does he help his teammates come back? Well, the odds are against them, but Metal Esports, the outliers in this fight from the flank. Termi shuts down one of the players from OG.
Yeah, but at the same time, Wizgod has done some serious damage onto his God's Omen. They weren't expecting this, and now God's Omen, they have to go in for the reset here, but Atenki is continuing on with the pressure to make sure they do not survive this. Wizgod is slowly bleeding out, but the rest of Orangutan is going to completely sacrifice Wizgod here from this vicinity. No, actually, they do pick him up, so he is going to be A-okay. They send Atenki behind. In this case, maybe Aru was the one that actually played medic for this situation. God's Omen. Now, they want to try and save Lucifer, but they're still kind of torn apart on how they want to take this approach. OG, they have to make a decision, but eventually Lucifer gets confirmed. They're happy with 2 points. Meanwhile, Soul Joker actually gets picked off from the side.
Well, that's a big man from the side of Soul.
Oh, wow.
That's going to be out of this fight. Joker has been very impressive recently. Can't really forget that 3-man takedown with the explosive bows a few days ago, but Soul, they do manage to recover. The revive comes through. Likitha Esports from the flank do want to move in, but XOXO takes a lot of damage instantly, and that push is going to be denied. Godlike, not really intent on fighting, just like yesterday. Even yesterday, They were keeping their distance from everyone today as well. Completely backing off. Likitha Esports lose a man, and Seoul, they want the others as well.
Yeah, they are going on the hunt here. Thunder is going to be grouping up really, really close as well as cooking up. Nate knows exactly where they are. He heard all those audio cues. He's going to try and find one. Nope. Wrong floor, unfortunately. But at the same time as well, they are going to be checking every single corner to slowly isolate the fight. They want to clean up all those finishes. And here he goes. XOXO pretty much stranded outside. Gets completely overwhelmed. And he is going to get shut down. Magic last man standing on top. But the floor is lava right now. It is going to be very difficult to hold the angles here. Magic going for a couple free fires. But here comes Spray Down. And he is going to go down. So claims 4 points in the back. And just like that, Likitha Esports completely dips out.
What an unfortunate squad wipe. Likitha Esports against Seoul. The fight that ended the Miramar yesterday is the one to kick things off today. Godlike on the other side, they take on the players of Victorious Sumus, and it seems like they were caught mid-rotation. And it is Victorious Sumus who kick things off in a brilliant manner. Multiple knocks secured. Godlike down to the last man, and Jonathan, he's left fighting for his life. Can't fight for long. Godlike eliminated in their first game of the day with 0 points, but here comes the third-party team, AX. They show up out of nowhere as Jayan already knocked out. NINZA spotted out. There was a lot of damage on his back, but he's still standing. Can Victorious Sumus wipe out 2 teams back-to-back?
Yeah, Victorious Summers definitely getting their revenge against Godlike of yesterday's performance as well. Jonathan was able to 1v3 them, and this time they completely annihilated them this game in the map of Miramar once more. Very, very unfortunate run here for Xtreme Godlike. They were the ones that initially started the fight between Seoul and Likitha Esports by knocking off Joker. But after that, they re-rotated, got caught mid-rotation. Just very, very awkward here for Xtreme Godlike. However, the journey continues for the rest of the team here. We've got 2 teams out, which is Likitha Esports and Xtreme Godlike, but the rest of the world are still in play as the circle is about to completely close in about 10 seconds here. Chumasera is going to be the way to go. And currently, there are still a lot of teams struggling to try and push inside the zone here. Gunshots has been made. God's Omen scouts out Thunder, and Thunder is going to get completely sprayed down. Joker tries to go in for a couple of saves, but legit shuts it down with the shotties. Max will retrade fire. They trade 2 for 2, but the remaining 2 players of Seoul are coming through to try and salvage the situation. Max is all by himself, 1v2. Can he clutch? He's got the shotties, but he's get completely outplayed, and Goblin takes him out.
Just trying to juke left, right, and center, but it is the man advantage in the hands of the players of Seoul that they make use of. And look at this, 6 finishes on the board. In a fight where there are 2 of their men knocked out, 1 dropped extremely low, they still survive without losing a single player. The question is, Atanki is getting close. What are his intentions? Spots out Joker behind the tree. Counter spray, cover coming from Joker. Atanki is going to be forced to back off. And with the flow that is there for the players of Seoul right now, I think it's too risky to step in their crosshairs. Oh, almost getting knocked out. He barely stays alive.
Oh, that's at least the opener here for Joker to actually reposition. Goblin was able to sneak up to try and scare him off. I think he forced to disengage entirely from that engagement and regroup with the rest of the world as the zone is going to force them quickly out towards the outskirts of Chumasera. So Orangutan is going to choose their fights to pick later on a different angle because the entire mountain terrains of Chumasera is locked down from the side of OG, and each corner of Chumasera has been completely denied in terms of entry point for any teams looking to try and fight this. And OG playing this very cautiously, and I like what they're doing as well. They're sending 1 player on each corner of the terrain, which is like what, 300 meters apart, just to make sure that nobody sneaks up behind them.
Sumus spurred out by Seoul. Teams fighting on the northeastern edge of the circle. It's quite confusing. All of them a few moments ago were towards the northwestern edge, and now this long rotation. Constant shots onto Goblin, catches fire from the molly as well, gets knocked out. It's a waste with the opener, but Victorious Sumus also not allowed to move in. Metal Esports on the flank, in a position to actually pressure both the teams and go for a multiple squad wipe. Victorious Sumus, they got split up. Well, luckily for them, they do find a few loose stragglers from the set of God's Reign. 5 eliminations secured, but is this going to be enough? NINZA, he's fighting to protect his IGL from getting wrapped up and, well, sent into the point tally of some other team. A spray onto Goblin catches him completely off guard. The opener that Victorious Sumus was looking for is there, but Soul, a decision made. They go for a slam onto the players of Metal Esports, and this is going to be a tough one. Altu just hides in the corner. Thunder, in fact, my apologies, forgets about the backlines, gets knocked out by Termi. Legend, he's extremely low, just juking those shots. Joker knocked out. Soul, they are getting wiped out in this. There's no way they survive Metal Esports.
Oh no, they get completely shut down as well. Metal now, they win the fight, but at the same time, OG was here, the third party from afar. A lot of teams are looking on them as well. Victorious Summers also looking to try and take them out. Wow, hit them while they're weak. OG, Victorious Summers, they are going to go in for the slam. It seems like Victorious Summers will make the second attempt here on towards Metal Esports. They see the angles, but they just can't cross over. But while the rest of the teams are trying to push through, OG is just shooting from afar to make sure they do not get in safely. It's not going to be an easy price for this push, as they are going to lose a couple of casualties in. Big nades coming in from Victorious Summers, and now Altu remains from the side of Metal, while WizGod from afar is looking at this. Metal Esports, they have been eliminated. Victorious Summers, they will get the reset through, but OG has keeping tabs on towards them as well, and they may look to try and gobble those up. WizGod looking for a single man push from the sidelines. Looks like the fight is long over. Chooses to back out instead to fight on a different terrain, on a different time.
Yeah, OG just ran on foot towards that fight, gave Victorious Summers too much time to reset, and as you mentioned, now they are back again with the 4-man roster. OG, no other option left, just go towards the edge of the zone and wait to see if Victorious Summers are going to be the ones you gatekeep, or do they just head over somewhere else entirely.
Oh,
Just gets the vehicle stuck. Quite
oh
awkward.
No, he wanted to get the car in the bottom one as well, just could not move it. That's so awkward. But the journey continues. Circle is going to shift out into his Chumacera. We got Los Hermanos having a very decent compound on the west side. NoNx also having a compound for themselves on the east side. So teams in the north, they have to push in through. So OG, they have to wrap up VS before they can actually push through. But considering that this is what, stage 6, yeah, it's with 7 teams, I'm surprised. There's a lot of space here.
It is a lot of space. The terrain towards the southwestern quadrant of Miramar is extremely awkward and results in a lot of aggressive matches. This time, OG, they're doing quite well, but Los Hermanos and NON, I think that those two teams are going to be the prime contenders for the winner-winner chicken dinner this time. Victorious Summers, yes, they have the ball rolling, yes, they have the momentum, but they've lost players. And now we see them move towards the eastern edge of the play zone. Might run into the line of sight of Team AX, who are kind of distracted by first curiosity. Henry, nade goes out flying, won't catch anyone. The player has repositioned. Henry needs backup. His teammates, though, distracted by the other squads.
Well, speaking of distractions here, FC holding down the fort here. So they can rush through and ooh, okay.
Good block.
Great save there, but they have to continue here as well. FC, they're stuck in the compound as well. AX is going to be swarming their way through. Now, finally, the push out comes through, but it's a little bit too late. They're all scrapping for this fight here. Devote flushes them all out. They were trapped. The Molotov was perfect. They flush out like flies, and they get completely gobbled up by Team AX.
This man is playing a TDM match. This isn't how you are supposed to push into fights in a competitive game. He just runs into their face and guns all 3 of them down like it was absolutely nothing. But this is the kind of plays that AX need to make in order to move towards the semi-finals. There's a big threat in the backlines, an isolated player from the set of 40R that can shut down Team AX right now. And they have to avoid that distraction, because up front, it is the duo from Victorious Summers. That is going to be a bigger problem to deal with. Mafia and Away still alive, although they run into a dip. Can risk getting spotted out by Los Hermanos. If Los Hermanos just moves further up towards the cliffside, that is.
It's going to be very tricky to play this, but considering that there's so much space available in this zone, which is unheard of, but based on how the terrain is, NoNx right now does have a lot of space to work with from the north side. But only if there's more teams than just 6. So they are going to be able to be a big nuisance here for everybody. But it seems like we are going to be expecting a lot of front-to-front collision fights here. And OG, they're taking a fight directly with Los Hermanos. Very unorthodox of OG, knowing that they do tentatively like to play a little bit more macroly, but it seems like they don't really have a lot of choice. But AKOP wins his 1 versus 1, finds it, finds the opener, gets the knock through. They're just individually playing so well on all fronts here for OG.
Yeah, OG, I mean, these strong individuals are showcasing their strength. Los Hermanos, though, I have to say, I mean, that was a very awkward play. Someone should have been watching the hills back, but Zyrex, I believe there's no window, so he wasn't really able to mark those angles. And Evil was just straight up distracted, but Carl and Spy and Zyrex still surviving. Atanki wants to charge in. Wizgod is going to be the first man knocked out, and it's thanks to a third party coming in from AX through the windows. The shots connect. Carlin and Spy fall. OG 3 versus 1. Zyrex, he wants to run in a man on the flank. He wants to take him out. The pre-fire kicks in, and he gets the knock and finish. Now, the shotgun mid-air makes contact, and Aru does manage to save the remainder of his team. 9 finishes on the board for OG as they find a spot in the top 5 of this match.
What a confident fight here coming from OG. Cyrex from afar. In this case, Team AX, they were third-partying from afar. They almost caused a little bit of problem for OG. But Atanki, the man definitely was pulling no brakes there in that situation. Los Hermanos stood no chance. 4 teams remaining. VS, Victoria Summers here from the side of Oways, as well as Mafia. It's pretty much split off. They've got a decent amount of finishes to work with, so that's a decent amount of points for them to try and make an attempt, try and make a bounce back into the top 12. But for NoNx, 0 finishes thus far this entire game. They have been laying low for the longest of time. They've got decent amount of placement points, but even then, I don't think it's enough points for NoNx to actually push into the top 12 now.
Yeah, the start of the journey was extremely slow unless they have big wins back to back to back. Maybe maybe we're going to see them end the day in the top 12. But yeah, it needs to happen in this Miramar and the next Erangel after this.
It needs to happen on all 4 maps, man. It's going to be tough here. They need high finishes, and Team AX, look at this. Devotee and Cyrex. 7 finishes in total, just 5 of these 2 lads. They're looking for more as well. Cyrex has got VT, PS completely fed, but it's in zone, so they have no reason to push out. So that means they've got the entire place locked down for themselves. Team AX on the south side, and OG is going to be the biggest threat right now coming from the west side. And OG hasn't made their move yet. Yeah, it's kind of scary as well. But oh, here comes the push. NoNx actually making a rush here. Making an attempt on VS. They go in for the hunt. They finally get their first finish of the game.
Victor Sumus down to the last man, but as you were talking about OG, I think Team AX was aware of where OG was, but that distraction from NoNx, the presence of the players of Victor Sumus as well up front has kept them at bay. But OG, they move in. Devotee, look at him.
Wow.
He's going to be the first man to fall, and it is the IGL from side of OG who's doing the heavy lifting, but AX with the charge towards the players of NoNx. A big mistake. Cyrus falls. Henry falls as well, and out of nowhere, AX just lose their numbers. Now the odds stacked against them, and when all of a sudden it's the team with the man advantage. They have 3 players that are extremely healthy. OG, their HP isn't really there, plus that push out into the open is going to be extremely tricky. Oways, he sits there dividing or separating Orangutan from NON. Well, the last man from the side of Team AX, the namesake of the team, Aaron himself, is at the top of the hill. It's again a situation similar to Erangel, I see. The one before this, 2 isolated individuals, 2 teams with kind of equal numbers, and it's going to be the solo man deciding the fate of these 2 teams. Who gets the chicken and who finishes second?
That's going to be very tricky as well. OG doesn't have a lot of cover to work with. They've got those vehicles behind them, but as of yet, they need to reposition here. Kanha's head was spotted out. Wizgod tries to make an attempt with those sprays, but no knocks whatsoever. The moment the knocks comes through, OG is going to try and reposition those vehicles to set up a couple of bunkers ahead. So this 2 massive battle is going to be very, very important, and Always is pretty much trapped in between these 2 massive titans here. About to collide right in the middle. And all always can do is just sit there and do absolutely nothing and watch and pray that maybe, just maybe, the next solo warrior is gonna even things out here for Always to try and snipe out a couple points himself. In this case, Aryan still outside the zone in the far horizon, needs to try and prone his way through, but he will eventually get spotted out by NoNx. He needs to be very careful about this, but the nades coming in from KaliUG denies Always that opportunity. So final 3 team here, Johnny.
Your top 3 teams left. 2 teams with equal numbers, OG and NoNx, and then there's, again, that loose straggler. As I mentioned, a recap of how things went or how things came to an end on Erangel. Does it end in a similar manner? Because last time it was Gravity deciding that he had had enough of Meta NINZA playing passive and just kind of helped Team Soul secure the win this time around. Although OG, they want a full frontal execution. They push up, Aru closes the distance, Wizgod from the backlines, brilliant cover fire, and also Void's getting knocked out. But these nades in tandem lob towards Aru. Does he survive? It's gonna be very close. Some damage dished out, more damage goes out. Sliver of HP, but at least he is on his feet.
Yes, too close to be called comfort here as well, but Aru needs to find a way to make things a little bit easy. But Wizgod, he's going to go for an off-angle wide swing here, hoping to find and catch NoNx from the outskirts here. But little did he know that there is a stray snake known as Aryan skipping around here. It's going to be very, very tricky. Aryan slowly proning his way through, but the nades being checked here from Wizgod just to see whether or not if there's anyone there. Barely clips Aryan. It's going to be fine. But OG now in a lot of pain as Aryan is shifting his focus onto its OG rather than NoNx, just because of this small little cliff that NoNx have. And KaliUG finds Aru. That's him. He's done for. OG repositions now. AKOP Wizgod is going to focus on second place. Aryan finally shows himself and he's all by himself. He gets tagged out pretty low. And Wizgod does have an off angle. He's going to make an attempt. Gets the attempt as well, but he will get traded off to try and credence out. And now AKOP is stuck in a 1v3 situation.
Oh, and he kicks things off with a brilliant knock, but odd stacks against him. No utility on AKOP. The nade, it falls a bit short. NON still in this fight. AK, can he pull off a miracle? We have seen him be the Clutchmeister multiple times, but this nade might get the job done. Not a lot of cover. He gets shot at on his feet from that tractor, and the splash damage does not really catch him. Still sneaks his way in. He needs the opener. He needs that first knock, but the stun fails contact, and I think this might be the end. OG go out, denying the point. NoNx, they get the chicken dinner, but not the best of plays, not the best of performances that we have seen from this team in the past. There were moments where we would see the players of NoNx find those knocks with pistols, and now even the shotguns, the ARs aren't working. I mean, this is going to be a decent amount of points, but as you said, not enough to find a break in the top 12.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough, but it's the start of something beautiful. So OG, they tried their best. They made a little bit of mistakes here. You can see a little bit disappointment here, but they don't really care. You know, they done all they could. They weighed out all the options. But I would say this is a spectacular dominance here coming from OG. Like, you can see that the individual prowess coming from Wizgod has been so spot on with their plays, and the way they choose and spoil fights for people is just extremely annoying.
But I don't understand that final fight. I mean, Aru closing in on NON. You know where he is, but I think they did not have any information on Aryan. And even though they nade checked that angle, it was a bit off. They didn't see a knock and they just gave up. No one was looking in Aryan's direction as well. But the problem is the knock onto Aru did not come from Aryan. It came from the team that you were charging towards. What happened? Did you forget that nades exist in the game?
Well, it's a little unfortunate as well that Shang was all the cover left from their angles, and they tried their best to actually go in for this push, but unfortunately just couldn't do too much here. NoNx was able to nade out that loose straggler, which could have been a wildcard factor coming from OG, but just could not do anything as well. And OG, as you can see, they're trying to go for the wide spreads to actually go in for the push, and NoNx just has a very, very good cliff. Or in this case, a Rich, which just allows them to overseer everything. So I would say a big win for NoNx. Not a loss for OG as well. They tried their best. It's a little bit sad, but you know, they're a little bit disappointed. They were hoping to get maybe that one final finish point that before he actually denies the point.
Yeah.
But still, a win is still a win for OG. A win also still a win for NoNx as well. With that chicken dinner, this was their performance. They played it really smart, and they're going to be okay.
I see. Wait. 0?
Well,
When did he get taken out?
I don't know, man. Like, it feels like the way NoNx was playing, they were just playing a little bit more macro as well. So I would say great start from NoNx. 3 more games for them. But in this final 3 games, if they get all chicken dinners, they should be at the borderline of top 12.
I mean, let's see. I mean, hopefully, because it's going to be that last match, as you mentioned, and playing your last match when you know you have to go big or go home. Well, not really home in this situation. You just go down to the quarterfinals, but either promotion or relegation. It is going to be a lot of pressure for the team like NoNx, and this team has a lot of young talent, Viper in particular. I mean, I don't know what happened to him in the last game, but normally he does do quite well. Hopefully, the next Erangel is going to be the game where he turns things around, but before that, we're going to take a very short break. Stay tuned. We will be back after this. Welcome back after that very short break. This is Super Johnny joined by Engineer Whitey alongside with me. और अभी जो मीरामार का मैच हमने देखा इंटेंस था, काफ़ी बढ़िया मोमेंट्स भी देखने को मिले. NoNx का एक चिकन डिनर फाइनली हमको नजर आया, लेकिन क्या इस चिकन डिनर के बाद इंजीनियर उम्मीद रखी जाए टॉप 12 फिनिश की NoNx से?
देखिए 15 मैचेस में 83 पॉइंट निकाल चुके हैं, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि उम्मीद तो अब रखनी चाहिए. वो 5.5 का अराउंड एवरेज वो मेंटेन कर चुके हैं, बट अभी भी एक मैच में उन्हें बेहतर खेलना पड़ेगा. मैं समझता हूं कि अगर वो 95 से अपने आप को ऊपर लेकर जाते हैं तो शायद वो क्वालिफाई होते हुए नजर आए. बट कई सारे नाम हैं ऐसे. आप गॉड्स ओमेन के बारे में बात कीजिए, गॉड्स रेन के बारे में चर्चाएं कीजिए, क्योंकि इन सारे नामों के लिए भी ये आखिरी गेम है.
जी, ये बात आपने सही कही. कई नाम ऐसे हैं, गॉड्स ओमेन इन पर्टिकुलर. आई थिंक आज का दिन जो है वो काफी शेकी परफॉर्मेंस रही है, लेकिन एक मैच की जरूरत है. बिकॉज गॉड्स ओमेन अभी तक परफॉर्मेंस काफी अच्छा था, लीडर बोर्ड के टॉप स्पॉट पे भी हमको ये टीम नजर आ रही थी. आज थोड़ा सा स्लिप अप, बट एक अच्छा मैच. आई थिंक टॉप 3 फिनिश भी रहे तो हमें नजर आएंगे टॉप 12 के अंदर ओवरऑल रैंकिंग्स में. लेकिन अगर आपको अपनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस में अच्छा दिखना भी है तो निक्सन सिनेस्ट्रा सूट जो है इसको आप चेकआउट कर सकते हैं. फर्स्ट स्पिन ऑफ द डे एट 10 UC. जाइए, अगर किस्मत ने साथ दिया तो 10 UC में आपको ये जो खूबसूरत सा निक्सन सिनेस्ट्रा सूट है वो मिल जाएगा. हम लोगों की किस्मत उतनी अच्छी नहीं रहती, हमें बहुत सारे स्पिन्स करने पड़ते हैं.
देखिए मेरी किस्मत बहुत अच्छी है, मुझे मिल चुका है, तो मैं अभी के लिए कह सकता हूँ कि मैं लकी हूँ.
टॉप 12 से कौन बाहर जा रहा है वो बता दो.
टॉप 12 से बाहर कौन जा रहा है, देखिए ये तो नहीं बता सकता, बट हाँ टॉप 12 के अंदर कौन जा रहा है मैं ये बता सकता हूँ, क्योंकि टीम आर्यन अच्छा खेल रही है. मेरी उनसे चर्चाएं हुई थी, उन्होंने कहा था कि हम आराम से कर जाएंगे इंजीनियर, आप परेशान ना हो। और 71 से वो पहले गेम में ही 12 पॉइंट्स निकाल चुके हैं, 3 मैचेस उनके पास हैं। बट लीजिए, हमने टीम आर्यन की चर्चाएं करी हैं और डिवोटी हमारे सामने है जिन्होंने 4 फिनिशेस निकाले हैं। काबिले तारीफ है, चेहरे पर ये मुस्कान बताती है कि अभी के लिए इस टीम की तरफ से बेहतर गेम प्ले देखने को मिला है।
जो पुश देखा था डिवोटी की तरफ से, भाई मेरे को देख के डर लग गया था कि इतना कॉन्फिडेंस आप ला कहां से रहे हैं। सीधा चार्ज करते हुए चले गए, एक एक करके तीनों फाइट्स आइसोलेट करी और 3 प्लेयर्स को शट डाउन किया था। पीछे से टीममेट्स आ ही रहे थे, तब तक फाइट ही खत्म हो गई। लेकिन चलिए, टॉप 5 प्लेयर्स के अंदर हमको विज़गॉड भी नजर आया। आज का दिन इन्होंने ओजी के लिए बहुत कंसिस्टेंट रन दिखाई है और इसी के साथ हमारी मैच रैंकिंग्स आ चुकी है हमारे सामने, जहां पे अगर बात करें पॉइंट्स के टोटल टैली की तो ओजी सबसे ऊपर हमको नजर आएगी, 17 टोटल पॉइंट्स इनके पास। उनके पीछे NON 16, AX 12 और विक्टोरियस सोमस आखिरी दिन पे जा गए हैं अचानक से 12 पॉइंट्स इस गेम से, और अभी तक के मैचेस अच्छे ही गए हैं इनके।
3 मैचेस बचे हुए हैं। सबसे बेहतर चीज ये है कि मैं समझता हूं कि ये यहां से क्वालिफाई कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि अब 71 पॉइंट इस टीम के पास देखने को मिलने वाले हैं। सोल की बात करते हैं तो ऑफ कोर्स वो ऑलरेडी बेहतर खेलते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, बट कुछ ऐसे नाम जिनकी तरफ से कुछ खास गेम प्ले हमें देखने को नहीं मिला है। हम बात कर रहे हैं गॉडलाइक। 0 के साथ आज का सफर शुरू हुआ। पहले दिन 20 अंक, दूसरे दिन 20 अंक, तीसरे दिन 26 अंक और आज के दिन भी कुछ खास शुरुआत नहीं।
और सारी उम्मीद है आज के पहले शुरुआती मैचेस से ही थी गॉडलाइक की। अगर बात करें 66 से दिन को शुरू किया था, मैं सोच रहा था कि अगर भाई 10 पॉइंट पर मैच भी निकाल दे, 4 मैचेस में 106 पहुंच जाते हैं। लेकिन अब वो एवरेज जो है वो बढ़ने वाला है। ओवरऑल लीडर बोर्ड पे चलते हैं एक बार हमारा स्टोरी बोर्ड। टॉप 8 के अंदर ज्यादा चेंजेस नहीं, टीम्स ने डिफरेंसेस क्लोज इन करें, लेकिन अभी भी वो जो एक्स्ट्रा बिट ऑफ पुश है पोजीशन स्वैप के लिए वो थोड़ा अलग है। जैसे आप देख लीजिए, सबसे पहला एग्जांपल क्लोजेस्ट आई थिंक सोल और लॉस हरमानोस का ही है। दोनों टीम्स के मैचेस अभी जो हैं बाकी हैं, लेकिन फिर भी वो 5 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस लॉस हरमानोस इस गेम के अंदर तो बहुत जल्दी एग्जिट ले गए थे। अगले पेज पे चलते हैं, मेन मसाला जो है वो वहीं पे मिलता है।
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि टॉप 7 हमें मिल चुके हैं, क्योंकि वहां पर टॉप 7 पे अगर आप 7th पोजीशन पे टीम को देखते हैं तो उनके पास वो 88-89 पॉइंट्स हैं। 8 बिट की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ और 2 मैचेस भी बचे हुए हैं
जी।
बट जब हम सेकंड पेज पे आते हैं तो कुछ ऐसे नाम है जिनका केवल एक गेम रह गया है। गॉड्स ओमेन को आप देखिए, 75 पॉइंट्स है, मतलब ये वो गेम है जहां पर वापसी करनी होगी। गॉड्स रेन आप उन्हें भी काउंट कर सकते हैं, और ये वो लास्ट गेम जहां पर हम कह सकते हैं, लास्ट पेज कह सकते हैं, जहां पर ये वो सारी टीम्स हैं जिनमें मार्कोस गेमिंग, मेडल ई स्पोर्ट्स, रेकनिंग, 4TR, शायद अब ये टीम्स तो हमें क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में देखने को मिलेंगी।
देखिए 4TR और बॉट आर्मी तो बाहर है, बाकी सबके पास मौका है, बिकॉज 30 पॉइंट्स के मैचेस भी हमने टीम्स की तरफ से देखे, और अभी सिचुएशन इतनी वॉलेटाइल है इन टीम्स के बीच में, यू नेवर नो, अचानक से पता चले अगला जो एरांगल है उसी में कोई लास्ट पेज से टीम जो है 30 पॉइंट निकाल दे, 70 के ऊपर चले जाए। 2 मैचेस बचे हैं, बट ये देखिए हाँ, इनको क्या स्ट्रेस होगा, ये लीडर बोर्ड के टॉप पे बैठे। TrueRippers हैज बीन रिपिंग एवरीवन अपार्ट, बट द क्वेश्चन इज कि अभी क्या फर्स्ट पोजीशन पे ये जो अपनी जर्नी है अपने राउंड 1 की उसको एंड करेंगे या नहीं? आपको क्या लगता है कौन जीत रहा है अगला मैच?
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि ऊपर की टीम्स ही बेहतर खेलने वाली हैं, क्योंकि TrueRippers दे आर प्लेइंग गुड। ओजी का आखिरी गेम है, वो एक और बार बेहतर खेलेंगे। 3 मैचेस ऑलरेडी अच्छे निकाल चुके हैं, बट अब सीधे बढ़ते हैं कास्टर की तरफ और देखते हैं कि वो यहाँ पर क्या कहते हैं।
3 more games to go to decide the fates on who's heading into the quarterfinals and who is going to be into the semifinals right here, right now. And this game is going to be the map of Erangel here. The last game for Group B before they have to wait for the official results here. It's a do-or-die situation for each and every single team. And who is going to be playing tomorrow and who is going to be taking the short break. It all begins right now because we're going to be jumping straight into the game of Erangel for this one final match for Group B. And it is going to be game time.
The game to set the target for the rest of the teams to chase. It is on, ladies and gentlemen, the 4th match of today. The final day of the upper brackets inside of round 1. BMSD 2025 is live and we are flying over the lovely little green lands of Erangel. Your pilots are going to be Salty and joining alongside co-pilot Icy Baby is of course here. But for all our viewers, let me tell you, where are we flying to? We're starting off our journey from northern Jurjapol. We are moving straight towards Yasnaya Poliana. So if you want to actually make it to the southern fringes of the circle, then of course you'll have to do a lot of heavy lifting. But I see The first conversation to be had today, the one final game for God's Reign to set the targets, set the cutoff, which the rest of the teams will follow into. Where do you think they stand? Because I don't think they are in an extremely good position.
Yeah, they're definitely not in a great position here. They need at least a chicken dinner this game to pretty much secure their spots in towards the top 12. But aside from that, it solely depends on whether or not the rest of the world is going to be able to give chase here. Because Hero Extreme Godlike, they fumbled their first run just now in the map of Miramar. This game is a very, very important run here, at least for Hero Extreme Godlike. And it seems like they are going to be heading down towards 70. This is my first time seeing them going for a different drop location. Huh. I was expecting them to actually head down south there. Weird.
They usually go to the regions of 70, especially when the map does offer a northern flight path. But I don't really think our focus has to be on Godlike right from the get-go itself, because they do need those 20 plus points in their last game to try and recover their position on the overall standings. But one of the teams we are going to be looking out, of course, will be Team Aryan, who made their entry inside of the top 12. Along with them, of course, another great game coming in from NoNx, who were absolutely brilliant in that chicken dinner. Not a lot of high eliminations, but they did fairly well. Maji Los Hermanos, they are also going to be in the mix of things. And Cincinnati Kids, another one of those teams in that mid-pack I see. A lot of these teams will be duking out. And the ones who are waiting in the cabins, they'll expect these teams to go out early, at least in this one.
Yeah, they would at least here. But speaking of demons here, I would say Soul is relatively close to onto its OG as well. Seems like they are going to be trying to make an attempt on towards Rozok, maybe, considering that they're itching for a fight quite some time now. Like OG and Soul, they're pretty much qualified into the next stage. They have no reason to try and drag things out, but they can maybe consider going for a couple of stat checks here and there if they want to. But I think my eyes is going to be focusing on where the circle is going to be shifting here. It feels like an ever circle, and NoNx, they may have gotten a chicken dinner just now. If they get this chicken dinner right here, right now, NoNx just might be able to stand a chance to actually break into the top 12, even though they came all the way from the bottom here. They are currently one of the lowest in the leaderboard here. They are currently in 83 points thus far. So one more massive game from NoNx, they should be in top 12.
I see they are in the top 12.
That is the biggest comeback here.
They are in the top 12 already, NoNx, especially after that game. Now the question remains to be seen whether or not they cross that 95-point marker, because that has been stated as the cutoff point. Not just by the casters, but also by the players as well. They are considering 95, 96 to be that region where teams will end up being at, especially the ones on that 12th position. So it's going to be extremely hard for NoNx to try and keep that performance alive, because the last game was extremely beneficial for them. They did find themselves with a lot of numbers, especially in those final circles. But of course, that push coming in from Orangutan just completely took it away from them. Another one of those teams who did try fairly well was Team Aryan, and their performance was scintillating. 7 eliminations in the last game. Even they were brilliant. Even they are inside the top 12 right now. What remains to be seen is, can Team Aryan set up a heavy target for the other teams to follow, especially the ones who are waiting from the side of Group A.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to do so. But OG currently table toppers here with 150 points. That's a big lead coming for OG. Huge vacuum of points here. On-screen team AX. Seems like they are going to be driving around. They did see a couple of early rotations here. Victorious Sumus, NINZA, he's going to scare him off with those DP. But Victorious Sumus, they are going to be backing off for now, as AX is going to be able to scare him off. But the bigger question here is, why is Aryan actually going in that direction here? It's pretty much outside the zone. So I was very surprised that they actually make a rotation there, trying to stop some early rotation or maybe get some intel rather early as well. Weird. That's kind of weird.
That definitely is weird, to be honest. But Victorious Summers, they were in that vicinity. I guess they were trying to chase them down, potentially, try and get those early elimination points. But another one of those teams who have been doing absolutely fantastic on the overall standings, Team Soul. I mean, you look at the way this team functions. At the start of the day, it was A beautiful morning for these lads. An IGL wouldn't really expect anything more from their assaulters, right? Joker, Legit, and Goblin. 22, 22, and 23 eliminations respectively. That is immense teamwork, but also one of the highest fraggers just mixed in one lobby itself. That I don't know what else to say. They're also one of the most aggressive teams inside of the lobby, so might be looking for those outliers who are in the hunt for points now. One of them will be Likitha Esports, 87 points. It seems like they are strikingly close to that finish line, but they still have to cross on over. Job is not done, I see.
Yeah, it is truly not done here. But seeing how the zone is going to be shifting here as well, I'm curious to see what Xtreme Godlike is cooking up some plans right now. As Punk decides to go for a early rotation in. Seems like they are going to be heading towards North George vicinity before they actually push through. We might expect an average takedown coming from Xtreme Godlike. Or they may set up a couple of roadblocks to try to stop northern entry points from North George Bridge. But Punk is just stepping in here. Seems like they don't know what's happening here. There's not a lot of information here to work with. Everyone's just playing very safely here. Not a lot of information, which is weird. Huh. 7 minutes of the game. No gunshots, no rotation so far. Oh, maybe, never mind. Hold that thought for now. Metal Esports, they might run into OG. Venom just drove past them. No sound. Okay. OG not making a single peep on towards them. Or in this case, Legit now scouts out Metal.
It was Team Soul actually. Legit and Goblin, especially in those firefights in those quarters. Goblin from the backlines, of course, has been brilliant with those spray downs. Legit in tandem, they took together 3 eliminations, and Metal Esports, it seems like their problems keep on escalating. Once again, just completely not aware of their surroundings.
I was very surprised how quiet Soul was playing in that play, right?
Yeah.
The moment Metal actually snuck up on them, an ambush comes through. Metal loses 3, out to pretty much the last man standing. Scouts out Xtreme Godlike though. Punk taking some serious heavy fire. And it was good enough to scare Punk away back to safety, back through the northern borders. But I wasn't expecting Soul to play that passively. But Metal Esports, they have to pay the price for this game, at least. But for Punk here, look at this. He's out of meds there. So that's very, very concerning. He's only got 20 bandages. And his vehicle is pretty much done for as well. First phase of zone, seems like Xtreme Godlike is going to be stuck on the northern side of George Pool. And unfortunately for the map, for Xtreme Godlike, they actually have to push through down south. So they either take the long rotation or brute force their way the same direction Punk just came from. It seems like they are going to be a little bit step here because Godstrain does scout them out as well as they try to rethink their entry point. Admino scares them off for a little bit, but they are stuck in this long-range scuffle now.
They certainly are. I mean, for God's Reign, I don't really think they have anything to worry about currently. Especially with Godlike being stationed in their compounds, I don't really think there will be any problems to try and stop them from rotating in towards the circle. But have a look at this, Team Orangutan. They were pretty close to Team Soul. They've always been close to them, especially with their drop locations right next to each other. One dropping in at Rozok, one dropping in at school compounds. Team Orangutan this time, they come in hot, they get the hit for themselves, and they find the finish with Joker.
Yeah, very, very clean takedown. Very nice pick off here. Remember OG. Heard all those commotions, but despite all those gunshots in, seems like a lot of teams are still unsure whether or not if this is an Everest circle to work with. But on top of Everest, we do have Metal already thinking of trying to climb this and traverse this, but Altu can only do so much. He's all by himself. And Xtreme Godlike, I think they spot him out. And here he comes, the rush comes through. First one dodges the bullet, second one comes through. Punk finally disengages, and they are going to go for a spray down, but Altu, he somehow survives the brute force here and finally gets out of the vehicle. They take him out, and the Xtreme Godlike finally takes a point on towards Metal Esports, the first team to be eliminated this game.
A point in the right direction for Godlike, isn't it? I mean, they need a lot of these. They need at least 20 plus points to try and resurrect back their position on the overall standings, potentially qualify. But for that to actually be an immense game, they need to start now. They need to find those position points and go and hunt for those finishes as well. Not one out of the two is going to cut it, especially with NoNx just doing so phenomenally well. They find themselves on the western side of the circle, and right next to them was Team 8-Bit, if I'm not mistaken. I guess it is not 8-Bit, it's something else. It is God's Reign. Pardon me for that, ladies and gentlemen. NoNx Esports, another opportunity to kind of get those finish points on board. Have a look at this. Look at the Esports against Orangutan. It seems like Orangutan have been hurt. AKOP on that route to find that retaliation will be successful in dropping down 2 lads. 2 eliminations on the board. In fact, 4 for Orangutan. But will they spot the rest of the lads?
Yeah, speaks like a OG losing Vizca. They are going to be on the hunt for Everest as well. There is a couple of third-party true as 4TR trying to make things a little bit difficult for them. But for Likitha Esports, they felt the damage, they felt the hurt, and now XOXO pretty much has to run for his dear life, trying to survive by himself as a solo warrior in this game. Whereas the rest of the world, the circle actually shifts down from Everest as it pushes them all the way to the west of Godka. And Victorious Summers does have center control, and OG still continuing on their merry way, fairly punishing whoever decides to go for a hit and run strategy. Seems like OG, they've shifted their focus on, rather than going for a macro decision, they are looking for dogfights instead. Which, it's been a while since we've seen some really intense dogfighting.
What is dogfight?
Vehicle. Dogfighting is like, you know, planes versus planes when you fly, you know, they're going for aerial combat. But instead of planes, we have vehicles.
Makes sense. IC is actually... well, nonetheless, it's actually not something which I would want to discuss on broadcast. It's funny. It's related to Godlike.
No. Dogfighting is different. Okay, never mind. Now you've de-escalated things.
Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, have a look at this. Why I was talking about Godlike? Because they're extremely close to the lads of NoNx. Have a look at that. They are the ones who are supposed to be taking another fight. NoNx Esports, it seems like, can be the potential targets, but...
Have you never watched Top Gun?
Yeah, I did watch Top Gun.
Yeah,
You're talking about Top Gun Maverick, right?
Yeah, that's dogfighting.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
Okay.
I needed someone old to actually explain what it means to me.
Out. But alright, moving on, going towards the game as well, we do see a little bit of a scuffle here, as it is going to be divided between the roads here, the north side of Godka or south side. So I would say Victorious Summers has got all 4 players spread out here to try and get some sort of control along the snake roads. And God's Reign for Destro is in play right now. Huh, interesting.
I'm not sure if this approach coming in from God's Reign is going to do the cut, because have a look at this. How many points do they have? 83. Not enough so far, but I think God's Reign are eyeing for those extra 10 points. And that will only come if they go past this stage. It will be immensely difficult, but I think the most surprising thing out of all will be Team RN and the positioning. Once again, they find themselves at the center of the circle. They will be in the midst of contact. But before that, NoNx Esports will take this long-distance encounter against 4TR officials, whom they have spotted at the distance. It seems like this gatekeeping mission might just be successful. Morty has been pushed out, even INF God being at the edge of the new circle, but have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Godlike Esports, they do not have an injection point whatsoever, I think problems might just escalate from them.
It's going to be a little bit of a scuffle coming in towards all this fights here. But Circle, like I said as well, Victorious Summers has been in the center control. It is going to shift on towards the open fields here. NINZA is pretty much in the center. But as you can see, Victorious Summers, they know for a fact that there's no good spots to work with, so they have to play from the edges here and hope to snowball their way in. Likitha Esports, solo warrior XOXO finds a random straggler, takes one out. He is gonna go down, denying God's Reign a complete team, shutting down Destro in the process. A little bit unfortunate in terms of backup, but they themselves now in a lot of pain because VS, they've heard the commotions and they're gonna try and third party this.
Look at the ambush coming in from Victorious Summers. From, of course, the high grounds. Mafia and Nade is going to find Delta. Now they are a 2-man team. all of a sudden, in a flash, God's Reign and their finish potential has just been cut down by half, which is brilliant. But victorious Sumus needs to capitalize on this. Can't really take a lot of time because Godlike will be approaching them from the backlines. There are more teams as well who are looking to capitalize. Shine, Mafia, and the rest of the lads still finding their opening. Meanwhile, God's Reign, it seems like battling this condition has been nigh impossible for them as Neo goes down. Godlike will find their third finish for themselves, but they have made their presence felt.
Speaking of felt right now, another screen here. God's Omen going to be on a grand slam with BotArmyEsports with those hovercraphs. Shogun is stuck on the second floor, but the hovercraft is buying some sort of time. Beast finally gets out to safety, but he gets taken out. Lucifer goes in for the second slam with the second hovercraft, but it's going to be very difficult here. They still haven't found anything in this fight, but this has attracted a lot of attention here. A lot of nades being lobbed over from afar to join this fray, and that is going to be TrueRippers that comes in to say hello. They're just completely shuffled. TrueRippers, the biggest winners there, and they shut down BotArmyEsports. They shut down God's Omen. What started out as a slam for BotArmy and God's Omen now in the hands of TrueRippers and OG to completely annihilate them. Look at the disaster. Look at the chaos that has happened there. As Atenki pretty much caught out in the open, he tries to disengage. Harsh, made a little bit of slip up. Will not be able to chase through. Atenki slippery walks out to safety. And Lucifer, all he could do was just sit down on the second floor and do absolutely nothing as he watched the chaos unfold right in front of him.
He's doing one thing though.
Surviving.
No. He's crying a lot because he won't be able to qualify. This is their last game right now. They need more than 15 plus points. And now TrueRippers with their life. They just want Lucifer and they want to devour, potentially go in for some exorcism. It's not going to be easy, of course, for Lucifer to survive this ambush. With God's Omen, it'll be almost impossible for them to qualify. Look at that, 76 points. They've not enough. They've not done enough.
Oh, he's so afraid to mess himself up as well here. Lucifer cannot move a muscle as TrueRippers still deciding if they want to check their way on top. And Lucifer's just hoping that they do not hear him and leave him be. It seems like he is going to be left alone here. TrueRippers does not check the second floor. They've got the Molotov. No sounds, no meds, no whatsoever. So I think TrueRippers think it is in the clear. Right now, you see the heartbeats of Lucifer just completely shaking right now. Oh my goodness, he's not made a single muscle here.
To be honest, I think there is nothing that he can potentially do over there. But surprisingly, Godlike Esports, they're still surviving and they're trying to be at the edge of the circle, playing it from edge to edge. I think they understand that keeping their 4 players alive has been one of their biggest problems so far, and they're trying to work on it. But is it the right time is the question, because they are trying to go in for the splits, but every single time they're being pushed back together. And this is a terrain you can't just slam in. You cannot expect to take those 4v4 battles. You will have to battle everyone in tandem and be aware of your positioning. Godlike Esports, in trying to do that, it seems like they are not being able to capitalize on those finish points, which they would have needed already.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. HeroXtreme Godlike actually coming in from the swamps as well. They're in the unknown there. They've put a couple gunshots down north, but they just could not find the next best thing to do. But NoNx, look at this. They're actually making an attempt towards HeroXtreme Godlike. And we know scouts them out, but no connection so far. They are in the swamp. It's going to be very tricky for NoNx to try and traverse this. But HeroXtreme Godlike should be able to find a couple of knocks here. Jonathan gets a couple of nice tags onto his counter, but no confirmation yet. Free fires comes through. But NoNx still not moving a muscle yet. Smoke comes through. Zone is going to force them to disengage. Jonathan continues with those suppressions, but no connection whatsoever. The rest of NoNx, they should be able to get out safely. Now here he comes, the big hoorah. There's just too many trees, and they do reposition inside the zone. And HeroXtreme Godlike have just expended so much ammunition and get absolutely no value out of this. But NoNx now running in towards the mouth of AX, and now they're going to continue with their pummel.
This is going to be difficult for NoNx, to be honest. An uphill battle, quite literally. Nades coming in from Devotee. Did give a little bit of chip damage to the opposition. Anonymous, have a look at that, 20% HP on that lad. And from the backlines, I think the fact that NoNx just repositioned, Godlike Esports are going to find a pocket of space to get a little bit of oxygen from the circle itself. It remains to be seen whether or not do they come into third party this fight, because they desperately need those finish points. But Aryan, I love the way he's positioned this team. Have a look at that. You've got the high ground. They're trying to spread in their flanks as well. If they do get in from the wings, I guess NoNx will be clipped. Kana barely surviving. Will gonna fall over there. Kalyuk with the nade. It seems like a little bit of retaliation is there. Team Aryan, they will need to get taken down if the rest of the teams from the bottom of the overall standings want to come up. Oh! Beautiful spray comes through as Kalyuk. The timing was brilliant. He gets a nice little double for himself and goes for.
No, Kalyuji. Oh, he got a little bit greedy. He almost got clapped. He's going to settle with the points, but his health is dropped down pretty low. And now it comes down to full reset here. NoNx Esports, they almost dropped the ball. A little bit of salvation, but the nades. Oh, Kalyuji, you can see the frustration. He overcommitted. He could not find the confirmation. But Aryan will be able to take him out. But the damage has been done though.
This is good thing for Aryan. They've crossed the 90-point marker, and it seems like they are making their position on the semi-finals run. Felt as if. But have a look at this from the backlines. Godlike, this is their time to shine. A little bit of nade action coming in through from Punk. But the chip damage not being given away. There was Victoria Summers who wanted to capitalize, and they did so with that nade itself. But now it seems like all of that action has come to a halt. As Punk moves on towards the observatory. Is he going to push on, or is he going to wait for the outliers is the question. Of course, Cheyenne cooking up that nade. Punk and Jonathan inside. One of their players already on his knees. And it seems like Punk needs to take down all of these outliers himself. He finds connection on the first one. Reloads. Can he connect? Can he hit on the money? Not really. Godlike Esports, they get thrown out of the lobby. And almost as if their hopes and dreams of qualifying down the drain, I see.
Oh my goodness, you can see the discussions from Hiroshima Godlike. A lot of angry faces here. But meanwhile, Aryan, he was pretty much ran down here by KO. TrueRippers shutting them down as well. We're down towards the final 14th, and TrueRippers just playing really, really good gameplay right now. It's CK now going to go for a little bit of run and skips. Finds him once more, and he finds another connection. He is one of the top teams, or in this case, the top players from the upper brackets here. A top contender with high finish volumes from Cincinnati kids, known as Skips. And Victoria Summers, under the radar, has been very consistent in today's games thus far. And a very surprise comeback coming from Victoria Summers. And just maybe, they should be able to climb into the top 12 themselves as well. But it is going to be a long stretch here.
But what a comeback has been from Cincinnati kids. You've got to give it to these lads. They were absolutely nowhere on the overall standings, but Skips just stood up yesterday. His performance, 18 frags in one single day, has been brilliant. He's been making all the waves around the news channels, and now Cincinnati kids, especially in times of distress, 5 eliminations on board, looking for the chicken dinner, 4-man standing strong. It seems like we are expecting a high cutoff, I see. Still that conversation around who is going to make it to the semi-finals and who will buy the ticket to the quarterfinals. Some will be the first one to go down. Always with that nade was brilliant, but can Victoria Summers double up?
Yeah, it is going to be tough as well. They've been playing really, really well in the last game, but so far this game, it is going to be very tricky for them. And if Victoria Summers gets this chicken dinner right here, right now, they should be able to stand a chance, but the odds are definitely against them. Shiryan does have an off angle. Always also going to be from the sides. They need a massive nade. CK down a player, but they are going to be able to pick him up very, very shortly as well. As the nades from Skip seems to be spot on. Shiryan now in a lot of pain here. But from afar, Xerex pretty much just seeing all these commotions.
Yeah.
And he himself wants position points.
He's the one who is in fact inside of the circle right now. Majority of this fight is happening outside. Cincinnati kids, their game might just get spoiled if Zyrax decides to show himself up, land a couple of those shots, and let Victoria Summers do the finishing blow. But then a little bit of nade exchange, a lot of action being happening outside the circle, ladies and gentlemen, as Some wants to finish off the threat coming in from Victoria Summers. I like the fact that one of their players, Juicy, has gone on inside of the circle. Meanwhile, the rest of the 3 lads look to dissipate all that threat. Cheyenne, of course. Shots being taken against the hovercraft is not going to deal so much damage. The shotgun is going to go off, and Seraph will find success. Victorious Summers have been cleaned up. Juicy from the backlines was brilliant. 7 eliminations already, can make it 8, as I believe Zyrax has been spotted through as well.
Oh boy, no, they did. No, they don't see him. He's hiding in the bush. Zyrax makes it to top 2. Now it's gonna be a game of hide and seek. And Cincinnati kids, they do not see him at all. He's literally right in front of everyone, and nobody decides to spray the bush here. And CK is on the hunt, driving around the entirety map to look for where Zyrax is. And Zyrax, you can see the fear in his man's eyes. It's just, here's a bush. He sees Seraph there. Doesn't want to stand up to going for the shot there. And he's about to make a move. He's got to make a move eventually. But Zyrax doesn't know he's all by himself in this game here. 1 versus 4. So much noise, and CK just can't seem to find where the heck is he? Oh boy, they're just staring right in front. Oh, they finally run him over. Saw May finally finds him. CK takes the chicken dinner. Oh boy, what a game.
What a game, Cincinnati kids. Performing, especially when their backs were against their wall. 8 finishes, 8 eliminations with the chicken dinner. Icy, that has to be a performance which decides their fate to the semi-finals, because Cincinnati kids had come quite close, to be honest. They were not in a position where they were supposed to be comfortably inside of the top 12, but this performance might just push them through. We saw Team Aryan succeed in the last game. This game as well, Aryan had a couple of eliminations over there. And now with CK coming in the mix of things, it seems like problems will arise for all the teams who are waiting in the back lines, because remember this, Group A had played 2 games initially, and now it's time for Group A to play again after break. They must be fuming as FSC Esports, I guess, have been thrown off that top 12. They are very low right now.
Yeah, they're definitely very, very low indeed here. But as the journey continues here, we're down towards the final 2 matches here on the upper brackets, and chances are slowly getting away here for certain teams to try and make it to the top 12, as the cutoff is expected to be somewhere in the mid-hundreds or maybe even the early hundreds here based on how everyone's performance. But now the journey for Group B has been pretty much been concluded, so the rest remains between both Group A and C to finish off their remaining 2 matches. But as you can see in this final moments as well, Cincinnati kids just played really well. You know, they chose their fights really nicely. They were able to win the individual ones, but I gotta give it to Zyrax as well. And you can see the expressions from their teammates as well was just like, you know what, we're just sleeping and chilling.
Yeah.
You know, getting position points for absolutely nothing. Just lay low. And it was like, look at this. It's smiling, man. They found him.
And of course, what else do you expect them to do? They do the heavy lifting at the start of the tournament, and then they do decide to chill in the later half. But have a look at this stats, ladies and gentlemen. It is an 8-finish chicken dinner coming in from Cincinnati kids. 3 from Skips, 3 from Some, Zeref and Josie sharing 1 amongst each other. That was a good performance, to be honest. But one team we were focusing our attention on was Godlike, if they were supposed to be qualifying. That fight at the observatory against Victorious Summers, I expected them to do a little better, especially with Jonathan and Anbino pushing up early. But then that did not happen, and the team absolutely fell apart.
Yeah, it definitely did as well. Like, the chances for Hero Xtreme Godlike to actually qualify right now, it's so slim to a point that in their last 2 games, if they do not get those final chicken dinners with high finish volumes, they're pretty much going to be playing in the quarterfinals for sure. They have to continue on their journey tomorrow and play with the teams coming in from the lower brackets. And that is going to be a completely full reset. But hopefully things are going to be for the better here.
Yeah, to be honest, things are definitely going to be for the better. And we were having this conversation on the analyst desk as well, whether or not fatigue will play a part, because you've been playing matches back to back. Now you've got to play yet another round with barely any days of gap. And adjusting to a new lobby is also a different form of stress, especially for the IGs, especially for the ones who work in the back end. So I'm not sure if that is going to be a good decision or no.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very difficult here for them to actually figure things out here. But hopefully, you know, it's not over until it's truly over.
Yeah.
Mathematically still possible for each and every single team. But as of yet, I do realize that there are only 2 or 3 more slots available to fight for that top 12 to qualify directly in the semifinals here. So teams like OG, teams like TrueRippers, team like Slow, team for Los Hermanos, they're pretty much done. They're They're comfortable. They're in the semi-finals for sure. They are partying, and I'm pretty sure they should be on the sidelines playing a couple of table tennis and a couple of consoles themselves.
And to be honest, I think they're also going to play one more interesting sport, and that is playing the spoiled sport.
Oh!
You know what? They can do that technically. There will be a lot of teams, especially in the bottom half of the overall standings, who are looking to go all out, prepare themselves for the quarterfinals. Teams at the top will be just trying to, eliminate competition. Imagine the stress at the middle pack. That will be extremely difficult to battle against, but we all know that these are esports professionals. They are supposed to be performing under pressure. But speaking of performing under pressure, there has been one player who has been absolutely brilliant. And of course, our lovely little host will be on the other side with
सिंसिनाटी किड्स ने सनसनीखेज मुकाबला खेला और अब पूरे अरीना में सिर्फ उनके ही चर्चे हमें देखने को मिल रहे हैं, क्योंकि इस मुकाबले से पहले 15th पोजीशन पे ये टीम थी और इस मुकाबले के बाद वो आ चुके हैं टॉप 8 में और मेरे साथ मौजूद है पूरी स्क्वाड। तो आइए चर्चाएं करते हैं कि कैसा गया उनका ये मुकाबला। जूसी, आईजीएल हैं आप अपनी टीम के, ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट्स में एक रीति रिवाज रहा है कि आप बहुत बढ़िया खेल करके जाते हैं, बट ये मैच कितना ज्यादा क्रूशियल था उस ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग पे जंप के लिए?
बहुत क्रूशियल था। मतलब हम लोगों को ऑब्वियसली हर टीम चाहती है कि वो सेमीफाइनल्स के लिए यहीं से क्वालिफाई कर जाए, क्योंकि फिर कोई डेंजर नहीं रहेगा। तो हमारे लिए मैच बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था, क्योंकि अब हमको बस अगले 2 मैच में डिसेंट ही खेलना है ताकि हम लोग क्वालिफाई हो जाए।
90 पॉइंट्स ऑलरेडी ऑन बोर्ड। ऐसे में स्किप्स में आज से जानना चाहूंगा कि कल के दिन पे जो आपने एक निर्णायक मुकाबला खेला, 11 फिनिशेस एक मैच में आप लेके गए, आपको लगता है कि वो मुकाबला था जहां से चीजें बदली, मोमेंटम शिफ्ट हुआ, क्योंकि उसके बाद की कहानी बेहतर नजर आई है सिंसिनाटी किड्स के लिए?
मोमेंटम वो वाला मैच नहीं था जिसमें हमें मिला था, मोमेंटम हमें सैनॉक के 4th मैच में मिला था, क्योंकि उसमें हमने किल के लिए खेला था और 10-12 किल्स मार दिए थे, जिसकी वजह से हमारा मोमेंटम है।
बट जूसी, अब यहाँ से आगे 2 मुकाबले आपके और बचे हुए हैं, ऑलरेडी 90 पॉइंट्स आ चुके हैं बोर्ड के ऊपर। अगले 2 मैच में क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहेगी?
वही रहेगी कि हमको बस अपनी मिस्टेक्स पर ही वर्क करना है। हमारे जो पहले 2 दिन थे वो बहुत ही गंदे गए थे और हम लोग उसमें भी प्रेशर नहीं ले रहे थे, क्योंकि हम लोग बस अपनी मिस्टेक्स जितनी मिनिमम हो सके उसके लिए खेल रहे थे। अगले 2 मैच में भी हम लोग अपनी मिस्टेक्स पर ही वर्क करेंगे कि जो हमारी पिछले 2 दिनों में होती आ रही हैं, बस वो ना हो।
पर जूसी, बहुत सारी चीजें आपके लिए बोली गई, आपकी कप्तानी के लिए बोली गई। अब जब ऐसा लग रहा है कि सेमीफाइनल्स बहुत करीब है, कुछ जवाब आप देना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, अभी तो कोई जवाब नहीं है। सीधा जवाब कोशिश करेंगे कि फाइनल्स में ही दें।
क्या बात है, थैंक यू सो मच। और जी हाँ, जूसी का कहना है कि जवाब देने के लिए अभी ये सही समय नहीं है, अभी 2 मुकाबले और बाकी है और देखना ये सिंसिनाटी किड्स वो कितना और ऊपर तक जाने वाले हैं। बहुत सारी टीम्स को करना है कमबैक, वो सारी कहानी को जानेंगे लेकिन एक छोटे से ब्रेक के उस पार।
Dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dragon X suit. Get now.
The moment of truth is about to be unveiled here for BMSD 2025 here. Welcome back to the analyst segment. My name is ICBaby12 and joining with me is going to be Rawan as we take you through the commentaries, or in this case, the analyst segment on how things are going to be happening here as well here. Group B pretty much done and dusted with all their remaining matches here. It all comes down to two final matches between Group A and C to decide whether or not who is going to be in the top 12 and who is going to be in the bottom 12 here. So now, Rawan, this is where things get a little bit tricky here. We saw some teams doing pretty okay to try and make a little bit step up, and some teams not doing so okay. So what's your take on this situation here? Who is in the running and who is not in the running to qualify for the final few slots in the top 12?
So अभी देखिए दो ही मैच बचा हुआ है. अगर उस दो मैचेस के लिहाज से अगर मैं बात करूं तो 75-80 के आसपास जो है मैं अभी भी मान के चल रहा हूं कि वो कमबैक यहां से करके जा सकते हैं. अदरवाइज जो अभी भी 60s के लाइन में चल रहे हैं उनके लिए यहाँ पे काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल है.
Well, for all things considered here, before we dive in a little bit more details here for you guys watching at home, and if you guys are playing BGMI, or if you guys have never played BGMI at all, download it now. Because why? The Draven X suit is currently out in the market as well. You can get a spin daily at just 10 UC. Do not let this offer slide right now because it is a very, very nice kit. But back towards the conversation here, this is things where things get a little bit tricky for specific teams here. But before we get into the details on who may or may not qualify here, but I want to talk about who do you think the MVP is from that previous match?
From Cincinnati kids, maybe उतना एग्रेशन नहीं दिखाया गया था, but कोई और भी खिलाड़ी हो सकते हैं. TrueRippers, oh my god, मतलब इनको उतने अच्छे मैचेस की जरूरत है नहीं. ऑलरेडी इन्होंने अपना काम कर लिया है. उसके बाद भी हर्ष को देखिए 7 सोलो फिनिशेस. अगेन TrueRipper कियो, अगेन TrueRippers हाइड्रो. क्या कर रहे हैं मतलब TrueRippers, मानो बाकी टीम्स को कमबैक करने देना बिल्कुल भी नहीं चाहते. बट अगेन सौम्य और स्किप्स ने भी एक अच्छा मुकाबला दिखाया.
Yeah, I agree with you with Skips as well. Skips is definitely one of the standout players coming from Cincinnati kids as well.
Yeah.
TrueRippers, they had a massive fight of third parties and they were able to reap up some serious big points in the previous game. But let's take a look at the overall standings here. Sorry, not overall standings. The standings from that match itself. 21 points coming from TrueRippers without a chicken dinner. That is impressive as well. Cincinnati kids second place here with 18 points. We've got Victorious Summers with 10 points. We've got AX with 9 points. Los Hermanos with 7. Xtreme Godlike with 7 points. OG with 5 and NoNx with 4 points in this first half.
I don't know क्या ही इसमें कहूँ. जिन्हें पॉइंट्स की जरूरत है वो पॉइंट्स निकाल ही नहीं पा रहे. जिनको पॉइंट्स की जरूरत है वो स्ट्रगल कर रहे. टीम सोल कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला. ऑलरेडी वो काम करके चल गए हैं. बट फर्क पड़ने वाला है गॉड्स ओमेन को. गॉड्स रेन को केवल एक ही पॉइंट्स निकाल के जा पाए. अगर गॉड्स मिनिमम 10 पॉइंट्स इस मैच से निकालते तो मैं मान के चल रहा था कि वो बेहतर होता. बट चलिए नजर डालते हैं ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग की तरफ कि अब कौन रेस में बहुत बेहतर है और किन की मुश्किलें बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ जाने वाली है. सिंसिनाटी किड्स आ चुके हैं टॉप 8 में.
Wow, that's a huge jump there coming from Cincinnati kids to try and solidify their spots in towards the top 12. My expected cutoff was somewhere around 89 points here for 12th place.
Okay.
But so far, based on what we're positioned here with 2 more games to go, it feels like it might go a little bit higher, somewhere in the 95 points here. So I would say being 90 points is where you are going to be a little bit safe. But now on screen, we have officially the results so far. Well, I would say where the pack is going to be looking like for the top 12 here. So as of now, the cutoff is currently 87 points, held on by NoNx Esports, and they've pretty much completed all their games so far. So in the ones in the red pretty much have to go into the quarterfinals, and the ones in the blue is going to be playing from the semi-final stages onwards.
VSN FS के लिए अभी भी कुछ मैचेस बचे हुए. अगर वहां पे वो अच्छा करेंगे तो उस डेंजर जोन से वो आगे निकल सकते हैं. बट 17वें से 24वें स्थान पे देखें तो 2 टीम्स है. 17वें 18वें स्थान उनके 14 मैचेस समाप्त हुए हैं. BotArmyEsports डन, वो जा रहे हैं यहाँ से सीधा क्वार्टर फाइनल की तरफ. अगेन उसके बाद भी कई सारी टीमें जिनके लिए वो होप है, लेकिन पॉइंट्स के लिए उन्हें चिकन डिनर ही जाना पड़ेगा. चिकन डिनर के अलावा दूसरा कोई रास्ता उनके पास बचा नहीं है. बट आईसी, मैं आपसे एक सवाल करना चाहूंगा. बॉटम टीम से क्या लगता है आपको, कौन सी टीम रहेगी जो अभी भी कमबैक करके जा सकते हैं आपके अनुसार?
Oh, this is a very tricky question here. You have put me in a really, really awkward spot here. I want to give Hero Xtreme Godlike the benefit of the doubt that they still have what it takes as well. Even though that was a very, very early finish now, they still got themselves 7 points. But technically, from their point standing, 77 to 80 points here means that one chicken dinner, they're back in the top 12. We saw how Cincinnati are also able to pull up that lead. So I'm going to put there in a little bit of a benefit of doubt. Maybe they do still have a chance.
लेट्स सी. अगर आप बोल रहे हैं तो मैं मान ले रहा हूँ कि अभी भी होप है, क्योंकि 2 मैचेस में एक बार फिर से ग्रुप में हमें चेंजेस होता हुआ देखने को मिल जाने वाला है. ग्रुप ए जो कि पहले के 2 मैचेस खेले फिर रिलैक्स किए, आने वाले 2 मैचेस में अब एक बार फिर से उनकी वापसी होने वाली है। FS, मेटा निंजा, K9, मार्कस गेमिंग, वो काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से एक्साइटेड है अपने आने वाले मैच के लिए। बट ग्रुप सी से अभी भी कुछ टीम्स है, लाइक जैसा आपने बताया गॉडलाइक, उन्हें अच्छे मैचेस चाहिए। सिंसिनाटी किड्स यस टॉप 8 में आ चुके, बट स्टिल एवरेजेस उन्हें आने वाले मैचेस में देखने की अभी भी जरूरत पड़ने वाली है। एटलीस्ट 7 to 8 पॉइंट सिंसिनाटी किड्स semi-final.
Yeah, Cincinnati kids, they're already in a very, very comfortable position, right? Like 2-3 points, good enough. I personally, not too much for Cincinnati kids,
Yes.
right? So 2 more games, that means they need 2 massive games, or they are currently in top 8.
Yes.
So for them to be taken out top 12 here, 4 teams from the bottom needs to sneak up on them. So that means in 2 games, 4 teams needs to get about 20 points each to kind of shut them down. So I think as of now, Cincinnati kids, they're kind of safe. But to do that, now, let's talk a little bit more maths as well here. The current record with the most amount of points in a single game is actually held by Seoul right now, which is 21 finishes and a chicken dinner, 31 points. So, putting out those maths, 2 games, 62 points, it's still doable for anyone in the bottom.
आराम से वो तो काफ़ी एक बेहतर ऑप्शन रहने वाला है, बट स्टिल ट्रूरिपर्स को मैंने अभी देखा उनका कैंप कितने ज़्यादा मस्ती कर रहे थे वहाँ पे हर्ष, और होपफुली वो काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से करे। बट चलते अगले मैच से पहले सीधा कास्टर्स की तरफ।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the last stretch of the upper brackets where everyone is battling for their lives. It seems like some are actually in a very nice position. I'm talking about Team Aryan, especially after that first 2 games. 92 points on board. So did CK after the chicken dinner. 90 points for them. But joining alongside for the last 2 matches will be, of course, Necro. Necro, what are your thoughts?
To be honest, for CK, what a turnaround it's been, right? One of the most impressive teams for the past 2 days. And to be honest, this is what you expect from a man like Juicy and Skips. Skips especially getting 11 finishes yesterday. That was pretty much like the turning point for Cincinnati kids. And now they're doing fantastically well. As the plane's going to be in the skies once again for this map of Miramar, one thing still remains. We want to see the consistency from the teams. And to be honest, so many big names have already been eliminated, and one of them is also God's Reign. Who would have thought? A banner like God's Reign, the trophy magnet Destro, he's going to head on towards the quarterfinals. Luckily enough, since he wasn't part of the upper brackets, he's not eliminated yet. He will still have a second shot at life in the quarterfinals. And as I mentioned, the plane's already in the sky, starting all the way from Partona towards the opposite side, which is going to be La Cabrera.
Yeah, it is going to be towards La Cabrera, but to be honest, for God's Reign, they did nothing wrong but play a little more passive. Have a look at that. A lot of drops and a lot of strategies being revealed on camera. But Team 8-Bit, they will be looking to try and get back on their winning route as well. Hero Xtreme, Godlike, a lot of eyes on this man, Jonathan. If he is going to be able to lead his team towards that big victory. You and me, Necro, we were just having the conversation where Godlike Esports currently at 73 points. I think they do need that big 20 bomber so that they can push through. Otherwise, it will be nigh impossible.
But to be honest, for the past 2 games, Godlike has been constantly bombing those, which is not a good thing. You cannot really afford if you're Hero Xtreme Godlike. But if Godlike ends up getting a 30 bomber in this game itself, that's instantly going to be a major comeback. Even a 20 bomber can actually bring a lot of hopes back for the fans and even for Hero Xtreme Godlike in general. K9 Esports heading towards Montenuevo. You've also got Meta NINZA dropping around the La Trilera and Montenuevo itself. For Meta NINZA, yeah, of course, this massive split, once again, we're seeing from the boys. And to be honest, I just hope they're going to go a little bit more aggressive in the lobby.
Meta NINZA, especially on that game of, I guess it was Erangel in the first one, if I'm not mistaken, they had such a beautiful opportunity. Try and go for the chicken, but the one they absolutely gave it away to was Team 8-Bit. And I think there are moments like these, especially when you can see the victory in front of you, but then you don't have the confidence, or possibly you're not in the right end of form, your assaulters are not working. Some or the other things just go wrong, because of which the points get stolen away from your kitty, and I think something like that has happened to Meta NINZA. They will, of course, have to come through from the quarterfinals, and we know, as a matter of fact, you can get eliminated from the quarterfinals, just like you mentioned. So it will be tough for not just God's Reign, but also teams like Meta NINZA, teams like Marcos Gaming, teams like Reckoning Esports, who are big banners, but then they just could not play it out, especially when their teams needed them.
especially looking at the overall standings. It's so fragile that the cutoff is probably going to go sky high. But hold on to that thought. Marcos Gaming, another bad start to the game. And this time they will be hunted down to the pack of Metal Esports. And Metal Esports, they've realized one thing. The only possible way they can qualify is by going all guns blazing. And that's what Metal Esports is doing. This is the Metal Esports we've all seen in the past, and they might just be back.
We expect this Metal Esports to be there in the last 2 days, to be honest. If you watch their gameplay, it just seems like they're trying to make plays like these, but then it's not always going to work your way, right? Those firefights are not going their ways. Aimbot is not hitting his shots. A lot of problems for the entirety of the team. Currently sitting at 48 points. Now they've lost all hopes. But one team that is still definitely in the race has to be Genesis Esports. 98 points on board already. 2 more games to go. It seems like this team shall make it through. But EVOX in front of our screens, another team that has done fairly well so far. They've shown us signs of brilliance as they are extremely consistent when it comes to the positioning, but not in terms of the firefights. Can they handle Genesis Esports right now is the question.
That's the whole point, right? Even EVOX needs a lot of points. Archit, BMW IGL, you expect a lot from these guys. But still, for some reason, the performance is lacking, and I'm not exactly sure what EVOX needs to put up on the board. But as of now, they just need to win this fight. Archit, the man's all by himself, isolated against the entirety of Genesis Esports. This is going to be a bit of a rough patch for the boy. Archit getting his shotgun reloaded. Falls back, now patches himself up with that first aid. Things are put on a halt a little bit. But let's see. Shotgun up close and personal. If Archit is able to find even one knock, that's going to be some sort of stability inside of the fight for the guy. But he's getting pressured a bit too much, whipping all the shots, and he will be knocked out and confirmed. EVOX, this is a start to another bad game.
It certainly is, right, that the rest of the comrades were not even there. BMW IGL trying to make a move into the fight right now. It was way too late for him. I think this has always been the problem for Team EVOX, where they don't really play as a unit majority of the times, and their players do get picked off in individual battles. Archit never stood a chance in that fight. Genesis Esports, 3 hungry wolves looking at that one man. But have a look at this. K9 Esports, from the distance, it was Goblin who actually finds that connection. Joker has been brought down. It was not Joker, I think it was Skips, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody, well, legit was knocked out. He will get picked up, but Team Soul, I think they've laid the foundation of how exactly they want to play inside of this tournament. And that is straight up go aggressive, go as balls in as you can and just try and hit every single one of your target.
Pretty much. K9 Esports, Beast is down and out. Even Slug was taken out. Now just 2 players standing for K9. But yeah, looking at the overall standings, this team's got a lot of points. They just need 3 more to cross that 100 points barrier. What do you think? Is the cutoff actually going to cross 100 points?
I think so. I think so, especially with Aryan and CK performing right at the fag end of their journey inside of this tournament. It seems like Aryan and CK have pushed past that 90-point limit. Have a look at that. Aryan at 92, Cincinnati Kids at 90. And the fun part is they still have 2 more games to go, including this one. So it is going to rise a bit higher. I'm expecting 10 more points to be added to either lineups, but let's find out what happens.
FS Esports, it's another one of those lineups that's been struggling for a while. 80 points on the block. For FS Esports, things are not too tough. It's still doable. Not too far away from the qualification marker. TrueRippers with 0 finishes on the block. But TrueRippers, let's see what the game plan's going to be. They've already qualified pretty much on the first spot as well off the overall standings. So if TrueRippers wants, they can spoil a few games and maybe stop team from qualifying. There's definitely a possibility.
And that is what they've been doing so far. It doesn't seem like TrueRippers, they're actually playing a very serious game. Right now, they do want to keep themselves alive so that they can actually reach the end game. They don't really want to ball their momentum completely, but I think the firefights that actually take in the final third of the game, that is where TrueRippers, they're just chilling. They're not really stressing things out. You can see all the players just smiling around, having a good time, especially Hydro and his momentum. Jelly has openly claimed that he wants Hydro to be the MVP of the tournament. So I think they're still going to be pushing through for those random finishes, but then when it comes to their firefights, they are still going to chill. But I get your point. I think Team TrueRippers can certainly target out a couple of enemies, potentially the ones who share the drop locations with them. I don't know, later on in the stage, it'll be easier for them.
True that. I mean, with how the game's been going, with how things are looking like, I genuinely would like to see TrueRippers completely on the aggressive end. Just go guns blazing. Don't care about anything. Blind aggression. Just the way Metal Esports used to play in the past when they were named Infinix Esports. But as of now, for Godlike, they need as many points as they can get. Around the southern side of the spectrum, you've also got EVOX right next to you. For Godlike, I'm not sure what sort of a game plan we're going to see being executed. The man's got his hands on the MP45 and a shotgun. A bit of a weird loadout if you think about it from Godlike.
Scouting these compounds, of course, not going to help. EVOX being found out will be a little bit of a boon for Godlike Esports, because we know, as a matter of fact, one of the players, Archit, was taken down in that engagement against Genesis Esports. So a default man advantage for Godlike to work with, but this time Sim isn't really inside of the playing four. We know, as a matter of fact, Sim was a man who's been really performing, especially in clutch situations. I'm not sure why he's not in the lineup, but Godzy this time being given the opportunity. For Godlike Esports, I think the approach should be very simple. Try and go after every target that you can see in plain sight, but they're not doing so.
Indeed. FS Esports, all the four players next to each other, and at this point in time, these shots that are being taken, it's not going to find any sort of success. Metal Esports in the elimination feed, yeah, it's a bit of a back and forth that's going on. And for Godlike, once again, it's TrueRippers. There's no way. TrueRippers, they somehow always find themselves up close and personal against Godlike. Gods is taken down low, but luckily enough, he patches himself back up. So things looking good. But Hirsch, up close and personal, what can Gods do? A return nade tossed against Hirsch. It's going to be Molotov. But once again, things looking great for him.
I don't know, man. I don't know why do Godlike always go in for these splits. They just don't really make any sense. I understand you're trying to hold down an entire region all by yourself, preparing for the end game, but then stuff like these happen, and all of a sudden, Team Godlike, they just completely get caught off guard. Have a look at this now. Gods has been isolated in this 1v1 fight, of course, but even if he wins this, from the backline, CK with all four players, they're always going to thrive.
Here we go. Godlike. They decide to strike back, but this nade, a little bit problematic, and it's going to be the players of Cincinnati Kids now knocking on the doors. This is what you like to see. Cincinnati Kids not shying away from the fights anymore, instead taking the initiative in their hands and actually punishing those teams around them. Skips is going to be the boy to lead the pack. And I'm telling you, yesterday, that one play from Skips, that one massive game, it just brought back to life in the entirety of Cincinnati Kids. And now look at them. They're looking so confident in these firefights.
Seems like all of a sudden this entire team has just completely changed colors, ladies and gentlemen. But from the distance, Jonathan and Adibino did manage to escape. And once again, we were talking about the splits. Once again, we were talking about the unfortunate Gods. There is absolutely nothing this man could have done, right? He did win his 1v1 fight, but then you keep on taking splits, which put a couple of your players at the risk of being third-partied, and Godlike just could not really work around them. All four players staying together, taking one fight at a time. I think things inside of BGMI can be simplified, but Punk keeps on trying to do all these maneuvers that just absolutely halt their progress. We'll find out if they can actually make it through, but we were hoping for a 30 bomber. That definitely is not coming in from Godlike.
Victorious Sumus. 4 players. One of them is softened up quite a bit low. And to be honest, now all these 4 players making that rotation away. It's out of the circle. Reckoning Esports, all the 4 players as well, spread out, split apart. Dionysus, Flock, Ninju. 3 players next to each other. And VS, they're on the move towards a better spot inside of the circle. And I'm pretty sure they're probably going to try to play around the edges too, right? Position yourself around the edges. Look for a better compound, better cover, and then see what the future lines look like.
FZ Esports right at the edge currently, inside of the 10th position in this lobby, but have a look at this. OnePlus CK have pushed against Godlike Esports. A default man advantage to work with. In fact, almost doubling up. The 2v4, Jonathan will need to be at his prime form if he wants to hold on to Godlike and their fortress.
What has happened to CK? How are they so aggressive? Oh my god! It seems like they finally heard me. It seems like Juicy's heard me.
He has heard you. He wanted to reply you as well.
Yeah, he replied to me as well. He's heard me. I'm loving this CK. Aggressive, taking the initiative, not shying away from the fights anymore. Wow, Godlike in shambles, just 2 men standing. And I highly doubt a lot can be done at this point in time. Now just playing cornered up. Not a lot of breathing space given to them. Yeah, Juicy was left out in the game, but it's still fine. They've managed to acquire 4 finish points. And looking at the overall tally, CK is soon going to cross that 100 points marker.
Jonathan and Edwin need to develop those crossfires, play in tandem with each other, but also a little separate so that those nades can be a little less riskier. I'm not really sure how they're going to work this through, but Cincinnati Kids, if they take this fight against Godlike, I think they're going to come out on top. There is absolutely nothing that is stopping Cincinnati Kids right now, especially with 6 skips on the top. This man has kind of taken responsibility on himself. We saw it yesterday. He turned out to be the highest fragging individual in one single game inside of the Showdown, 11 finishes.
50% finish contribution at the start of the day from Skips, by the way.
And I think in the 3 matches that he played, they got themselves around 18 finishes. Skips by himself at 18 finishes at the end of the day. So that was an insane performance coming in from that lad.
Yeah.
And that just completely changed the course of CK. And have a look at them now. They are raring to go.
And this is what we talk about, right? The competitiveness.
Yeah.
The moment you see one of your teammates pop off, you automatically start questioning yourself and you start questioning, what exactly is wrong with me? Why am I not able to perform just the way my teammate is? And once you start questioning yourself in that way, you automatically start to perform because you force yourself to perform better. And maybe that's what's happening with CK. We're seeing them on the aggressive front. We're seeing them taking those fights. We're seeing them actually prioritize the good positions as well inside of the circle. But as of now for Victorious Sumus, with how the game's shaping out, even they need to start taking the initiative. So far, they've got all the 4 players standing. It's a good thing. But let's see how the future lines look like. I still feel like VS is in quite a shaky spot.
They certainly are. I don't think VS is actually making it through. But Nectar, do you realize you've actually worked your magic on Cincinnati Kids? You made them rage bait into performing better. This is not usual. This is not basic. This is something which I've never really seen a caster do so far. Just rage bait a team so that they can actually play well.
Hey, I mean, come on. I've been talking to Juicy for such a long time, right? Even inside of LAN events, I keep on meeting this guy. He's quite a fun guy to be with. And then after having so much of experience, in the first 2 days, watching that performance, it was definitely disappointing. But now look at the latter 2 days. It's a complete switch around. It's a complete day and night difference.
I think from the lower brackets, one of the teams who actually pulled something off was White Walkers.
Oh yeah, insane stuff.
Cincinnati Kids, they're looking to do something even better, but then against a much tougher lobby, I might just say. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like NoNx Esports from the distance, they were taking a couple of shots against VS and forcing VS to not go past this ridge, which is a good thing to do. NoNx Esports, they need these elimination points. I mean, it doesn't really matter if they go to the quarterfinals right now. I think their preparation for the quarterfinals begins today here itself.
True that. Victorious Sumus, one thing we've noticed, right, even for VS the first 2 days, they were crucial. A lot of these teams, they've started performing since yesterday, and maybe that's one of the main reasons why right now you found yourself in one of the most tricky spots in the overall standings. If you would have performed the same way from the day one itself, maybe you would have been just like TrueRippers and OG. And maybe even Soul, you would have been extremely comfortable in the overall standings. Look at FC, the players are getting ripped apart, picked off. It's the players of NINZA taking the fight. And somehow NINZA, they're the one to come out on top as well. Insidious, Dreams down, but not dusted yet. Dreams taken out of the game. That's Beard Baba taking the initiative. And NINZA, with all the 4 players standing. Beard Baba, come on, get that confirmation. It's right next to you. There we go.
Just running him over. Quite chill in the process. NINZA, they are in a great spot, to be honest. They are right at the edge of the circle. They are playing in from the edges. And this is what they've done so far in the entirety of the tournament. Not being aggressive, never really playing in from the center. And even if they're playing from center, somewhere or the other, they just find themselves in one passive spot till the very end. They will hold the compound, they will hold it till the end of the circle, but then always give away the chicken dinner to somebody else, which has been very weird, to be honest. But we'll find out if that works out in this game. FSC Esports, in the back lines, in the desperate need of points, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at that. On the 10th spot, 80 points only. I say only because the cutoff in the upper bracket seems to be going past that 100-point mark.
True.
You're still 20 points away from your target if you want to qualify to the semi-finals, and you've only got one more game remaining. For FPC Esports, I think you need a lot.
The zone shifting right on top of 8-Bit and Soul. 8-Bit's found themselves a lot of control inside of the circle, but I'm pretty sure now 8-Bit's going to try to spread their wings around the northern side, which means a few teams might just be caught off guard. For example, teams like Metal Esports who are playing all grouped up. And that's the thing, right? Metal Esports, we saw an aggressive front from them at the start, but now all the players from Metal Esports are just hidden in one compound, which is not something you expect. Cincinnati Kids, all the players grouping up together as they're now getting ready to make that pounce against the players of Godlike. But you've got Jonathan and Mino right next to each other. And for some reason, it feels like there's no coordination between them. No cover fire being provided, but Mino is just waiting for someone to walk inside of that smoke, and that's what will happen. Now pulls out the shotgun for up close and personal combat, but even Jonathan, he needs to contribute. He needs to save the day for Admino. We're not seeing any sort of contribution from Jonathan towards this fight. Why is he still in the back lines? Come on, make that pounce! But Admino, he's a one-man army, does not need Jonathan in this fight. Last man in the front, and Jonathan now is finally gonna wake up and make that push. But Godlike, what a clutch that was! Admino, you disgusting guy! Putting Cincinnati Kids to sleep!
And of course, look at the crowd go wild in the arena, ladies and gentlemen. That was a performance and a half, and this was the Godmino form that we have been waiting for. What a beautiful clutch that was! Shutting down Cincinnati Kids, and the tournament has been broken open once again. Godlike Esports keep themselves alive. But can FS Esports do the same as well is the question, because right underneath their noses, it is going to be the lads from EVOX, who are trying to survive, of course, but FS Esports, they are desperately in need for points now.
Yeah, and the main problem is FS Esports is not grabbing them. 0 finish points. Not really on the aggressive front anymore. EVOX is right next to him. Looking at the placement of EVOX. Yeah, definitely for them. We know that they've taken heavy hits upon themselves. FS Esports, players inside of the compounds. EVOX is the only possible team that can possess a lot of threat. But let's see. It's still going to be a tough position to bounce back from.
We'll find out. As of now, FS Esports, it seems like they are letting Team EVOX pass through them. But have a look at this replay once again. That was a beautiful connection coming in from Admino. The first shot, right on the money. The next one just came in tandem, and Cincinnati Kids, they didn't really make any mistakes in that situation.
They never even thought that this is going to happen. Maybe Cincinnati Kids could have used utilities to be a little bit more proactive and flush the man out of his comfort zone. That could have been a better approach.
But all three players moved in tandem. It wasn't even 1v1s, individual 1v1s, which we always talk about. Never always give away your 1v2s as 1v1s, but then...
That shotgun's for you, my friend.
That shotgun's for you. Lovely, right? The big crosshair. That one single choke point of the staircase, you know it, all these players have to be lined up, and that is exactly that Admino did. But have a look at this, Roman wants to line up these shots against Equinox. EBD Esports have been caught out in the open, a couple of those shots might connect, but FS, still not a single knock in their favor.
Oh no, Reckoning Esports. Problems once again, what happened? They took a fight against the players of AX, came out on top as well, but now Reckoning Esports, that's another flop game on the board. Back-to-back bad games. Reckoning Esports, the upper brackets, they've been merciless on them. And to be honest, yeah, you expect better from that banner.
Yeah.
On the latter half of the board, the downfall is something everyone has witnessed.
It's honestly not their fault as well, right? I mean, they've kind of lost their players to Genesis Esports, all three of them, in fact. Now it's a new generation. Dionysus has been left behind. He wants to build up a new lineup with Flock. And Flock is an amazingly talented player, but then he couldn't really perform to the best of his capabilities in this tournament. Sumu was the one who has actually shown his potential.
Yeah.
But, I mean, again, extremely young lad. How much can he even carry his team? Still needs to mature, needs to find his way inside of the competitive circuit, work his way up. But It seems like one of the teams who are actually working their way down, it's going to be 8-bit because Somraj has been knocked out by Meta NINZA. They're out in the open, right at the edge of the circle. Definitely not in the best of positioning.
Meta NINZA, all the 4 players ready to make that pounce, and that's what they've done. But Dragon OP, a massive rookie mistake, and Meta NINZA now will need to pay the price for that. 8-bit is not someone who you can pounce just on top like that. Meta NINZA should have coordinated that push better. Why did Dragon OP just move all by himself, and then later on the remaining players just walked into that same trap? What a massive blunder this was. Communication was definitely lacking. They should have communicated better.
They certainly should have, but on towards the other side, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Genesis versus VS. Shine has been knocked out. Viper from the backlines, it seems like Team Soul, they are going to steal away the Thunder, and it was not Team Soul, it was K9 if I'm not mistaken. Aimbot is going to find NINZA though with the nade itself. Victoria Summers, problems for them is not stopping. Always is, or rather will be forced to push through. Did find himself a little bit of position, a little bit of ridge to protect himself against, but Godlike Esports up against FS. Now this is time for Arch Nemesis to meet once again.
Godlike, Admino, Jonathan, this duo, it needs to perform. And Admino once again, he's the one to take the charge. While Jonathan's in the back lines. FS Esports, unfortunately for them, the man's knocked out. So they probably do want to get the rest back up on the fallen comrade. You've still got Lovish and Godix. While for 8-bit, after devouring the entirety of Meta NINZA like that, I'm pretty sure they're feeling good. The confidence is all-time high. And Metal Esports, now the utilities are getting a bit too overwhelming. As Power finds the confirmation, the reigning 2 players from Metal Esports in the back, it's Venom and Aimbot. And this time around for Venom, that's just too much to deal with. Aquanox finds another thread in the needle, and now it's time for Metal Esports to be devoured completely. Just one man, he's the one to hang on to that thread. But Aimbot, he still strikes back in a great fashion. That's going to be the first man down for 8-bit. Maybe a clutch is still possible.
Potentially, but he needs to evade from those nades that are coming through teammate, but they're not going to be easy
that
on
Molotov.
them. I love this constant pressure. Aimbot being forced into positions where he's not comfortable at, still wants to go in for that revive. Team 8-bit, they are getting disintegrated slowly but surely on towards other things. K9 Esports, they found themselves a little bit of ridge, but that has been stolen away. Team Soul always on the hunt. And now look at this, Victoria Summers might be on the receiving end of it. How many finish do Team Soul have in this one? 4 already in their bag. They're looking for more as all 4 players are still standing tall. FS Esports on the other side, they are also a 4-man lineup waiting to pounce, but right up front has to be Team EVOX. They are causing them a lot of trouble.
VS getting eliminated too with not a lot of points, so that's another factor that's a bit concerning. And look at the players of 8-bit. The utilities now getting a bit too much for them to deal with. But 8-bit, we know they've already got solid amount of points in the overall standings, and eventually they've been eliminated too from this game. It's Soul third-partying them. Already 8-bit were looking miserable in that spot, and the misery has ended. EVOX, players still somehow surviving out in the open. BMW IGL, the man will get confirmed soon. A nade parade coming through, an Executor. He's the only person that's holding down the string for this entire banner.
Oh no!
And soon even Executor, he's dealing with too many utilities. Unfortunately for EVOX, a lot of problems they need to try and deal with as Soul are pressuring the players of Godlike. One of them, NoNx, is already being found. Admino, the only man staying alive for Godlike. A lot of pressure for Godlike fans and Godlike themselves. Admino, he needs to secure the points. He needs to stay alive for the fans. Too many hopes alive at this point. And eventually Admino, he's gonna be incinerated too.
Team Godlike, they've been wiped off inside of the top 3, ladies and gentlemen, and that leaves us with 2. It is going to be Team Soul versus FS Esports for a 4v4 encounter, but can FS Esports hold on to, because they don't really have a lot of finish points for themselves, just 2. And now look at this, Joker finds Lovish, a long distance engagement, but Roman falls as well. FS Esports, it seems like they are coming crumbling down one after the other.
Yeah, for FS Esports, it seems like it's an absolute domino effect. The players are just falling down left, right, center, and now just one man standing for FS Esports. Look at the elimination points, just crawling on the floor. And that one last man from FS Esports, he might just be the difference maker. Oh my god, he was on the verge of finding those 2 knocks, but Godx still alive as he eliminates the players from Soul, and now the fight's taken down to a 1-on-2.
He is making a difference, Necro. He's been the difference maker for sure. Inside of the smoke, still trying to keep himself alive. And this is good news because for a second I thought the vehicles were not going to protect him, but it actually didn't. Legit finds a final frag. Team Soul get yet another chicken dinner, but what an attempt it was from GodX. For elimination, second position. He will have to be happy with that, but even FS Esports crossed that 90-point marker. What on earth is happening inside the upper brackets?
I know, right? It seems like the cutoff is just going to go even higher. I personally thought that the cutoff is going to be around 94, but no, that's not the case. What is going on? It just goes even higher. And when FS Esports was desperate, they get another decent game. But hey, with that being said, for Godlike now, they've just got one last game in the future one, and they've got such a heavy lifting to do. Admina was the only person who popped off in that previous game.
Absolutely, and I think that was the only 1v3 that Godlike fans had something to cheer about. But apart from that, I don't really think that for Godlike anything remains inside of the upper brackets right now. They should accept this with a pinch of salt that they are going to the quarterfinals. It is almost now impossible from this position to actually head on to the semifinals. But ladies and gentlemen, have a look at the final blow once again. It almost felt like FS Esports, they are in position for the chicken dinner, almost getting so many points for themselves. But Team Soul have been constantly chipping away. In fact, getting the 2 frags from Team EVOX as well, which were knocks in FS Esports' bag, but they bagged the finish point.
Now, keep this thing in mind. At the start of the day, the cutoff was around 70 points. Just imagine, it's already risen up so high. And I'm pretty sure, as you mentioned, right, at the end of the day, there's a big chance we might just see it shift around 98 to 100, which is insane if you think about it. But still, we're seeing a bit of that vacuum being created from the teams at the top, right? We're seeing TrueRippers do pretty good. We also did see Soul do pretty good. A couple of teams as well that are still lurking around the top. Even they're able to perform pretty well.
FS desperately wanted the chicken in, to be honest. Have a look at the players, of course, from Team Soul. They're the ones who actually bag it. They have themselves 13 eliminations, which is absolutely brilliant. 6 from Legit, 2 from Joker. And Legit has been brilliant. This is without their main IGL Knuckle. This is with their stand-in IGL, but they still make it work. Team Soul, they're just absolutely phenomenal right now.
Yeah, they indeed are. You talk about the firepower, you talk about the composure. Everything is looking extremely fluid. You talk about the communication between the fights. Soul knows exactly what they need to do. But to be honest, once again, the conversation back towards the latter half of the board, right? So many desperate names. FS Esports as well, back inside of the race. And I'm pretty sure now the teams that are there in the bottom 4, there's a big chance they might just go all guns blazing and start playing the spoiler.
Did you also spot Team 8-Bit's exit? They had 88 points to actually start things off with. They got themselves about 5 to 6 elimination points, and that is it. They did not cross that 95-point marker.
I still believe for 8-Bit, it's going to be comparatively easier. For 8-Bit CK, it's going to be comparatively easier. For other teams, it's still going to be tough. But for now, let's move on to a quick break.
What a brilliant game that was, जहां पे अभी भी होप्स बहुत हद तक हाई हैं कई सारी टीम्स के लिए। बट स्वागत है आपका फिर से इस छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद। मेरा नाम है स्पीरो, मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं नेक्रो। What a brilliant game that was.
I know, right? We're seeing so many bounce backs at the last moment, right? Even FS Esports doing pretty good in that game. To be honest, now looking at the overall standings, for some reason I've got an itch that maybe the cutoff's going to go higher than 95. But what do you think?
Look, anything is possible at this point of time. I mean, you know, this is that kind of a game जहाँ पे कुछ भी possible हो सकता है। या तो कट ऑफ 92 तक भी रुक सकता है, या तो वो सच में 95 भी पार कर सकता है। हर चीज संभव है, डिपेंडिंग के परफॉर्मेंस किस तरह से टीम्स करके जाती है। तो मैं तो बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ इस आखिरी मैच के लिए।
Even I'm pretty excited, right? We're seeing an instant flip around, even for Cincinnati kids. In the first 2 days, they were nowhere to be seen, and now look at them. What is this flip from them? They're taking the initiative. They're going aggressive inside of the games, actually fragging out as well, and that's the CK we all wanted to see.
एब्सोल्युटली वो सीके हैं जिसको हम देखना चाहते हैं। बट आप भी गेम में अच्छा दिखना चाहते हो, राइट? तो ये निक्सन सिनेस्ट्रा सूट बहुत ज्यादा काम आ सकता है आपके। और वैसे भी गेम के अंदर जो पहले दिन की स्पिन होती है वो सिर्फ 10 यूसी में आती है यार। तो आप भी जाइए और इस सूट को अपना बनाइए। बट वापस आते हैं टॉपिक के ऊपर। इंटरेस्टिंग मुकाबला अब हमारे सामने है। अ लॉट ऑफ टीम्स कंटेंशन में है। इवन गॉडलाइक कैन मेक अ कमबैक एंड गो टू सेमीफाइनल्स।
If Godlike gets a 20 bomber or maybe 25 bomber, there's a big chance even they can make a major comeback, right? And yeah, speaking of that previous clutch from Admino, that was disgusting. Shutting down 3 players all by himself, but in my opinion, Jonathan should have been a little bit more proactive. Imagine if Admino was not able to clutch out. A 2v3 scenario is much better than a 1v3, right? I still believe the contribution should have been better, but Admino, luckily enough, he was able to clutch it out and keep Godlike on top in that scenario. But I do believe in the future stances, the communication needs to be better.
जी हाँ, कम्युनिकेशन बेटर होनी होगी। बट अभी के लिए चलते हैं MVP की तरफ, जो कि रहेंगे लेजेंड, जिन्होंने बहुत बेहतर खेला इस मुकाबले के अंदर। आप देख ही सकते हैं वो क्लास दिखा रहे हैं अपनी। और ऐसा नहीं कि बाकी उनके टीममेट्स अच्छा नहीं खेल रहे, हर कोई अच्छा खेल रहा है। बट लेजेंड एंड टीम सोल, दे आर जस्ट प्लेइंग रियली गुड। अब फ्रैग्स देखिए, स्प्रे ट्रांसफर्स देखिए, गेम का जो सेंस होता है वो बहुत अच्छे से इन्होंने अपनाया है। 6 फ्रैग्स उनके पास गए, 702 का डैमेज दिया। He's a really good player and I'm looking forward कि वो सोल के साथ इस टूर्नामेंट में कितना आगे जाते हैं।
Crazy stuff. Let's move on towards the top 5 players. We've also got Goblin from Soul right there. Even Venom coming in with 3 finishes. Godlike Admino right there with 3-2. And even Raiden from 8-Bit is right there. And speaking of 8-Bit too, now even their packets out of the race, Sparrow. It's getting so close. The overall standings, I'm pretty sure it's going to be fun when we actually do have a look at that. Before now, let's have a look at the map standings. Soul once again with 23 points, the most amount of points secured. FS Esports getting 10 points. Even this team is around the 90 points marker.
एफएस के लिए काफी इंपॉर्टेंट मैच रहेगा। 8-बिट ने फिर भी आज का दिन बहुत अच्छा निकाला है। 10 पॉइंट इस मैच में भी वो लेके गए। गॉडलाइक फाइनली ये कमबैक उनकी तरफ से, और मेडल दे रहा है। अब ये नहीं कह सकता दुरुस्त है, क्योंकि वो जो गाड़ी है वो निकल चुकी है उनके हाथ से। बट वीएस, उन्होंने इस मैच में भी थोड़े से पॉइंट्स निकाले। तो वीएस भी अभी कंटेंशन में है। बहुत कुछ अभी तक ओपन है और कुछ भी अब हो सकता है। आखिरी मैच काफी कुछ डिफाइन करेगा। और आखिरी मैच से पहले एक बार ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग पे नजर डालना चाहूंगा, बिकॉज पता तो चले कि अभी कट ऑफ कितना है और कितना और आगे जा सकता है। लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट द ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग, where Cincinnati kids at number 8, 94 points उनके पास। बट नेक्रो देखो तो सही यार, कितनी सारी टीम 100 का आंकड़ा पार कर चुकी है अब।
I know, right? And this is what I mentioned at the start of the day as well. The moment you cross that 100 points marker, you found yourself around the safety block, and no one is going to be able to shake you away from that spot, right? For CK, 94 points, I do believe it's quite easy for them. Things are looking pretty good. It should be quite easy for them to cross on. Even for AX, things are looking pretty good. First Curiosity, I mean, the fact that they've played 15 games, I do believe even First Curiosity can make it. But as you guys know, the teams in the red, if they do not perform well enough, they are going towards the quarterfinals no matter what.
Absolutely. जो भी टीम्स आपको रेड कलर में देखने को मिलेंगी वो जाएंगी क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में। और एक मैच बचा है अभी भी, कुछ भी वहां पे भी हो सकता है। बट कट ऑफ अगर सच में सोचा जाए नेक्रो, मुझे अभी भी लगता है कि 94 कुड बी द कट ऑफ, क्योंकि अभी भी 94 पहुंचने के लिए 5 पॉइंट और यहाँ पे बढ़ाना पड़ेगा कट ऑफ को। गॉड्स ओमन 77 पॉइंट्स, EVOX 74 पॉइंट्स। बट गॉड्स ओमन के मैचेस खत्म हो चुके हैं। दे आर डेफिनेटली गोइंग टू द क्वार्टर फाइनल्स। बट निंजास बहुत दूर है। EVOX तक मुझे अभी भी लगता है कि एक बहुत बड़ा चिकन शायद उन्हें ले जाए, बट बहुत मुश्किल।
I mean, for EVOX, they need a 25-pointer if they want to cross on that 12th spot. And to be honest, it is possible. We've seen a lot of those teams grab the 25-pointer. So realistically speaking, it is definitely possible for EVOX to make it. But let's be honest, right? The easier spots will be for Team AX, Cincinnati kids, to pretty much solidify that. They're extremely close. And a few teams that are right underneath too, right? Even for Godlike, they're not too far away. One decent game, 120 bomber, even Godlike can make it.
यहाँ दिल नहीं बन रहा, ये अलग अलग प्रॉब्लम चल रही है। लगता है हर टीम की ना कुछ अलग प्रॉब्लम्स है। यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम है कि they were not able to do the emote well, but बाकी टीम्स की प्रॉब्लम्स है कि वो इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म कंसिस्टेंटली नहीं कर पा रहे। बट एक चीज ने मुझे बहुत प्रभावित किया और वो ये है कि किसी ने हार नहीं मानी आखिरी तक। एवरीवन इज फाइटिंग और जो स्किल्स उन्होंने दिखाए हैं वो काफी कमाल के देखने को मिले। बट अब स्किल्स की बारी नहीं है, अब डेडिकेशन की बारी है, अब हार्डवर्क की बारी है। एक आखिरी मुकाबला हम सबके स्क्रीन के सामने आने वाला है, बट उससे पहले चलते हैं हमारे कास्टर्स के पास और जानते हैं कि उन्हें क्या लगता है क्या होगा कट ऑफ।
Well, the question of cutoffs will remain, but the question that is prevailing in all our minds, of course, which are going to be the teams making it to the semi-finals and which are the ones who will walk their way into the quarterfinals. A big gap, no days off is the question. K9 Esports quite comfortable. First Curiosity also quite comfortable, but joining alongside for the last match is going to be iSuper Johnny. And Johnny, what do you think? What are your thoughts of the last two games? Because I think so many teams have just broken open the fight, especially on the overall standings. We were just doing the math. It seems like there is still a very big chance for the teams in the bottom half, but then the ones inside of the top 12, they're not safe.
Yeah, they're not safe for sure, but the ones who are going to be feeling the least amount of safety is going to be Likitha Esports, not present in the last match of the day. And of course, on that 12th position with just 89 points to their name. So they are in a very precarious spot. They're going to be praying that Victorious Sumus get taken out early. Godlike doesn't do much in this game because both those two teams, one needs about 4 to 5 points, the other, just to be on the safer side of things, about 10 points. And they need to wipe out each other so that the chase does not happen from the other end. It is a very difficult ask, but that's the task that is laid out in front of them. And of course, it is going to make the last game extremely intense. And we did see a few smiles across the board, the players from TrueRippers. I wonder how Jelly manages to keep his composure when there is Keo and Harsh on the other side of the table, just up to their own shenanigans.
I think few players, Juicy, Jelly, Omega, all these IGLs, they are known to be chill.
Yeah, true.
They're known to actually be in a good headspace. They're not, usually overcomplicate things. And look at this, even Genesis Esports, they are all smiling and chilling. Even Gravity, as a matter of fact, Hunters and Viper just smiling. And when you've got a character like Zap in the playing 4, you can always be entertained.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, this team has delivered a lot of brilliant performances every now and then. The addition of Viper was something that I wanted to see how that will go for Genesis. And in fact, it has turned out to be, well, a nice little upgrade, to be honest. Hunters, we remember the last tournament we saw him in. He was doing well on an individual level, but it always felt like, all right, a little bit of extra oomph inside of Genesis, and this team is going to be a championship caliber team. I think now this Genesis, they are still figuring out a few kinks here and there, but once that is done and dusted, I think they're going to be good to go for a trophy soon.
We're talking about the trophy, it always talk about Godlike and their distance away from the trophy.
Yeah.
It just keeps on increasing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Once they come runners-up, then they come second runners-up, and then they keep on going
then they
down.
fail to qualify.
I was not wanting to say that, but then Johnny is like, all right, fine, let's just hit it out of the park. Well, we'll find out, of course, what can Godlike do in this final game, but they do need a massive chicken. Have a look at that, the player spotlight on Jonathan. 15 eliminations, 3,300 points of damage, 5 assists, 14 knocks. He's been decent, he's been good from Godlike Esports, but the rest of the players, it seems like they are yet to step up. And Mino did pull off a nice 1v3 in the last game. Did you watch that?
I missed it. I was looking away from the screen.
I'll show you the highlights. It was actually brilliant, but then the rest of the players once again failed, and it seems like their tendencies of taking splits, it's causing them problems.
I mean, of course, your firepower is going to be divided, and it seems like Godlike is always very unfortunate in terms of whenever the fights are engaged. The only thing is, as I said at the start of the day as well, this is a team that should be the ones initiating the action, not just reacting to what the other teams throw at them. And that has become a kind of a big problem for the players of Godlike. They need to find an answer soon. Hopefully, we see in this last game, as we said, 10 points needed to qualify for the semis. If they can pull it off, it is going to be an incredible end to a very stressful journey. And then there's EVOX, as everyone has been calling them. I mean, they have been playing pretty well. This is a fresh face on the block. And of course, a pretty nice run in round 1 itself, I have to say.
They had a decent run, to be honest, but now we'll have to find and wait and find if they can actually work their way from the quarterfinals, because they certainly aren't really going to make it through, especially in this round. But we did see signs of consistency from EVOX. One or the other times they do get themselves a big chicken, I guess they will be able to come up, but then their fight in the lower brackets will be very interesting. I'm actually waiting for them to fight against the likes of Revenant X-Park and maybe even Likitha Esports. Lower bracket, the teams coming in from there, it's not to scoff at. I think the lobby is still going to be extremely heavy.
Oh, of course, it is going to be stacked. It is going to be already like the semi-finals of any major, any other major tournament that you would witness. There are a lot of names that I think people would argue should have been placed in the upper bracket, but unfortunately, while the banner is still the same, the rosters have changed, because of which the lineup has been placed in the lower bracket. Although, I mean, they did fight their way. They are still surviving. As you mentioned, Revenant X-Park is one of those names. Former players of Wild Fangs. And in fact, Wild Fangs are also still in the mix. So it is interesting to see how their journey is going to look like, because now you have had this break, you've been watching the matches for the upper bracket teams, and a lot of these upper bracket teams, while might look like, oh, they are in a bad form right now, let's not forget the good performances from the teams over here have been exceptional. Whether you talk about TrueRippers, whether you talk about how OG has been playing, whether you talk about Soul, they have been incredible. So it has been an affair of the teams that were doing well, just doing exceptionally well, while the middle pack struggles and the teams at the bottom are just suffocating for points.
The teams at the bottom, they're not suffocating for points. They're crying right now that we just want to exit. We saw how Meta NINZA has been playing, right? They just absolutely plunge themselves into fight where they think like, all right, let's just take this 4v4, but then they get absolutely bombed. Now, these are the kind of situations you'd have to face, but ladies and gentlemen, it seems like our game is good to go. It is going to be one last game before we head on to the upper bracket quarterfinals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the map of Erangel. Here we go. The big bird goes back up to the skies once again, potentially one final time inside of the upper brackets, as I did mention. But this time we're flying ahead from military base on towards Georgopol. Flight paths which does tend to lean on towards the left-hand side of the map, but it won't really cause a lot of troubles, apart from if there are a couple of teams who want to go towards the regions of Stober or Kamishki or Lipovka. I think apart from them, majority of them are going to be fine, Johnny.
Oh, of course, but I mean, Military Island, look at the players of CK. They are taking an early exit over there. And they aren't the only ones. Marcos Gaming, they are going to land outside of military base towards the south, and TrueRippers as well. Might be a scuffle between these sides for those vehicles, because TrueRippers, they like to play from Novorepnoy. But again, looking at the teams fighting for their lives, fighting for an opportunity to skip the quarters and move towards the semi-finals, we have Victoria Sumus, who have dropped towards Ferry Pier, just north of the Georgopol Bridge. Meta NINZA, the players quite close. The players from Victoria Sumus will be able to spot out the parachutes of, well, Raiden from the side of 8-bit. He took an early exit, so they might know where he is going. But, hey, a circle towards the west, a circle towards the east, because the flight path was west.
Yeah. The flight path and the circle, of course, there's absolutely no connection between.
Look at Godlike as well, by the way.
Are they bombed?
I have no idea, I think.
Don't tell me, man. Don't break my heart already. No, they're still safe, at least. They're still 4-man strong. They have dropped in the middle of nowhere. That is something which I can spot, but it's not their fault. The circle has absolutely gone haywire, and the teams don't really know how to react to it. Marcus Gaming, meanwhile, on towards military base. They do have company in the form of Cincinnati kids, but then the fight did break open, and one of their players has been taken down. The Stone BGMI with the first success off the map of Erangel.
Well, let's see, though, how the remainder of this turns out. Cincinnati kids, without their IGL, skips in a very interesting position. But hey, we were talking about them. We were concerned, but no, says Godlike, as they just charge towards the players of Reckoning Esports. And what should have been them finding the opening, well, just completely takes a turn for the worst. That's gonna be Admino hitting the floor. It's a instant rescue operation. They just pick him up, put him on the trunk of the car and just zoom out of there.
But how far are you going to run? That is the question, because you can run as much as you want, but that is the approach that Godlike needs. But you need success out of those pushes. You need your players to hit the bullseye over there instead of them getting hit back. That was a good shot coming in from Flock, to be honest.
Yeah.
Especially on towards Godlike Esports with Jut stationed. Have a look at this. K9 Esports, on the other hand, have been absolutely wiped off, if I'm not mistaken. Medley Esports. Well, one of their rare successes. At least they're not hashtag 24 on the overall standings anymore.
Yeah, but they're too far away, although K9 still has an opportunity to stay alive inside of the top 12.
K9 are true. K9 have 100 points. They don't really care, to be honest.
Hey,
they
man,
can do whatever they want.
You can never be sure. 98, 94, 93, 90, 90, 86. You have 82 on Godlike. Imagine K9 goes out with 0 points and all of these teams end up performing.
It's going to be tough.
With just enough points that all of them are tied for 101.
You just bring up hypotheticals, man, right now.
Yeah.
This is not something which does happen. I am a great expert in the world of BGMI with at least 100 years of experience.
Wow.
And in my experience, nothing has happened like this.
You were there when the first pixel was colored inside of the game, huh? But anyways, I mean, Slug, he's trying his level best to at least pick off someone from the side of Metal. The nade completely off, does absolutely no damage. And Metal Esports, this is very interesting positioning from them. They need to be careful and cautious about Ninja Boy in the backline as well, but Sluggy is stuck. Gets shot in the head. The nade cook, it gets two! And well, Ninja Boy helps out a little bit. Slug falls, but the fight has been brought down to a 1v1. And some recovery from K9 Esports. They get 2 points from that fight, but I think 102 is safe.
102, that's quite safe, to be honest. But what was that nade from Slug? My man, he knew and he actually had to ricochet it from the ceiling.
Uh-huh. I thought it got cancelled, but no, he just lobbed it as soon as he went prone.
Yeah. He threw it. I mean, had he not thrown it at the ceiling, I think he probably would have missed. But then he threw it at the ceiling, it ricochets it, it comes back to the ground and then explodes. I think the players completely lost track of it.
Yeah.
That was a good move coming in from Slug. Always dynamic, always very creative in moments like these. It's these athletes who actually changed the name of the game, ladies and gentlemen. But then a couple of them always keep on chasing the cutoffs. One of them being Godlike Esports right now.
And with where they are headed, they have to be cautious. I mean, first Curiosity present in the nearby vicinity. And Metal Esports will also move west to east towards that northern front. And Godlike, let's not forget, they haven't had enough time to go looting in the early stages. That engagement against the players of Reckoning did take away some of their time, so they have to be cautious. And first Curiosity, we see them on the map. Just north of them right now are the players of Godlike who are just headed towards Stalber.
Talking about Stalber, I think not the kind of position you would want to be in, especially if you're Godlike Esports, because you need back-to-back fights right now. Stalber will only give you a good positioning, potentially a reason to survive, but then not the performance that I guess a semi-final deserves. But talking about K9 Esports, that was definitely a moment and a half coming in, and look at the reaction coming in. I'm pretty sure it is because of Slug and that clutch, the knock that came through. 1 nade, 2 players down. 3 players knocked up in front of this lad, going in for a 1v1. That is so brilliant. That is so adrenaline pumping. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are in Hyderabad, make sure to actually drop by. We're such great human beings. We greet you. We actually buy you tickets to the seats as well.
He's not kidding about it. You did help a few fans get their seats in the arena yesterday. What a nice human being, Salty.
Because they were the ones who were nice to us. They actually brought us lunch.
Yeah. So if you buy us lunch, we get you tickets.
This is the deal, guys. This is the deal. See, English talents are amazing. Hindi ones are a little too popular to do that, but the English talents will always greet you nicely.
Yeah. the smile on her face.
We'll even sit with you and chill with you.
Have a cup of tea, maybe.
Have a cup of tea, yes.
We're obsessed with tea.
We've done all of this. The fun fact is we've actually done every single thing in the list that we said. It's not even us who we are boasting about. We've done every single.
I mean, okay, so all of this is happening because we are still waiting for the action in the game to develop. But this reminds me, I mean, Spiro, my apologies. Spiro did mention while the prediction board of the casters was on, they were all just named with their real names, and we had our gaming names on.
Yeah. What does that signify?
I have no idea. We are true gamers.
We are true gamers, right? And inside of the game, there is nothing. There is no caster. There is no player. We're all in the lobby in it for the fight.
We are moving away from the topic, Salty. I've been talking about the fight for qualification still on in this match. Victorious Summers, they breach the circle from that western edge, but look at the cluster they are in, man. It is going to be a nightmare. There's Meta NINZA, there is EVOX, there is 8-Bit in the mix. And Victorious Summers right now, it seems like are heading into the arms of FS Esports, but Shayan, he has S-Power right next to him, and we know S-Power has those intrusive thoughts of his that require him to just pick up the weapon and start shooting.
He listens to the devil inside quite well.
Yeah.
He knows when to change the seats and move on to the passenger princess one and then shoot his enemy down. He's done that a couple of times in the past. We know he can pull this off, but Team 8-Bit, they are not really worried about any opposition right now. Team Soul migrating right next to Team 8-Bit. I think that might just be a risk for them, but then at 98 points, I think you just need a couple of finish eliminations and you will be good to go through.
When will that moment occur?
I don't know, man. I mean, so many teams migrated from the west to the east part of the circle, but still no fight broke out. This is very surprising.
Exactly. See, the first fight of the game was, well, kind of a iffy moment with Godlike getting one of their players knocked out. The next was K9 versus Metal Esports. That is it. Apart from that, not a lot has happened. I'm still waiting for 8-Bit to start fighting. They need about 2 to 3 points. CK as well about need 6 to 7 points to push through a 100-point marker. Same goes for AX. They need 7. First Curiosity need 10. FS need 10. So these teams, when do they pick up those fights? And amongst all of this, the teams that are outside the top 12 right now, Victorious Summers, Godlike, what will they be up to? Everyone seems to have the same game plan. Keep your heads down, keep moving towards the center, and then just pray to God you survive with enough placement points.
Talking about placement points, it seems like Team Aryan, they've got the best seed in the house so far inside the circle. They are on the northern fringes of Lipovka right now, but they will have a couple of outliers coming in towards them. One of them will be Godlike Esports. So if you are looking at your fan favorite team, then they might be fighting the champions of BMPS. It's not going to be easy. Reckoning Esports on the other side, they are also in the blue right now, which is extremely surprising, but they will be the second team to come in from the northern part of the circle. So a lot of finishes can go on a finish frenzy for Team Aryan if they do decide to collide, but as of now, Team FS Esports quite comfortable. And they know, as a matter of fact, that they need 5 points from this game. They need not go extremely aggressive. Position points will be good enough.
Yeah. I mean, as long as they just walk away with those 5 to 6 placement points, FS Esports will be okay in the overall leaderboard, but we will have to wait and see if that actually happens. In the meanwhile, the circle still sticking on top of Lipovka and Prison. We talk about FS, they are safe. FC is also kind of safe, but Salty, the floodgates have opened. Team AX, they have shut down one player from the side of Godlike. A big name losing a key fragger in their team. Not really where we wanted to see them, to be honest, but along with that, problems are just brewing up. It is just a start. Godlike are stuck towards the northern edge of the circle. There is one breach point available, but it puts them in an open field where they can get sandwiched by AX from one side and Genesis from the other. And yet, that's not the end of it. Reckoning Esports, still to move inside the play zone, are moving in from the northern edge. They might just come and slam on the compounds in control of Godlike.
And I think when Reckoning do inject themselves inside the circle, that will be the oxygen supply cut off for Godlike Esports. They would have no breathing room, no space to move about as well.
And I think if they do manage to survive that, they will be moving on to the semi-finals, because just on the basis of taking those fights, I think they will have enough points going through. Victoria Summers on the hills of prison, they find themselves in. They have FS Esports right next to them. Not FS, pardon me for that. It is EVOX who are right next to them. A couple of shots from Victoria Summers may be fruitful, may actually break open this fight, and they need this fight, to be honest. There are still 15 teams, 56 players alive in the lobby. We expected the final game of the day to be an absolute chaos, but it seems like it is one of the most controlled game out of it all, which is so surprising because so many teams are battling for qualification here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams, to be honest. Imagine this, right? FCFS, both on 90 points. They get absolutely nothing from this game. And Victoria Summers, Godlike, both of them end up doing well. EVOX walks away with a big, massive 20-point chicken dinner. Well, Likitha Esports are still getting kicked out, but along with them, FS and FC are also going to get kicked out, is what I wanted to say. And talking about EVOX, they were in the middle of a conflict of their own against the players of TrueRippers, but we'll come back to that in a bit. His eyes on Godlike, spotted out by Joker from Seoul, with Reckoning Esports having compromised the Rare, and NINZA cutting off the flanks. As you mentioned, Salty, the oxygen supply for Godlike has completely gone down the drain, but Marcos Gaming taking on Cincinnati Kids. This is also another big fight in the game. Cincinnati Kids off to a great start in the action, and Noddy just completely whiffs that spray. It might just come back to haunt him.
I think there are going to be a couple of needs that will come back to haunt them. But look at this. Wizard being a man with the golden arm. Did land the nade right on the money. Zeref has been knocked out. A couple of these players from Marcus Gaming, they will have to fall back because I don't really expect them to win this fight. They are at the edge of the shorelines, of course, but on towards other fights, it seems like 8-bit find themselves in the midst of trouble. Team Soul from them. The nade did come through, and Aquanox will be on his knees once again. No space to move about. Even Goblin, as a matter of fact, is under pressure right now, especially trying to reach his vehicle so that he can move away to safety, but it's not going to be easy. It is the lads from TrueRippers who are causing everyone problems. And not just TrueRippers, even First Curiosity, I think they have done a phenomenal job. Mafia from Victoria Summers did spot a couple of those convoy, but did not succeed in spraying them down.
Victoria Summers things still not looking good. NINZA's finish is confirmed. And still just have 1 point, but hey! There goes the hopes and dreams for EVOX. And their spot in the semi-finals eliminated at the hands of Genesis. And Reckoning Esports now going after AX Devotee, fighting for his life, sliver of HP. The amount of utility they have lobbed indoors to finish him off. It is insane, but they finally get that frag. Now AX numbers dwindling down, and chaos just keeps on building up. Look at that, one more team just outside of Lipovka, waiting for these squads to take an exit. It is going to be the side of Team Soul.
Well, talking about Team Soul, they are infiltrating the compound. It is not Team Soul, it is Reckoning Esports who are charging against Arian.
Oh.
Cyrax with the nade itself will try to halt that push coming on towards him. Dionysus is barely surviving in a sliver of HP, and even from the backlines, it is going to be Godlike on towards another fight up against TrueRippers. Their arch nemesis, of course, but will they be able to survive the ambush? And Mino, of course, will go to fall. Jonathan in a 1v1 survives, and he tries to retaliate, but from the backlines, it's been Harsh who's been constantly peppering them. 2 players down, and now Jonathan, the only one who's still standing. But can he hold the fort? Genesis as well, plunge into battle and take Jonathan down with them. This is insane stuff. Godlike have been eliminated and potentially thrown into the quarterfinals, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't think there needs to be a potentially there. They are going to the quarterfinals for sure, finishing outside of the top 12, and look at the frustration there is within the team. We'll come back to that in a bit. In the meanwhile, Genesis Esports, Salty. Genesis is on fire right now. 8 finishes in the game already. And they're looking for more. They just ended up wiping out TrueRippers after they were done with Godlike.
Well, Team Soul, another one of those entrances in this fight. They have first Curiosity right next to them, but Joker falling, I think, will cause a lot of troubles in their advancement. Reckoning Esports are still fighting for their dear lives with just one player standing, but it's not going to be easy. It's completely scattered, but out of it all, I think one team who needs to survive is doing so has been FS Esports. They are judging the circles beautifully. Roman will be extremely happy about this because now the high ground that he wanted is finally his. Legit, of course, in every single space would have always gotten taken down because there was absolutely no covers for this man to actually work it. Hunter rams into Team 8-Bit, not a lot of HP to work around, does have the Scarl and the DBS, but can he connect the jump shot is the question, Johnny.
This is such an awkward engagement, both of them just looking at each other through the gap, and Thunder finally gets the knock, converts it into a finish. The next man also extremely low, gets knocked out, and Thunder, he's so lucky. S-Power though still charges in, finishes him off. And now 8-Bit might be the next in line, but 8-Bit, they have 101 points, so they do not have a lot to worry about. Team Soul getting eliminated, they do not even care. Or maybe they do care. 2 points shy of finishing first.
Well, talking about shy of finishing first, S-Power this time still wants to come out on top. Got himself a knock against Dreams, but it seems like Insidious was over there. Try and get the better out of him. Team 8-Bit have been eliminated, but it doesn't really matter because Team 8-Bit, they're almost about to cross that 100-point mark. In fact, they've crossed it. 101 points for these lads. Should be safe, but can FS qualify? Can FS capitalize is the question. All 4 players still standing. Marcos Gaming in the midst of battle. This time the nade from Skips right on the money. Wizard outside the shack being a little lucky over there. But I don't think he's going to be surviving for long. Skips, he knows exactly where the land is. And of course Cincinnati kids keep on progressing through.
Cincinnati kids just guaranteeing themselves a spot inside of the top 12. First Curiosity fighting for theirs. 7 eliminations secured in this game, just a few points shy of 100. But look at how quick this game has gone because of how chaotic the teams at the top have gotten. We are down to the top 6 of this match. 19 players still surviving, along with 4 from Victorious Sumus. 89 points for Victorious Sumus, and I believe they might have done it already. Just 1 more point needed to overthrow Likitha Esports. They need 1 finish. And my apologies, they are through already. They get 1 for just the placement.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Genesis Esports are on the other side. They are looking to hold on to that ship. 9 eliminations already, looking to head on to the semi-finals with a bang. But will that bang come through for Hunters? It's the question, of course. Cheyenne close on up, the shotguns go through, he gets a final nail in the coffin, just 2 players remaining, or in fact just make it 1. Mafia, can he bring his fallen comrade back up? Look at those nades coming through from Viper, the rest of the players as well joining the party. Victorious Summers, they are absolutely destroyed. Their hopes of qualification are on this lads and their shoulders, but they keep on chiming in every time they try to get up. He's been punched down, and Mafia, of course, from the backlines this time will be cleaned up. It is Metal Esports who squander away their finishes.
I mean, it seems like they got inspired by Rocky Balboa. Every time you get knocked down, you get back up. But Genesis Esports, they do not care. If you are going to keep getting back up, they're going to keep knocking you down until you are out for the count. And now Metal Esports, they want to try their luck. 7 finishes inside of the game so far. As soon as they arrive, they are going to get started. Well, they're going to start getting knocked out. Altu is the first man hitting the floor and Venom right behind him. But Hunters, he has an idea of how far the Molotov needs to be thrown. But Venom repositions, hiding behind a tree. Not enough coverage being behind this cinder tree, but look at the amount of utility that's being thrown at him. Viper will be able to spot Venom out. And this is going to be the end for Metal Esports, but how many finishes do they get? 1 more, says Venom as he takes down Hunters. And with the shotgun, he can actually equalize the numbers, bring it down to the 1v1 he needs. Or is it already down to the 1v1? He was prone. It was a 1v1. Salty. He could have won it. It was a moment of glory, but kind of fails to connect.
Absolutely, but then the chapter changes to something more important. The transition to that fight from Metal Esports who are not qualifying to FS Esports who are desperate to do so. Roman is the first one to actually fall in the front line. Genesis Esports on the one on the offense. And of course, Roman will be cleaned up. FS Esports taking early blow, Johnny.
Genesis at this point is just bullying the teams that were under the pressure of qualification. 13 eliminations for Genesis. Viper, he is the last man standing with 5 finishes to his name. And I think he might just wait for the perfect timing. First Curiosity with 4, FS with 3, Viper all alone. So the chicken dinner is pretty much guaranteed to either First Curiosity or FS. FS right now still hiding in the center prison building while First Curiosity is just all around the circle. 2 players at the western edge, 2 players towards the eastern edge. And Viper, well, I think he might be done for soon.
Yeah. I mean, soon enough, just one player surviving, especially with this position being broken open as well. I don't really think Viper has a lot to do in this one. But First Curiosity, I want to see if they can break open FS Esports and their deadlock because they're holding this compound. A lovely compound to play across. They've got complete control over it as well. Levi up top just needs to make sure one thing. He doesn't get knocked out because the numbers advantage on First Curiosity will be enormous then. A 4v2 will definitely be out of their accounts, but a 4v3 is still doable. They need those points. They need that chicken dinner if FS Esports wants to solidify their position inside of the semi-finals. They've already done it. They've already done the heavy lifting. Just about to try and do it with a bang. FC on the other side, I think this is another team that has done relatively well. They've done brilliantly so far. They just want to add that finishing touches. Dreams, people call him the washed IGL, but now he's finally given the answers.
But I still have a complaint about this endgame, Salty. Stage 6, 3 teams. All 3 of them are going through to the semi-finals. Just fight it out, lads. Are we going to see them wait till stage 9?
I don't really think so. I think the fact that Viper is still surviving is the only outlier. Once Viper gets taken out, First Curiosity will just break open the fight against FS Esports because they're almost like, what, brothers in lineups, right? I don't even know how to say it. 2 lineups, brother-sister lineups, whatever it is. Sister teams.
Did you forget sister teams?
Yeah, I forgot sister teams.
All right, it's okay. I mean, I think these 2 teams have also forgotten that they've qualified. They're still thinking it's the first game of the day. Or the second, actually. The first was Miramar. But it's not! Fight! Someone! Do something! FS, GodX, do something!
They are doing it! They're proning!
All right.
Now they're riding.
First Curiosity, the 2 individuals from the western edges rotate back towards their team in the east.
GodX, will he spot these lads from FC is the question. The backline has been very brilliant, but as soon as I say that, Anuj 2OP slaps him, and there comes the ambush. Dreams will be the first one to break it open. Shotguns going ham as Levi gets taken down. First Curiosity, what a push this was! And as soon as Crypto just walks in, I guess he will get bodied by Lovish. Did pop up the medkit, but once again gets taken out. A lot of damage from the nade in a 1v4 situation. Viper, of course, not being included in this fight. Lovish did get one knock, but FS Esports get cleaned up, but they have smiles on their face because they have qualified. Thank you.
Should have calculated that we already have enough points, but First Curiosity, I think now they are sure as well. Viper running towards the frontliner, Anuj 2OP. He secures the knock. Is this man still going for yet another clutch? It's a 1 versus 2 situation, but the revive is coming through in the backlines. Viper does not have enough HP, and the nade falls right in his feet. As he blows to smithereens, the celebrations are going to be there from First Curiosity. Smiles on their faces, 23 points secured, showing love to the teams that they have wiped out.
Wow.
Are they telling someone to take off?
Wow, Anuj, I did not really expect that happening. I did not expect that to happen, but in serious, Anuj, First Curiosity, they've done a phenomenal job. They're going through. It seems like they are showing to all the teams in the quarterfinals that they are dreaming of being on that international
let me just
flight.
do something real quick. All right, I'm gonna keep it with me. That flying case.
All right, you keep your flying case. I will keep my international flight because somebody's gonna represent India, brother. But
Not yet.
Not yet. But
Not
I
yet.
can't keep calm, right? I'm very excited.
For what?
For the semi-finals.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is going to be very interesting to see how the semifinals turns out, because majority of the teams that we thought would actually be there in the semifinals, nah, they are going to fight their way through the quarters. You talk about Godlike, Victorious Sumus, Metal Esports, Marcus Gaming, Meta NINZA.
God's Reign.
God's Reign. Yeah, forgot about God's Reign.
A lot of teams, Johnny, a lot of big names did not actually make it through. In fact, a lot of names have actually exited the tournament as well, ladies and gentlemen, from the lower brackets, I mean. But before we proceed with further discussions, we are going to be talking about that final blow once again. Beautiful stuff coming in. FZ Esports, I'm not sure how did they lose track of this fight, but as soon as Godx fell, it almost seems like it was a hit from First Curiosity, and the hit was so good.
I mean, I was looking at GodX's cam. I think, I don't know if someone gave him the signal, if Roman actually said to go for the duel against Anuj, or he just instinctively wanted to peek and try and spray him down because he felt confident he could do that. But that first knock actually opened up one entire alley or an angle that was not visible to the other players of FS Esports. And FC First Curiosity very smartly used that particular position, and all four players just went charging forward. But stats for the winners on our screens now. You were talking about Dreams. Did very well in this game.
He did pretty well, in fact, not just in this game, but in fact the entirety of the tournament, because Dreams was once the IGL of Team X back in the day, and you remember how good he was, but then he was replaced, talking how washed, and the audience perspective, the community gossip was, this man, he is no good anymore. But then here he comes with First Curiosity, with a brand that was never really in the BGMI space before. And he picks up assaulters who are also being called quote-unquote washed, with Gamla Boy, Anuj 2OP, Insidious. All of these players, they have had a past. Gamla Boy has a past, Insidious has a past with Hyderabad Hydras. But all these players combined, they just make themselves... And this team is functioning so brilliantly now.
I think that brings to light a very unique scenario, or a very unique story that is just about the Showdown in general. Every single player that has been rejected by their former teams, every single player that has ever gotten kicked out of their lineup, every single player that was put under criticism by the community itself for numerous reasons, all of them are just smashing their matches. We talk about Legit. Legit was under so much scrutiny when he was playing for different teams, when he was playing for no-name organizations. Now look at him playing for Seoul, and he's the best player on the team that has Goblin in it.
Oh, absolutely right. And of course, who can forget Cincinnati kids? Who can forget their performance? Who can forget...
K9.
K9, of course.
TrueRippers, Jelly.
Every single name you pop up, even Orangutan per se, people call them chokers. But now look at them back-to-back, just absolutely devouring teams all by themselves. This is insane stuff. But we have had a blinder of upper brackets, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely love the aggression. But of course, in order to discuss who's going to go through to the semi-finals and the ones who go to the quarterfinals, it's time we actually move towards our analysts. But it is Salty and Johnny signing off.
So much boys, yes, एक क्वेश्चन मार्क जरूर हम सबके मन में कि फाइनली वो 12 टीम्स कौन सी हैं जो अपर ब्रैकेट में जाने वाली हैं, अपर ब्रैकेट से सेमीफाइनल्स में जाने वाली हैं, और कौन सी वो 12 टीम्स हैं जिनका प्रदर्शन इतना अच्छा नहीं रहा जो यहां से सीधा क्वार्टर फाइनल्स जाएंगी. मेरा नाम है स्पीरो, मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं नेक्रो. Amazing match, first of all. वो intensity हर कोई feel कर पा रहा था इस मैच से पहले.
I know, right? There were so many question marks. Will Godlike make it or not? Will VS make it or not? Will FC make it or not? Well, for FC, what a way to click things off, right? In the final game, just pushing yourself around the boundaries and now getting that massive chicken dinner too, and with that also securing a better spot towards the semifinals. And yeah, speaking of Godlike, to be honest, expected a lot more. The way they got taken down in that fight, it's not something I personally saw coming.
एक थर्ड पार्टी भी आई थी वहां पे गॉडलाइक के ऊपर, जिन्होंने मुश्किलें और बढ़ाई उनकी, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि बहुत अच्छा खेला कुछ टीम्स ने। जेनेसिस, अगर उनकी पूरी जर्नी की बात करें तो शुरुआत इतनी अच्छी नहीं हुई थी, लेकिन उसके बाद कुछ मैचेस में जो वो जब चले हैं तो कुछ अलग ही चले हैं। बहुत सारे फ्रैग्स निकाले हैं जिन मैचेस में चलती है जेनेसिस उनमें।
And that's the crazy part, right? Genesis Esports started fragging out the moment we saw them taking the initiative, the moment we saw them charge on forward inside of the fights. Before that, Genesis Esports, for some reason, they were trying to avoid the fights, and that's why the performance was lacking. But this is the Genesis Esports that we all know, right? Hunters, he's supposed to be on the aggressive front. The entirety of Genesis Esports, they're known for their aggression.
Absolutely, but यार अग्रेशन तब अच्छा लगता है ना जब आपकी स्किन अच्छी हो, और ड्रेवियन एक्सूट आया हुआ है गेम के अंदर। ऑफ कोर्स दिन की जो पहली स्पिन है आप सिर्फ 10 यूसी में कर सकते हैं, तो आप भी जाइए और इस कमाल के एक्सूट को अपना बनाइए। वैसे नेक्रो, आपके पास है कुछ एक्सूट वेक्सूट कुछ है आपके पास?
I do have one. It's Marmore's Exuit, and I love it.
क्या बात है यार, वेरी गुड यार नेक्रो, कीप अप द गुड वर्क। बट अभी के लिए एमवीपी की तरफ चलेंगे और देखेंगे कौन सा वो खिलाड़ी है जिसने सबसे ज्यादा फ्रैग्स निकाले, और उसके बाद हम चलेंगे ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग की तरफ, जब पता चलेगा कि क्या होगा। बट पहले एमवीपी, लेट्स सी कितने फ्रैग्स किस प्लेयर ने। वाइपर ऑफ कोर्स, एंड अगर देखा जाए तो जो हमारी एमवीपी की जो रेस है उसमें भी वाइपर काफी ऊपर चल रहे हैं अभी के लिए, तो 5 फ्रैग तो यहाँ भी निकाल दिए इन्होंने।
That's what he was pretty much doing, right? Just farming in the end moments. He knew his team's done for. He knew he's not going to be able to secure the chicken dinner. Still went for the right opportunity. Able to strike pretty well in that previous game. FC unders 2 OP. This man looks like a hitman IRL. He's also a hitman inside of the game, getting a lot of frags converted. Metal Esports, if they would have played the same way from the day one itself, maybe Metal Esports would have been around the top 12, but they're not anymore. They're going to move on towards the quarterfinals. FC Dreams as well is a part of it, and Genesis Esports is another players right there too.
बहुत सारी टीम्स थी जो मजदार में फंसी हुई थी इस मैच से पहले, बट वीएस सिर्फ 3 अंक लेके गए वो इस मुकाबले के अंदर। 8-बिट ने अपना काम पहले ही कर दिया था, टीम सोल तो पहले ही बहुत आगे थी। सिंसिनाटी किड्स प्लेड लाइक वंडर किड्स, जब से पहले 2 दिन खत्म हुए, आखिरी 2 दिन में दे प्लेड लाइक क्रेजी। एफएस ने बहुत अच्छा खेला है इस मुकाबले के अंदर, बट रेकनिंग थोड़ा सा पीछे रह गए। नई लाइनअप के साथ आए हैं, बहुत सारे बदलाव, अभी तक वो सिनर्जी बैठी नहीं, और अब तो लगता है क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में जाते नजर आएंगे।
They will have to try hard. It's not even a question. Speaking of AX, I think they've already qualified. It's not even a question. AX was looking in quite a comfortable spot with these 2 points. It's going to help them just barely push around the edge. And yeah, back towards Cincinnati Kids' conversation, right? As you brought up, in the first 2 days, this was not the CK that we all saw. But now in the latter 2 days, CK, the moment we saw that massive play coming through from Skips, it feels like it's a switch up that happened.
या काफी चीजें बदलती हैं, एंड जैसा आपने कहा कि जैसे ही वो फ्रैग्स निकले उस एक मैच में, उस एक प्लेयर की तरफ से एक स्विच फ्लिप हुआ जहां पे और बेहतर प्रदर्शन चालू हुआ। यार मुझे लगता है ना सिर्फ विश्वास की बात है, इट्स ऑल अबाउट कॉन्फिडेंस। अगर आप अपने अंदर विश्वास रखते हैं कि हम अच्छा करते हैं, एक प्लेयर ने अच्छा किया तो बाकी भी कहते हैं यार ये अच्छा खेल रहा है तो हम भी अच्छा खेल सकते हैं। बहुत अमेजिंग मुकाबले देखने को मिले हैं आज के दिन में, एंड आई हैव टू से एक्साइटमेंट अब बहुत सारी क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के लिए, एक्साइटमेंट अब बहुत सारी उन टीम्स को जानने के लिए जो सेमीफाइनल्स जा रही हैं। तो इंतजार किस बात का? नेक्रो, इफ यू से चलें।
Yes, of course, we have to go ahead and look at it because I'm desperate to lay my eyes upon the semi-finalists, and here we go. The top 12 from here are directly moving towards the semi-finals. You've got OG, TrueRippers, Soul, Genesis, FC, Los Hermanos, K9 Esports, Cincinnati Kids, 8-Bit, FS Esports, Team AX, and Likitha Esports. They barely make it on the cusp.
वो तो आखिरी मैच में खेल भी नहीं रहे थे, लेकिन उसके बाद वो पहुंच गए विक्टोरियस समस। एक पॉइंट और निकालते तो वो पहुंच जाते, बट लिखिता ई-स्पोर्ट्स की कंसिस्टेंसी उनको यहां तक लेके आई है। बट विक्टोरियस समस 1 अंक से चूक गए, बराबरी पे थे, दोनों के पास 89 पॉइंट्स। बट चलिए क्वार्टर फाइनल टीम्स के ऊपर भी नजर डालते हैं जो कल से गेम खेलेंगी, और जो लोअर ब्रैकेट से टॉप 12 टीम आई है उनके साथ में जाएंगी। Let's have a look at the quarterfinal teams. जो upper bracket से गई quarterfinals, Victorious Summers, NoNx भी पहुंच नहीं पाए, Godtrain, Godlike, Omen, the Gods are going to play quarterfinals.
Yep, the teams heading towards the quarterfinals will also face the top 12 teams from the lower bracket, and we all know this is going to be extremely sweaty. For teams like 4TR, Reckoning Esports, Marcos Gaming, the performance was never there. We did see a bit of that up from Metal Esports in the final few moments. For NINZA, it did feel like on the last day itself, we did see a bit of that up as well, even in their gameplay. But to be honest, we had a lot of expectations from these banners, and they were not able to follow through upon it.
एब्सोल्युटली, मैं मेटा निंजास को देखना चाहूंगा कि कल के दिन में वो क्या करते हैं, क्या वो वही पैसिव नेचर अपनाएंगे या कुछ अलग करेंगे। बट अभी के लिए चलते हैं ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग की तरफ और देखते हैं कितने अंक से क्या डिफरेंस आया, कट ऑफ आखिर कितना पहुंचा। ओरंगुटान को देखिए 155 पॉइंट्स, कोई सामी नहीं। सो
my
तो फिनिश
God.
निकाल दिए उन्होंने। सोल को देखिए 28 है केवल पोजीशन के अंक, 114 फिनिशेस के साथ। सेम K9 के लिए कह सकते हैं 22 पोजीशन के अंक हैं उनके पास।
That's the crazy point, right? Look at the teams at the top and just look at the amount of finish points and the positioning points they've got. It's a day and a night difference. Even for OG, 55 placement points, 100 finish points, pretty much 50% more. You look at Soul as well, just 28 positioning points and 114 finish points. But yeah, you wanted to have a look at the cutoff. It was 89 points. Likitha Esports was tied up with VS. Oh my God, when VS has a look at the overall standings, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a stinger.
एक पॉइंट और एक चिकन अब वहाँ पे देखे तो लिखिता के पास है। दैट इज द रीजन कि वो आपको ऊपर देखने को मिलते हैं। विक्टोरस समस कितना करीब आए, कितना अच्छा खेला, बहुत बेहतर बीच में लास्ट 2 दिन में, बट वो काफी नहीं था उनके लिए। NoNx Esports भी देखिए कितना ही 3 अंकों का डिफरेंस आ रहा है NoNx के लिए भी। गॉड्स ओमन ने तो एक चिकन भी निकाला था, लेकिन उसके बाद भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा। 4TR एक चीज तो है कि अगर 16 मैचेस में आप 40 अंक भी नहीं छू पा रहे हैं, कुछ तो गड़बड़ हुई है 4TR के साथ, और कल से ही उनको फिक्स करनी पड़ेगी। टाइम ज्यादा नहीं मिलेगा उनको।
To be honest, we just saw one man trying to take the initiative from 4TR, right? It was just pain his life. And he's the only person who's grabbing all the limelight upon himself. And while the remaining 3 players just nowhere to be seen. And in my opinion, as a team, they need to start erupting once again. We did see them in the recent third-party tournament, and they were doing much better. But now the transition towards the official, where it matters the most, you were supposed to perform, but we're not seeing that performance anymore.
जी हाँ, अभी तक तो परफॉर्मेंस देखने को नहीं मिली। आई होप वो तैयार होंगे उन टीम्स के लिए जो लोअर ब्रैकेट में बहुत अच्छा खेल के आए हैं।
Oh, yeah.
बट अभी के लिए आई थिंक देयर इज एन इंटरव्यू वेटिंग फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस। बट उस पे जाने से पहले नेक्रो, अगर आप सम अप करना चाहें पर ब्रैकेट को, तो व्हाट डू यू वांट टू से अबाउट दैट?
The intensity was much more higher, and we of course saw a lot of beautiful plays from the teams and the players as well. If you ask me, the surrounding awareness, it was much better than the lower brackets.
एब्सोल्युटली यार, मैं भी इंतजार कर रहा हूँ कि कल से क्या होने वाला है यहाँ पे। बट अभी के लिए चलते हैं अंकी के पास जो स्टेज पे तैयार है एक इंटरव्यू के लिए। तो ओवर टू यू अंकी।
अब ब्रैकेट के सारे मैचेस खत्म हो चुके हैं और अभी के लिए मेरे साथ मौजूद है विक्टोरियस समस के आईजीएल ओवेस हिमसेल्फ। ओवेस, हाथ हमने मिलाया है, लेकिन हाथ थोड़ा छूटा है सेमीफाइनल से और क्वार्टर फाइनल्स की तरफ आप गए हैं। क्या लगता है, व्हाट वेंट रॉन्ग फॉर विक्टोरियस समस?
सो हमारा स्टार्ट सही नहीं हुआ था आई थिंक, बट हमने कमबैक किया और लास्ट गेम में जो हमको नहीं करना था वो हमने गलती कर दी, इसलिए इसकी वजह से हम लोग क्वालिफाई नहीं हुए। वरना हम हो जाते, क्योंकि 1 पॉइंट और ही चाहिए था और हम लोग पोजीशन पॉइंट हमारा, हम 6th आए हैं तो हम बहुत कम बंदे बचे थे। हमको वो एक गलती नहीं करनी थी जो कर दिए, अगर नहीं करते तो शायद हो ही जाते।
ज़्यादा बुरा क्या लग रहा है, 1 पॉइंट से गए हैं या फिर क्वार्टर फाइनल्स खेलना पड़ेगा?
1 पॉइंट से गए वो तो बुरा लग ही रहा है, बट हमारा जैसे मैं बोला स्टार्ट सही नहीं हुआ था, बट अभी हम लोग वो मोमेंटम में आ गए तो हम ये मोमेंटम को लेके क्वार्टर्स में जाएंगे तो होपफुली अच्छा ही करें।
बट ओवेस, ओवरऑल अगर हम बात करें क्वार्टर फाइनल्स की तो वहाँ पे कट थ्रोट कॉम्पिटिशन हमें देखने को मिलने वाला है। आप क्या अलग करने वाले हैं कि हम ये मान के चले कि अब क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में आपकी टीम और भी ज़्यादा उम्दा खेलेगी?
ऐसा कुछ अलग तो नहीं करेंगे, बट वही है कि जैसे स्टार्ट हमारी जो बुरी हुई थी उसको अभी वो बुरी ना होने दे, क्योंकि एंड में हम लोग अच्छा कर ही लिए थे, तो हम लोग स्टार्टिंग से ही अच्छा खेलने की कोशिश करेंगे।
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द क्वार्टर फाइनल।
थैंक यू।
तो ये है ओवेस और उन्होंने बोला कि अब जब वो क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में आएंगे तो और भी ज्यादा प्रिपरेशन के साथ और भी बेहतर वो खेलते हुए नजर आएंगे। पर देखिए, एक कहावत है कि गिरते हैं शहसवार ही मैदान में जंग में, वो तिफल क्या गिरे जो घुटनों के बल चले। भले ये गिरे हैं मगर ये उठेंगे और वापस से लड़ेंगे, और ये लड़ाई शुरू होने वाली है कल से क्वार्टर फाइनल से। तो कल जरूर ट्यून इन करिएगा, लेकिन आज के लिए बस इतना ही। मिलते हैं कल, तब तक के लिए टाटा बाय एंड टेक केयर।
dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian X-Suit. Get now.
Front back, roll out. Forged collar got pink skin, roll out. back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back. Roll out, horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out. Roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar, got pig skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar, got pig skin, roll out. Drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar, got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the Esther. Key up being left, ain't nobody Leicester. Send a big man west with a tester. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fester. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, by the way I go. If you don't know about KW, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, boy, I want the gold. My flow goes silly like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the Esther. Key up being left, ain't nobody Leicester. Send a big man west with a tester. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fester. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, by the way I go. If you don't know about KW, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, boy, I want the gold. My flow got silly like Jester. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pig skin. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pig skin. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pig skin. Out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pig skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pig skin, roll out, drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pig skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pig skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pig skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pig skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pig skin. Roll out. like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep balling my name in the Esther. Key up being left, ain't nobody Wester. Send a big man blessed with a tester. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fester. Blood too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, where the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, free boy, I want the goal. My flow goes silly like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep balling my name in the Esther. Key up being left, ain't nobody Wester. Send a big man blessed with a tester. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fester. Blood too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, where the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, free boy, I want the gold. My flow goes silly like Jester. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Forge collar got pink skin. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all of my name in the S-Star. Kia being left, ain't nobody best off. Send a big man back with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on festa. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, by the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, free boy, I want the gold. My flow goes silly like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all of my name in the S-Star. Kia being left, ain't nobody best off. Send a big man back with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on festa. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, where the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, free boy, I want the gold. My flow goes silly like Jester. Yo. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Porsche collar got pink skin. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out. Drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar got pink skin.